Futures trying to bounce here a little bit this morning as we get going on a Tuesday morning. Still negative for both the S&P and the NASDAQ at this point, coming off some Chinese economic data out overnight that showed imports contracting in China more than double what was expected. So that sent global stocks down, European markets as well in negative territory. Futures here in North America pointing to a negative open as well to come. Meanwhile, more earnings to sift through. Lucid, Palantir, top of the list as far as who has reported this morning. We'll also touch on some of the Chinese EV makers moving around here as well so far. Going to be an interesting day as we look to tech possibly for a bit of a bounce, but all big tech downside to kick things off this morning. Remember, they were relatively strong outside of Apple to start the week on Monday, so we'll see if we can't get things going back in the right direction. It's Tuesday, August 8th, 2023. TraderTv.live starts now. A little bit of trade balance data just coming through here. 65.5 billion consensus. The deficit 64.8 billion. A little bit less than expected there. Market not really reacting to that, however. That's how the Qs are looking. Right now in the pre-market, another gap to the downside here. We're right back into some key levels on the daily chart for the NASDAQ. Anyways, yeah, more Fed speak to deal with this morning as well. Fed's Harker saying maybe there is a path to a soft landing, and at least Harker doesn't see any more quarter-point hikes needed at this point. As we said yesterday, Sharif here as always, as we said yesterday, 60% chance, still a better part of 60% chance going out to the end of the year that we see another one of those hikes.
Yeah, well, it looks like the slack in the economy is still, we're not really too sure about it, but what really caught my attention, Brendo, was the Chinese data overnight. We know that China's been having stimulus problems. The Chinese Politburo met a couple of weeks ago to look to inject money into the economy to kind of artificially stimulate it. We're seeing the reverberations of why they were doing that. So let's see what the rest of the day brings.
Yeah, it was import-export data that came out, as I mentioned, imports contracting more than double what was expected. So it was 12.5% contraction versus a 5% expectation there. So that kind of sent shockwaves right through all equity markets to kick things off. It's Tuesday. It's golf shirt day here. I did not apparently get the message, guys.
I mean, the weather gives you the message when it's hot outside, Brendan. So it is golf.
But it is cold outside. So.
It's actually not that warm, which is weird. It is actually not that warm this morning. It's going to get a little bit better today. But it's National Golf Shirt Day. I don't think it is at all. But it is a big earnings day. You've got something for everybody with earnings today. You've got a name which is an absolute show. It's just it's a showstopper. You have a stock which is moving like it's on. I'm not finished. You have a stock that's moving like it's on drugs. You have another one which is the clear dog of the day, and you have another one which is beyond disappointing. So the first one you probably didn't get. That was AMC. DataDog's getting its absolute butt kick. There literally is a stock called Drug, which I don't understand how some small bright minds biosciences gets the ticker Drug and why that's not an ETF doesn't even make any sense to me. And then of course Beyond Meat is getting its butt kicked. So that's pretty nasty. All of the usual suspects we're going to look at as well, but a lot of earnings. Chegg's having a decent day, although the volume not so great in that one. If you like SSR bounces, which is stocks that are down 10%, well, you got a few to pick from today after these earnings. And we didn't even talk about Li Auto. NEO in sympathy already bounced off $14. Wish I had it the first time. We'll see if I like it the second time.
Man, this Novo Nordisk, this Eli Lilly, I mean, these stocks are just absolutely going ham right now. I mean, what a great opportunity. I talked about that yesterday with Sharif. He asked me about a couple different names, and I'm like, I just got to get in. You got to get into healthcare and some of these biopharma names. And today you're seeing huge moves up. We just took a first position right now in Lucid, of course, just here at 640. Just want to start a position. I want to short this name probably until hopefully the cows come home, but if it breaks 7, then we'll get out. But if we get anything back up here for Lucid, didn't like the quarter, didn't like anything they really had to say. We'll see what it does moving forward here. Just seeing here, okay, nothing. There's some story about Apple or about Google and NFTs, but doesn't seem to be anything. Yeah, like Neil said, there's lots to be looking at right now. It is Golf Shirt Tuesday. Should be a fun day here. Bitcoin back down to 29.1 right now. So that's dancing around a little bit, but it's Lucid that's got my eye. And then here's this Eli Lilly. I was like, you know what, just look up Eli Lilly and you'll see LLY. There it is. We have this auto complete now. 500. I mean, that's what's going to be coming through very, very soon on this name. $500. We've already touched that yesterday. 501, 502, up to 505 on a couple wicks right here. Eli Lilly up 8.5%. I mean, what a monster. I had no idea where this name was going to go when I first stepped into this, and now it's just like off to the races. Broke above this 470, looking as clean as you know what to the upside right now. Keeps on pushing, pushing, pushing. That's the thing. You never, sometimes when you look at some stock, you know, you do wait for pullbacks to get the best opportunities to buy shares. But you're going to miss the boat sometimes when you know the story is good. We could talk to my friend Sharif over there about Li Auto, wanted to get that name in the low 30s. Now you're in the mid 40s. So sometimes you got to pay up to get some of these names. Eli Lilly continues to rock and roll here. Going to probably break that 500 marker today as well. AMC, everything's rocking. Palantir, pretty disappointing. I mean, we talked about where it closed yesterday, right here pretty much. You're down 2%. Had a nice little move up when they sort of guided. They have a big buyback going, 1 billion shares as well, 3 quarters in a row of gap profitability. And the buyback, talking about reaffirming guidance and raising guidance. We'll see if Palantir can get going, but pretty disappointing right here so far today, only only down 1.83. So we'll see. I have some markers on here. I'm just working on the sticky note to get that out to you ASAP. So that'll be out very, very soon.
To talk about here this morning as we set things up a little bit. One of them is the lack of range that happened in the market overall, but individual stocks yesterday. The CBOE's volatility index down 8% to start the week on Monday. We were mentioning that low from Friday comes into play right off the bat, and then we just sat there and kind of, I mean, it was just a grind all the way back to the upside all day long. We end the day basically at session highs, but still easily well within the range from Friday's session. The NASDAQ a little bit relatively weak overall. There was some strength late in the day from big tech, as we were talking about. NASDAQ 100 up 0.87. Amazon relatively strong. Again, there's a positive note out this morning from it's ARK Invest chief researcher, I believe, or something along those lines. Detailed, really, really detailed note on what NVIDIA is doing at this point and why everyone should be paying attention to them. But as we know, ARK is not even, I don't think they got back into it yet, but they sold a bunch of NVIDIA going back to before this even happened. Li Auto, meanwhile, Sharif is excited about this one. Top line growth surpassing monthly delivery benchmarks in June. Li Auto trying to lead the way here, in fact, as far as some of these Chinese EV makers are concerned. Unfortunately, it's downside. Yeah,
with respect to your NVIDIA pitch there, I really like that because the pitch here from ARK was that they're actually trying to take on the likes of cloud providers like AWS, Google, Microsoft by providing another company with their GPUs, a company that actually used to do BTC mining, Bitcoin mining. Now they're completely converting their business model into an AI, GPU, large language model learning system. So I like this pitch. It's a way to circumvent and kind of stay undercover a little bit. Nice move from NVIDIA.
Yeah, I'm going to double check if there is anything on ARK. Kathy'sARK.com is the website that you can go to check out everything she does on an intraday basis. This is it, though. I mean, they detail a little bit about all of the big tech names, but specifically NVIDIA on the AI front. But here we are, as we said, downside for all of these so far today.
I heard Li Auto. I was like, all ready to talk about Li Auto. We'll pivot to NVIDIA. I was excited to show a weekly chart of Li Auto. What, you want me to show it anyways, Sharif? Sharif's like, show it anyways. Li Auto, they might be down on those earnings. We'll probably talk. I'll get to NVIDIA in a quick second here, but look at the weekly chart of Li Auto. It's hard to imagine on earnings when you go all the way back in this wick to 48. That is 2020, like late 2020 highs. You just broke out from 40. 40 to 41 area just a couple of days ago. So the biggest parabolic move was taking out the recent high and going right into that previous top. So sell off on earnings there, profit taking when you get to a 3-year high. That makes a little bit of sense. If it holds on to 40 on a dip, that's where I'd be looking today. Actually, it's more like 41. That's where I'd be looking for a dip buy as a day trader. And then if we hold that and you consolidate in that top end of the range, it'll be crowded, but that 48 break at some point looks pretty spicy because it leads right into a $50 break. Big levels on Li Auto incoming. Those are the type of breakouts on higher time frames that you just gotta love when a stock starts taking out those. It can get pretty explosive because there's really nothing above there that as far as historical levels. So Li Auto's going to be on the mind. For today, it's more of a dip buy situation than anything else. Like I said, that 40 to 41, if you get anywhere near that, that's where I'm looking for the longs. I don't know if we get a 48 break today. Seems a little bit unlikely. NVIDIA, on the other hand, it's been dancing with this 450 level. But it's been a good place to trade ever since it broke down on Friday. So it broke down 450 on Friday, you got to a 445, held the double bottom. And if you look at what, like at the open, you bounced through that and gave like a nice move into 53. When it got underneath 50, it went all the way to the bottom at 460. When it took it out in the afternoon to back to the upside, it got all the way to the top. At the open, if it holds it, I think you can retest that 56. I was looking for a 56 breakout yesterday when things looked pretty strong. If it could have held a consolidation in the afternoon, I would have been breaking long 456 on NVIDIA. That could come into play today, but I think working off the 50 level makes a lot more sense early on. If it can hold this at the open, maybe a false breakdown that can't get through the pre-market lows, then you look for like a reclaim of 50 on the way to 46. Once you're taking out the pre-market lows, I mean, that's too far away from that price for me to like the breakout long, obviously. But NVIDIA, higher lows being put in after that big dip we had last week. You know, the next test would logically be, can you get through 456 and break this back out?
Yeah, NVIDIA 450 bouncing. I mean, those are obviously key levels there. 480. NVIDIA is going to fall pretty dramatically, I would think, around their earnings report, but we'll have to wait to see if that does come through or not. That's still August 23rd, 24th there for NVIDIA. We'll see where that goes. But I mean, you talked about ARK. You know, they've had a nice little move to the downside as well. If you know, I feel like now with some of the valuations that are out there in the market, obviously you didn't want to get stuck paying near the highs for ARK, but if you can come back in, I mean, anywhere to this $39, $40 area, sort of where we were before some of these names started to get bumped up. You see Upstart and some of the big holdings for them, Palantir, Tesla, obviously. I mean, some of these aren't biggest anymore. Roku's had a really nice run. So it's not surprising here with Tesla coming back down and some of these other names falling in a little bit that you get ARK back to some kind of a support level, which could be into here, 40, 41, 42. So you're not too far away now. If you get a move down of 5 to 10% and you do like some of these names that are in here, you could buy the whole basket of them and forget about it, or you could trade SARK the other way as well. I just think that there's some good possibilities here. If the bottom of ARK was really 30.31 back there in January, you know, where the market sort of bottomed out as well, then if you could buy some of these names, this is if you believe in the space, right? I mean, you're gonna have to do your research. Like you said, kathysark.com or whatever, they also post up everywhere what their holdings are. If you like it, you're getting an opportunity very, very soon, I feel like, to buy some of this at 39 and 40 bucks, right? There's the robotics ETF, if you like that kind of a play as well, the biogenomics, there's a whole bunch of different names in there. So just because we're talking about Aunt Kathy, you know, I think that if it does fall back into this sort of 40, a little bit lower than that area, and you like some of the valuation here and you believe in what, you know, the future holds for the names that are in this portfolio, then I think it's about time that you kind of buy some of that. I mean, look what Tesla's doing. You can listen to her on all different podcasts and explain their reasoning for liking Tesla or liking a lot of the other positions that they do have on. But Tesla's pulled back, right, from 300 down here to 250. So that's given some pause for concern in the EV space. We saw Li Auto again off a good quarter and down. You're seeing Lucid. I'm already short that name. I feel like that's going to go to the downside as well. And this is where I want to try to buy some Tesla if we ever get down there. 220. It might be time to put some of those stink bids in there right now for some Tesla. Amazon testing 141 again here. So there's going to be a couple good plays that are coming on board here. Just working on the sticky note, and we'll get that out for you pretty soon. Some big names going to be on there today with a lot of great opportunities for earnings. We talked a little bit about, Neil brought up DataDog as well. That's down 20% or so. What's it down now? Yeah, 19% off a miss here, breaking all these levels and giving you right back. I mean, it's funny because it goes up to 115, 120, and you kind of don't really talk about it as it's, you know, leveling off there. And unlike Eli Lilly, which breaks this level and goes higher, we break the channel and go lower here. So now you're looking at a 70 area here for DataDog, maybe down to 65. So a lot of opportunities here today. What's Palantir doing right now? Nothing. Almost $18 again for Palantir. So if that can get going, that's going to be on the sticky note as well. Trying to break higher here on PLTR, but again, pretty quiet to start. And then just quickly before we throw back, this is what's going on here in balance. Palantir's there. What is that? iRobot. J&J. I still like that name a lot. AI, what's AI's price? We haven't looked at that in a while. $35. Okay, so some opportunities there. When does AI report actually? Because that's
great question.
Did they report early? Hold on a second. AI. Let's just see when that report came through here. Oh yeah, no, August 30th.
Wow,
so very late for C3 AI. But look at this. Dun dun dun. 35% short float. So that should be exciting here in the next couple weeks as well with AI, C3 AI starting to get going. But all right, so that was a long-winded talk really about nothing. So let's go back over to the desk.
We were just looking up this Kathy's ARC. Here, I'll show you this. Let's just do it this way. This was kind of interesting. $529.48 average price in ARC-Q, but those are the average prices in ARC-F, ARC-K, ARC-W. The best off right now, $149.61. But up here, you can see her weighting's very small at this point. It's 0.8 of the entire fund. If you remember, it was November of 2022. She sold that down from 1.16. And yeah, there's the average price she sold at, $145.96. So she's missed out on all of this AI craziness to the upside, but still clearly holding some at least and liking NVIDIA. Here's DataDog. Meanwhile, some cloud weakness possibly to come today after, just a crazy move to the downside, more than 20% at the lows. We have bounced back to 85.70. It was the forecast. I mean, in this environment, you can't guide lower.
It was a beat on the top and the bottom line, but like Brendo said, it was the forecast. I mean, we've been hearing a lot about this earlier in the year, how companies were going to basically cut expenses and cloud was where they were going to do it. We didn't really see that until this point. Google did well, AWS did well, Azure did well. Well, the smaller players here seem to be affected, Brendo, but they had almost 3,000 customers with $100,000 of an average revenue per user. So it's not a small amount here that they're making from each customer. But yeah, like you said, the guide, they're looking at 2.05 billion rather than the consensus of 2.09.
Yeah.
So that was the miss.
Even on the Q3 guide number there was not good. So 20% here, guys, seems like a lot though.
It is. I mean, it's obviously 20% is a very significant downward push. It does feel like a lot when you look at how far it's run. Sometimes it's not as crazy, but keep in mind, like I haven't done the math on this, but their previous forward look was I think 70 or 80 times. Their price to sales was 20 times. So I mean, oddly enough, their price to sales was actually the same as like a Palantir. But if you think about those types of metrics, your growth needs to be there. Like you can't have a disappointing guide when you're priced for that type of growth and you're supposed to grow into it. So you're gonna get punished in a situation like that. And as I said, sometimes when you zoom it out a little bit, like you realize, okay, 20%, that's a lot. But if you think about that, it was just a double up from that May bottom into, just like a couple of weeks ago, that was a double up, and this was a $200 stock. So this move, in some of that context, that's when you're going to get these explosive moves. It is 10% to the downside, which means it's going to open up short sell restricted, and you can see it's already bounced off the 200 period. The other sort of logical, maybe SSR bounce play would be at about $85. If you look at the daily chart, like where are the big levels? You got the $80 level and the 200 period moving average. You've got 85, which was previous breakout support. So if it holds on to either one of those two, like those are the kind of bounce levels for the SSR bounce that I'd be looking at. Like an 85, that'll probably be right at the open. So fail a breakdown of 85, it holds on to 84.5. You look for, or 84.75, something like that. You look for a quick little bounce up and then an SSR short sell restricted bounce, or the 80 level. Those are the two I'd be looking for here in DataDog. How far would it have to go before it just becomes a short to pop? Oops, go the other direction. If you look at the 15, $90, previous support into resistance. So if this pops into the $90 level, that's where I would be looking to put on a short position. Once you're down this far and you show a bounce off a major level, I'm generally thinking SSR bounce is the first play on DataDog. So if it does that off 85 at the open, I'll look for that cheeky little long, risking 20, 25 cents, and then the same thing at the $80 level to just try to capture a big move back to the upside. That's been so good recently, and the risk to reward generally is very, very solid with it, that it can be a coin flip for you. So we get that at DataDog, it sets up, then we take it. If it never does that wick down, then I'm not into it, and no big deal.
There you go. Oh no, the position board. So I keep.
It's still wrong.
It's still off. Yeah,
It needs to be restarted.
I just added more Lucid there, and it didn't hit. But we'll get that going. Yeah, I'm typing up the sticky note for everybody. So that's what I'm doing. So shout out to you, Swilver Doaz. I don't know how to pronounce that. But yeah, welcome again to everybody here today. I'm still trying to build in this short for Lucid. An interesting idea that I have that I just tweeted out on the sticky note is that we did get a Moody's downgrade of some of the banks here today, and I just was looking at JP Morgan. I know that there was the smaller banks, so not the biggest one. But this 158, 159, we just made a recent high there of 159.38 about mid of last week there, July 31st. And then all of a sudden now you're starting to pull back. And I'm just thinking that if there is going to be anything to drop next, I know it's been sort of a well-balanced ride up. I mean, the Magnificent Seven have really led us higher here, but so have the banks. I mean, the banks have reported really great, nice numbers up here. If this is the next leg to drop, I can see JP Morgan back down here into 148, 146-ish level. So, if today, if we're lucky enough to get something around this 156 area here, sort of where we closed yesterday on JP Morgan, that would be a good short for me. So I am sitting there waiting for a short up near 156. And if we get blown out, it would have to be at this 158 area. So I'm looking at a short here for JP Morgan on the banks, a little bit on the back of a bank downgrade here. It is for the smaller banks, so you're going to have a little bit more pressure on some of those names. WFC down 1.8%. But again, this one's also breaking lower. So we're going to have to watch to see where we go on some of these names. Let's just check out Western Alliance. I just want to see, because I haven't done all of the due diligence looking at all of these opportunities. But there you go again, down 4%. This may be even a better short here. $54 now trying to break lower on this name, quite frankly, breaking down through $50 could be a good short as well. So I like all of this. We'll see if it can get working right now. Our average price on Lucid is 41. So once that position board gets a little bit updated there, you'll be able to see that it's the only position I'm in. Neil's not in anything right now, but we will get that board updated for you. And wow, man, that diabetes and weight loss treatment there, Manjaro for Eli Lilly, just continues to be a huge success story, man, as that one's up another 9% for Eli Lilly. I don't even know. I mean, I own the stock, and do they even pay a big dividend? I don't even know. I used to think you'd want to get into Eli Lilly for the dividend, but I know some of these names
is a growth
have
name,
cut
man.
it. Yeah,
their pipeline is impressive.
Yeah, 1%.
Yeah, this is about their pipeline.
Dividend. Oh yeah, for sure. No, I know it has nothing to do with the dividend. Just wanted to see if there still was one there. I still wait to see about all that. The Novo Nordisk and what is the one? Ozempic. I don't know. Is that completely safe?
Look, I think it's what's interesting. What's interesting, it's getting to a point though, because you look at, and I don't know, we're talking. Eli Lilly's so impressive, it's hard not to talk about it. Just to go off topic for a second, Biogen is down 15% from its recent top, and if you start to think about relative plays here, Eli, it's absolutely flying, and their Alzheimer's drug impressive. But if Biogen hits,
there we go.
this. I don't know. I'm like my biggest healthcare stock is Eli Lilly by a large amount. That's because of what the stock is doing. It wasn't intentional at the time. It's just now it's just flying. But I'm starting to think about, is there a play for a better value in Biogen? And I haven't fully thought this through yet, but I just noticed this morning, like Eli's flying and this sucker is just sitting here with a triple bottom. Do I want something in here off the 250 level on a Biogen? Just interestingly, it's just an interesting level. And it's the first thing I thought of when I saw how far Eli's been flying. And, Pfizer's not at a level that I want to take a shot buying. I think because they had a really, really nasty, for phase 3 on their weight loss drug, and that set them back a little bit. And I don't know if the time to buy that is before you get any good news on that front, but Biogen for their Alzheimer's, it just feels like this could be a good play in front of the 250. And it gets underneath 240, you just kind of give up and get out. But it's crazy how Eli Lilly is just so vastly outperforming some of these other names right now, and just keeps on going and going and going. And you wonder if some of these other ones can play some catch up.
All right, let's get some analyst moves here for you this morning. I'm just checking on, there are actually a few on the healthcare space as well. We'll get into that, though, a little bit later on. Barclays on here, Freshpet, IFF, and Sage all downside. There's DraftKings, 2 or 3 days in a row here with a number of positive analyst moves for DKNG, Xpeng to the upside as well, and Axum. Sharif?
Don't ask.
Axum.
Wow, what was up with Sharif? What was up with that company?
No, it's like Axum. Like, that's an interesting. I've never heard of that company. I don't know them. I think I knew one of the companies on the downgrade side. But I mean, we can talk. DraftKings is the one that I think we all care about here, right? It's football season's coming in. I just got an offer in my inbox for T. Higgins, which I'm considering. He needs to step it up a little bit, and then maybe I'll trade away T. Higgins. So everyone's thinking football season. That means betting. Just don't do it if you're an NFL athlete while in a hotel. Then you'll get suspended for 6 games. But go out and beat somebody up, and you'll only get 3. So DraftKings here, if it can take out this top again, you always wait for, okay, well, you sell off the news. Okay, so that's already happened. It didn't give you the bid at 30, which I thought the 30 level on Friday was going to be, that was going to be the hit zone. Like, you had a double bottom underneath 30 at 29.80. So I'm thinking you at least get to 30. It never even got to 30. 30. If you're looking for a long at $30, you didn't get it to me on Friday because it was like 30, 1% away. And then another higher low, and then a higher low so far this morning. It just feels like you could take out this top today. You're 70 cents away from an unlight volume, a 32.50 level. I got my line drawn. Like, I've been waiting for it to get back into this range and retake the top. Because if you look at this, the only trading in the open market above 32, this line's at 32.40, this local high, but above that, you had maybe 20 minutes on Friday here that it tried to get over. Then yesterday, you had just a few minutes at the open when it tried to get over. So you spent no time in the open market above here. If you bounce off this level and show any consolidation and then break away from there, I think DraftKings is just a day trade long. But I wanted to get in that range. I do not want to be long up in here. I want it over 32.5, consolidation, breakout. Otherwise, let it dip down into the 30 even, where it's shown you it's got some support. But this one was on my eye is like that. Give it a couple of days, DraftKings, let things settle down. And then if it wants to give you the breakout, that's what this same level looks like on the daily chart. It is a long consolidation, and taking out that top, it gives you, a long in front of 32.50, and then you're breaking 33, and then all of a sudden it's like the air up there, which is, Sharif knows what I'm talking about. The air up there, that's, whatever. Like, it's and one. There was a movie a really long time ago most of you people probably have never heard of, but if you look at this on the higher time frame, it gets really interesting because 35 was a monster level on DraftKings. So long into that to be able to try to take out a 35, and then it's gap fill central for DraftKings. I like this. It's a day, it's a couple of days after earnings. It's generally when things can settle down. And when you make higher lows after earnings like that, the next step is usually to break it out.
All right. I talked about DraftKings back then. There was at 11, 12 bucks. I know some traders bought that. I think that was a great buy down there, and continues to make some money. I would sell. I would go almost the opposite way about just like I think it's been a huge move right there. Not the opposite way of what we're talking about, but just that sometimes when the NFL, it's kind of like, you know, everyone knows it's coming, so maybe that was part of it. But DraftKings overtook FanDuel as the #1 downloaded app for sports gambling. Obviously, it's getting more and more approval across the United States, which is going to be a huge market. I think they got to get into Europe and all that before it really starts to blast off. Football over there in Europe, obviously huge. There's been tons of sports everywhere. The Jake Paul, and this is just whatever you think, the Jake Paul is the second most bet fight of all time. So, I mean, people love the action, and they're just going to continue to play with DraftKings. I look at a name actually like a Disney here when you're going to talk about sports because of all what they own there with ABC and ESPN and all of that. I still think that there is some kind of love here, downside for Disney. Yeah, there it is. Good, thanks. It's right at this level right now. I don't know how Disney gets involved in the sports gambling side of things, but I just, you know, I like some of the properties there, and I do wonder if there is some sort of a collaboration now that, you know, gambling and sort of, you know, these apps have now come to the forefront and been more accepted. Maybe there is some sort of a collaboration with Disney and DraftKings or something like that that can get going. So I don't know. I'm just talking some nonsense right here. Lucid right now to the downside continues to work a little bit. It's not doing anything. It's not going against us, which is always nice. I am looking. There is some size here. There was some size on an EdgeX book here near 32. If we break that and go a little bit lower, it's not there now, but I do think that I like a little more shares here on, actually, you know what, I mean, we have a decent amount now on this break lower rate here of 630, 632 there. So I'm debating taking a little bit more shares on a 630 break downside here for LCID. Right now we're currently short 640. We've gotten in trouble sometimes playing some of these names in the pre-market, waiting for imbalances to come out, waiting for some of these earnings reports. I just, you know, let's let the market tell us what to do, and it's sort of what I put on the sticky note for Palantir here today. If this rips up, we'll short it, fine. But for right now, we're just dancing with the devil here in the middle and seeing if we're going to be right. Then if you can start to break lower on Lucid, I mean, we're going to talk about all these names in a minute anyways. But hopefully now we can take that 630. It's looking like a decent spot here. I'll probably put something at 631 just to take something out because we're down here at a pressure point. If it supports it, great. Hopefully we'll be able to get shorter. If it breaks it, we already have the short on board here. So I like this position for me on Lucid, and let's just see if it continues to march a little bit lower here in a company that I think is probably going to go bankrupt at some point.
Seeing Alibaba on a volume scanner here, something came in as far as a buy order there in front of 93.60. But yeah, all of these today down 3% right now for Alibaba on that import-export data that came out. If you missed it, imports contracting more than double what was expected in the latest reading that was out overnight. But let's kick things off here at 9 o'clock with a look at the futures.
Yeah, it doesn't get much better over here, Brendo, but at least there's one saving grace. That saving grace is 4,500. We have been bouncing off it numerous times, whether it was the 3rd, 4th, 7th, or today 8th. We're barely holding on to it, 45.06. What I don't like, though, is that we see here a series of lower highs with a flat bottom. That flat bottom is 4,500. Usually, a descending wedge resolves in the direction of the trend. If we stay above 4,500 and the buyers stay up there and keep buying up that level, it may be a long, but something tells me that may not be the case today.
All right, let's get into everything else. If you haven't done so yet, make sure you grab that. It's super easy. Scan the QR code, go to watchlist.tradertv.live, enter your email address, and then it just appears in your inbox for free every single day. Everything you need to know before we come on at 8:30. Beyond Meat, top of the list to kick things off this morning. I was just counting, there was 7 that I saw anyways, negative moves from analysts on BYND down here to 12.75 once again off earnings.
Yeah, not a good look for them. I mean, this is a company that was almost at $250. $250 not that long ago. But if there is one saving grace, there is a nice little support level here at $10. I mean, we bounced off it in June. We bounced off it early in November. We'll see what the rest of the day brings.
Yeah, again, it was more about the forecast going forward, guys, than anything else for BYND.
If a saving grace is at $10 when a stock is at $12.60, down 17%, it's not much of a saving grace. I'll give you a potential saving grace here. It's got a 37% short float. And what that can mean, I'm not saying it does mean it, but what it can mean is you can look for like local bottoms where shorts might consider covering. taking some profits. That makes a lot of sense if you get down underneath, like if you get to like the $10 and bounce there. If you look at the daily chart, there is still this higher low at about 1165-ish, $1 away from where we are right now. That makes sense for an SSR bounce. So 13's already gone. Like you flushed down, it looked like there was going to be a chance that it could just be a round number like a 13 where maybe it could bounce. But once you're beneath that, which we are, underneath $12 to that 1165, 1168, whatever you want to call it, that price area, that feels like it's the SSR bounce style play. And then underneath 13 turns into something else. And when you look at, I'm going to zoom it in for you guys here. When you look at this, if it were to get back to the 14 level, even that looks like a shorting opportunity off the 50 period and then into it tries to get to the 50 period on the daily and then into the 200 period on the daily. It feels like that's a zone it comes out of in the other direction, and that's back to the downside. So even on a pop into 14, I think I'd be looking for short in that price area. SSR bounce, if it drops $1, I think that's not that bad of a saving grace. I like that level. It's a good support level on the daily. You'll be down 20-something% if it gets there. I mean, almost 30% if it gets there. So yeah, I'll probably try at least one long if it gets underneath $12.
All right. Oh, someone just said Ola Cat, so I looked over my shoulder. I was like, oh, Cat must be here. Not yet, not yet. I don't know if she's off this week or what. I don't know.
I didn't
if
think
she's off
she
this
was
week or not. She'll be in very, very soon. But thank you everybody again for watching. Look, I think Beyond Meat is going to go potentially the other way today. Whenever you get a move down like this with that high short float, obviously you'll wait for a dip down, and if you do get that, look for it to base out a little bit and then hit that long. I don't want to go short, not when you're down 20%, not when you have that level of $12, which I think it can hold a little bit there as well. It's a function of the market, right? I mean, is this name making any money? No. Are they going to continue to probably make moves back down to $10? Yeah, probably. But I just feel like the function of the market, anybody betting on the short here, you've broken below. There's a lot of names that kind of had this huge move up. I mean, this was a good move up, right? 11 to 18, I'll take that, right? But if you didn't, now you're waiting for earnings to come through, and then this happens. So now you have to wait to see if people are offside or not. Are the longs going to cover down here, or are they simply going to wait because they have a catalyst to go back up, and that would be the short side of it, right? So I don't know. I'd rather just wait. I've been burned on this too many times trying to get involved in these names, but look at this $12 mark. Makes sense to me down there. You have wicks down to 1150. Anything like this with a little bit of barcoding, I'm just going to be here to tell you I will miss this Beyond Meat trade because I'm not going to sit there and stare at it all day, wait for it to barcode, and then make a move up. I have it written down now. We're going to be looking at this name. Hopefully we can identify once it starts to go to sleep a little bit if it does do that. And when that starts to happen, that's when I want to look for some key levels to get in. So look, I love Beyond Meat for a trading opportunity today. I just got to find the right opportunity. And when that hits, I want to be there. It might be this 13 break, like right into there, 13.20, something like that, breaking sort of this pre-market range. If we can break out of there, then I think you do have some room to the upside and a lot of room to the upside. You could hit $15 today. I know that's going to sound ridiculous, but we've seen this recover everything all the way back, again, just because of market fundamentals. Hey, Randy, what's up? There's Randy. I hadn't seen him yesterday. Man, it was Canadian holiday. Any fishing? Anything like that you want to report to us? Nah, no fishing. Carrying a ladder. What's up with that ladder right now? Oh, he's fixing the HVAC around here now. Okay, there he goes. You see in the...
Kind of random. There he is. You see him.
There he is.
There's the shot.
See you, Randy. Hopefully we get a little more action here on the trading floor. I know they're going to be hiring. We can throw that up later on if you guys are interested. Definitely check out daytradetheworld.com and then our office here.
Still a few people taking the long weekend.
Yeah, we talked about that.
What's crazy is Randy walks by with a ladder, and that apparently isn't the only ladder that we have here. I don't know why there are two ladders sitting here.
Well, because sometimes I guess there's multiple guys that are trying
it's a little weird, but okay.
Nothing wrong with two ladders.
Let's get to Lucid, man.
I can't remember the last time I've seen Randy so intent on doing something. He was in a hurry with that ladder going somewhere. Anyway, Lucid, downside as well this morning. Here's the highlights, essentially. Revenue, EPS, both miss. 1,404 cars delivered in the second quarter, which is actually, I was just saying to Sharif, which is actually maybe a little bit more than most would have expected. They reiterate 10,000 and basically said they've delivered 1,400, but they're still on track to make 10,000 cars in all of 2023.
Yeah, well, look, they're better positioned here than some of their rivals. Fisker comes to mind, Polestar, Rivian. These companies are not as well capitalized. This company is holding $6.25 billion in total liquidity. That comes vis-a-vis the Saudi Public Investment Fund. So they're able to maneuver in ways that the others can't. What I do like as well, though, Brendo, coming from this company, the Lucid Gravity, the SUV coming up next year. You know that I've spoken badly about NIO, not having invested in SUVs and having focused more on sedans. I think Lucid was one of those ones as well. So it'll be nice to see that they're actually going to get into that market next year.
It'll be interesting to see where that pricing comes in for that SUV when it does appear. But I mean, still ultra high end. I mean, they even pointed out, this Aston Martin deal again in the quarter as significant, but it's kind of confusing overall to team up with a company like that. To supply drivetrains and batteries, guys. Is there a trade here today for Lucid?
Of course, there'll be a trade here.
No trades for
But
Lucid
that deal, we talked about the Aston Martin thing. It just the stock literally just didn't care about it. Let's be real. The level yesterday, if you look at 660, this is 660 on a daily chart, right? And it kind of gets obvious. And if you were looking at this one, if you're looking at right at the open, that's exactly when you had to take that breakdown short. However, the pre-market high happens to be right back in here at that same 660 level. If it gets through 660, that's the zone I like for that bottom channel of the short. Just keep in mind, this is, like, if you think Beyond Meat's a big short float, this is a 41% short float on Lucid. So if it gets through here, next level up is that big 7 area. I think past 7, you're starting to talk about it potentially squeezing. So I think 7 is that point where, hey, it gets above there and starts holding any kind of bid and any kind of buyers. I think it's just probably a squeeze long at that point. But 660 is my look. That's why I liked yesterday. Admittedly, probably said the same thing about this level yesterday and then missed the breakdown. This is a bit of a different story after the earnings. There is a good chance that it could move into that level and at the open. So that's what I want to focus on. I know I talked some Rivian, and just to go quickly, because there's not another opportunity to probably get into this one, or at least mention it. Rivian did not make the breakout of that 24.50 in the afternoon. We had like a 20-cent winner on the long. It just couldn't seem to break out. Now on sympathy, it is well away from that price area. If Lucid goes squeezing and I miss out, then I'm going to probably jump right back over and look at the 24.50 on Rivian. Just want to revisit that. If it holds double bottom, I do like this one breaking out. But I said if this was at the same price, I'd be looking breakout. Of course, Rivian is not at that price that I was looking for the break in the afternoon show.
All right. Yeah. Yo, Kat. What's up? Hola. Good to see you. Okay, so yeah, just real quick here, man, on Lucid. We're gonna have to wait. We're not in a big position right now. We are gonna try to get something out if it comes back down in here to 630. We talked a little bit about that. That's $6 billion. They're blowing $900 million a quarter. That $6 billion is gonna be gone very, very soon. Saudis are gonna have to come in and probably either take this company private or figure this out. They're losing. I mean, I don't know if money is really a factor. I mean, they're trying to, pay, sports athletes ridiculous amounts of money to do.
Well, they got plenty
whatever.
of money.
I don't think they're going to run out. It's just a matter of will the market be able to hold whatever valuation Lucid has, right? And so we're going to wait to see right now if hedge funds and everything are going to get caught offside on this name. It's only flat today, so it wasn't a huge quarter one way or the other. I feel like the opinion is still out on where this stock wants to go. So for me, we have $7 right there. It's the 50-period moving average on the daily chart. I'll be shorting it until it breaks that. We do have much bigger orders up here to get short if that does happen. Yesterday, we were able to get short 183 on Apple after hitting 182 short, so it can bounce around. We're definitely well aware of the movements that could happen here in Lucid today, especially off earnings. They're still losing money. I know Sharif's excited that they're going to be doing an SUV, so that's just another opportunity for them to lose more money. So it's kind of just like, that's great and everything. They're losing hundreds of thousands of dollars per car if you do the math. So, I mean, every single car they sell, they're taking an L. So now they're going to spend money developing a new car that's going to come out there. I mean, their base model is $82,000. Like, I know there's a lot of money out there. It's just that if you had $85,000, that's $82,000 plus tax plus this plus this. Is Lucid going to be the area that you look for? I know the Dream's winning a lot of awards. I think their low model is called the Pure or something like that. And I feel like the price needs to come down. Not only are they cutting prices of their cars, but they're not making any money to begin with. So now all of a sudden it's like, all right, we don't make any money, but here's another discount discount on top of that to make us make even less money just to try to capture some kind of a market share that is really being eaten up, obviously, all by Teslas. I mean, Canada just got a shipment of like hundreds of thousands of Tesla cars there because now Shanghai is pumping them out thousands of cars a day. So we're going to have to wait to see if Lucid can hold this. 10,000 cars they guided, you know, and they're going to hit that expectation. 10,000 cars, really? So 10,000 times how much they're going to lose per car. It just doesn't make any sense to me. I'm short Lucid. I wish everyone good luck if you're long. I'm short it pretty small. We'll wait to see at $7. And that's that.
Palantir, baby, let's go.
Rob is here. We were just discussing Palantir as well. I mean, it seems like every day there's some sort of AI headline for Palantir. Now, apparently, according to this note anyways, it's the AI gold standard is Palantir coming off of earnings. I mean, multiple analysts with their opinions as far as this report goes. But, I mean, similar to Lucid, here's Palantir. I mean, it's down, but, I mean, it's not really doing a lot.
Similar to the Messi of AI. Look at all these
AI gold standard.
Like, lots of stuff here. All right, guys, they're buying back $1 billion worth of shares, which is not negligible for a company of this size. They beat on the top and the bottom line. They expanded their reach in the commercial space. I believe 20%. Their government contracts continue to grow 30% year over year. And here's the kicker for me. This is what I like. Palantir is in talks with more than 300 additional companies, not government organizations, guys, commercial contracts, companies. So I want to see what the rest of the year brings.
What do we think here, guys, for PLTR today?
Could be a bit of a rinse and repeat, unless we get to some of the bigger levels, which I don't know. I mean, 16, 18, and 20 have been the big levels. Yesterday, we liked that 17. It was 17.20. I can show you where that comes from. You're like, why is there a line on the chart 17.20? Just go back in a couple of weeks ago when you had the big run up. You had the previous top, and then after the open, you broke out off the 17.20 level. So I was looking yesterday for the dip into that level. Once it did so, it bounced off 17. I entered the long. Right back up in here, you can see the tight little consolidation, and then it broke out. I think I'm looking at the same area for lack of a better place to trade. So if it breaks down into that range, I would just look for a 17 long again. If it can't hold there, it's easy enough to just say you get out. But you got to adhere to your stops. That's the other thing too. If it continues to the downside, 16 was like out of this world support for this stock. I can't imagine it gets to the 50 period in 16 without a battle today. So that's one of those levels that'll just be long 2s and 3s and 1s and all that good stuff into the 16, and then probably even give it more than 1 or 2 cents. Like I don't think I would get out at 15.99 on a 16 a long trade. I don't think we get there necessarily, but the 17 should be in play. If it were to pop anything past 19, I still think it's a short into 20. Based on the way I saw 20 trade last week, this is now out the window. I was prepared for it, but I think we're going to be testing the lower levels, hence looking for the dip buy. First 17, and then that 16 is like, that's the Alamo today. There's no chance even next week if we see that price. It's a good level on the daily.
Yeah. What's up? I agree with everything about Palantir there. I mean, I think they had such high expectations for the quarter. Everyone was talking about AI, underlay. And then the next thing you know, not super dramatic of a report. I mean, it just came out. It's kind of where it is. If you think about the NASDAQ being down 1% today or close enough to it, Palantir being down 3% is kind of like they didn't even report, right? So we're going to have to wait to see what happens. I did want to give a big shout out to lots of people on here. Hello World's been in the chat a lot today. What's up to Headspace? AMC. Everyone go to the movies, and we'll hit this off right now for AMC finally trying to turn a profit. That's going to be an interesting name today. Lucid short. Lucid is short. Palantir, great. Yeah, what's up to Al? What's up to Peter here? What's up to Bears vs. Bulls, my guy? What's up, David Kyle, everybody that's in the chat there. Tony Price is here. Hey, Ponzi Fonzie, what's up, my guy there? Everybody in the chat, thank you so much for supporting. You can join us in the chat by simply hitting the subscribe button. Then you can be part of our chat and part of the best community here on Twitter and on Instagram and on, I don't know if we have a Facebook or anything like that. I have a thread. I haven't used that, and I've been threading that to the grave, I guess. I haven't really been using that. And we talked about that yesterday. Is it called tweeting? Is it called Xing? What is it called?
You know, what's interesting, there were a lot of people, they were talking about this last week, the number of people that immediately signed up, and it was like 50% of them had left after a week. for threads.
It's going to be interesting to see where that goes. But for Palantir here today, yeah, I mean, look, I wrote down 1850 break because that's what I want to do. I don't want to really do anything else. I mean, if you break 1780, I could see that possibly being something for a long, and that could get going. But honestly, if I hit the 1780 long, then we still got to break this up here, 1790 and $18. So I feel like if you're going to take 1780, you might as well just wait for 18 and then that top right there of 1815 to go long. I'd rather be long than short this name because of those buybacks, because again, another profitable quarter. They're turning stuff around. They are going to be a huge name, and I think this is the winner over the next decade or so. I feel like you want to be in Palantir. This is not just because I'm in Palantir. I think a lot of traders are in Palantir. Now, this is not an undercover name by any stretch of the imagination. It only has a 7% short float, so that's not super interesting to me. It's just, if you get, again, no surprise there on an EPS in line, that it comes right down there. They test this bottom of $16 only for minutes. I was sitting here watching it. That was happening. It was like 4:05, almost as soon as it came out, boom to the downside, hit this 16, and that's it. It didn't even think about going back down there. It's not like it danced around there. Came down in, hit it, they bought it back up. So any kind of love down here to $16, you have to be sitting there with open arms for Palantir, and you got to give it some room. So let's wait to see if that happens. Here's $16 right here. I like that level. Obviously, if it gets down to 16, then you're going to be down 10% or so. You could also get the SSR bump for that reason. I'm either waiting for that around 1650, 1625 to start the long, or we break that 1850. That order is already in to break 1850. So if it breaks it, we're going long, and that is that.
All right, let's talk about AMC here. We were just discussing the fact that if you came in early enough this morning, I think it caught most people off guard in the sense that they were supposed to report tonight. But we sat down this morning and numbers were out. So it wasn't really doing a heck of a lot. I mean, it took out yesterday's high initially. Now we're starting to get going here a little bit more volume, more than 2 million shares anyway. But there's some highlights for you. Pretty good report right across the board. 12% uptick in attendance across the board year over year. Not bad.
Not bad at all. And they cut their costs. So average screens fell from 2.7%. They had 10,148 screens. They dropped that to 9,800 and change. It's an interesting look. I mean, Adam Aron basically releasing, the CEO of AMC, releasing a statement earlier on saying July was their highest monthly revenue in their 103-year history. That's not a bad look. Let's see what the rest of the day brings.
Unfortunately, there's now a both actor strike and writer strike, so that might be on pause for the next little while here. But nevertheless, nice look here, guys, for AMC.
Yeah, it's really starting to go. I mean, sometimes these earnings dates, it happens. Every source I had said the same thing, that it was supposed to be aftermarket today, but you move on, and we got it for you guys here. If you look at the 15-minute, I'm pulling back to the 25th so you can see the last time we were at these prices, it was a big resistance, about 5.25, 528 was that level. It then put in the same top yesterday, so you can see here, I feel like if people knew the earnings were supposed to be at this time, there would have been more activity, and there was just no volume when it retested that 28, and now you're breaking back out. That's a 15-minute chart. I think that's the level to go off of. Now it's already through 550. As long as it holds this, I do expect typically, I don't want to call it a quadunk, but I typically expect a dip at the open when AMC's running. That's usually what it does. And the question always becomes, can it hold the dip? And if it holds the dip at the breakout level, then that's always a strong sign for any stock that's trying to trend. I'm not chasing it up at 550. That's a little bit too far away from what I thought was going to be the big breakout level. But if you were, I was here. I just was like, no, they're not moving. There's no volume. It's not earnings. When it dips underneath by 1 cent and comes back above, like usually that's like a textbook go into the long. Sometimes you get a little bit surprised by the news, and that happened a bit. But if it dips down in here and does the same thing, I'll go for that long off the 528 level. In AMC, nothing to see with APE today because the news is about the earnings, not necessarily with that share conversion, which is still under doubt. In doubt.
Yeah, I think AMC has a good chance to go again here today. I mean, you're always going to look at, did you just mention the short float there?
I did not. I
missed exactly what it was. AMC, let's just check what the short float is again. 29, so right now 29% short on ANC with just a market cap there of only 2.6 billion. So, that does definitely have a chance to go here. We know what can happen with AMC when, Reddit, Everything gets on this, up 7% here today. It could run again. We've seen Carvana. We've seen, we could check on in GameStop, but, you know, we've seen some of these names go, and, you know, breaking that 550 could be something again here for AMC. I mean, here's a nice 20-minute move to the upside here on a 20-minute candle, and you're trying to break out. I mean, where are the breakout levels here? I don't know. Like, I'm not really seeing anything. So what I'd rather wait for it to happen is possibly a flush and then a buy down here. VWAP's 535. That's not far away. That could easily come through at any given time. And then 525 there as well. Could be a little bit of an area there because we had that from yesterday, this 525 area that we couldn't beat. Remember yesterday we went long on a 520 break. It only got as high as 528, and then we wound up getting out at 14 there at the close. So we were right about going long. It's just we don't hold overnight here. So let's just see if it can come back. Anything pulling back into this 520 area, I think is probably worth a long. The story's better today than it was yesterday. So if it was here yesterday, then it should be higher. So I'm looking for AMC back down to 520 area.
Tech here, as we were mentioning early this morning, if you're with us at 8:30. NVIDIA, interesting here. It's definitely active, more volume than normal in the pre-market. Very positive, very in-depth note from ARK Invest's chief researcher, I guess, for the fund out this morning, talking about why everyone should be focused on NVIDIA and the AI side of things. But overall, not a heck of a lot as far as news when it comes to big tech this morning, but going to be an important day, I think, here for some of these names once again.
Yeah, the China news definitely not helping the overall market. In case you're just joining, China coming out with weaker economic numbers with respect to exports. So that's going to probably put a little bit pressure on these big names. Apple on my list here is the only green big tech name so far, up 0.5%. So we'll see what the rest of the day brings for these big names.
Yeah, a lot of these were relatively strong into the close yesterday, including this one. Led the charge, in fact, almost all the way back to 455. But here we are, guys, kind of chopping around within the past couple of days range.
Well, interesting, like what was weak yesterday so far this morning is strong and kind of vice versa. So you've got like Amazon's down 1.3% into a 0.7 market. You said Apple up 0.5% into a down market. And if that's the case, sometimes it matters, sometimes it doesn't. But I mean, Amazon, a couple of days now after earnings, it's still in the same range.
Okay.
You can see a 139. You can see a 139 double bottom. That's where the long was. We could not get past that 142. Now on Friday, that 142 after earnings, that was the breakout price. It got to 44. It dipped down in. It held 42 initially before getting back up to the top. And then yesterday, there was a big battle at 42, ends up closing just above 142. So I'm looking at that as your resistance zone. Like anything above the 142 into 142.50, I think that's a bit of it's kind of like a trap zone. If it clears that out and heads to the high, okay, fine. Once you're past that half, it's a better story. But above that price, it feels like you could be heading back down into that 139. And if you start filling in the gap, it's obviously a gigantic gap. I don't know if that's the first look that I'll have for Amazon. Meta's the other one that we're looking at in the afternoon. Above 316 has been a short the last few days with a nice little top there just underneath the 318. So in a big pop, I'm looking to short into that 18 level on Meta. If it breaks out 18s, it's got a wild upside on Meta, and it's putting in some higher lows. So there's always a chance it could do it. Have not been able to trade off that 9-10 area since Thursday. 10's been the bottom, even though 9 was that wick bottom on Thursday. So, for Meta, I still like the same levels on Meta that I did yesterday.
Look, the number one stock on the show yesterday was Apple. We had a great trade early. We shorted it. We shorted it at 183. We shorted it at 182. And then we covered it at 178. It was an absolute monster. We'll see if we can do something like this again here today. We are now short Apple already. We have it written down here. Let's just play it. It was our biggest name yesterday. Let's just keep on doing it. Not a great report. Market falls down. Apple falls down. Let's just see where it goes. I will be able to get out of this because we have a plan. And that is that if it takes down this 182 area, then we are gone. So we'll leg into this right now. We're into it right here. We had to hold this about $1 and change against us yesterday to make $4. So hopefully we don't have to hold it $1 against us today. But if we do, we are waiting for some more opportunities to short Apple near in and around that 182 area. And if it continues to run up, then we'll just adjust and see what this market wants to bring to us. NASDAQ down here today, 0.75. And yeah, Apple's trying to get back going, right? But there it is right there. Look, I mean, already we're in the money 20 cents. Let's see if it continues to, here it is. Let's see if it continues to fade down now. So I'm going to get something out here at 179.20. Why not? We'll put that money in our pocket. If we would take 70 cents if the market's open, let's take it when it's not, right now at 9.28. So it's going to be a big day here, big tech. Another name that's on the sticky note, you can go find it at Trader TV Sean, is of course Google. And I love this name. This is, you know, another one of my huge holdings. If we break below, above this 132, then that's a problem. But for now, maybe Google's one of the next names to sort of hit downside a little bit. It's been a nice run, great earnings report, but hey, if we're going to fade the tech names, then this is another one that I want to try to get going to through 132 as a possible fade. And then just because we're done everything now, we can go over to JP Morgan and have a look at this one as well, near 156. We're waiting to see if that can come into play here. So, hey, yesterday we were super patient. We absolutely destroyed the market. And if we could do that again today, then we would be pretty happy. Yesterday we were 5 for 5. We did have the L at the end of the day on AMC, so we'll see if we can just keep the momentum going here with only now 40 seconds on. It looks like the man, the myth, the professor will ring the bell for us.
A couple of big
here
games
today.
A couple of big names. Chegg is the biggest mover to the upside of any of the earnings play. It just broke the high of the day. I was looking dip. I thought it would dip in beneath 12, and I was looking for a dip buy. That's out the window. And watch out for PRTA. It's your latest penny stock going absolutely under. It just broke 50. If it pops above 52, I think that's an SSR play. Proterra, I think, is the name of that company. It is golf shirt day, but it's actually National Cat Day, apparently. So in 4, 3, 2, and 1, ring it. The irony of not having cat on the bell when apparently it's National Cat Day, but I was just told that by people in the chat. I don't know if that's actually true. So that name I was talking about just now, very quickly, that Proterra, it is absolutely dumping already. I was looking to short the pop into this off the 52 area, and this is possibly heading to at least close to zero. What the heck happened to Nvidia?
Cracked.
Nvidia just, right off the open, it just dropped like a couple, my chart's not loading now. Nvidia just dropped all the way to 447 on a single wick at the open there, and then immediately bounced. So watch out for that kind of false bottom if it gets back above 450. That was a little fast.
Yeah, I'm going to wait here. I'm just putting out some shorts to start off the day.
35.
I mean, look what we told you already. There goes Apple to the downside right now, so we already got a big winner on that one, and no, I don't feel bad about it. Hopefully it can come in even a little bit more than this, man. I'm bidding the 20s here for Apple. Let's see if we get that fill. I was bidding 26. You know where it stopped at? 27. So that continues to happen every day to me, it seems like. But that's okay. That's trading, and we are short AMD as well right now off of 115. We break lower than that, then there it is right there. We're going to start the day off right now again with ringing the cash register a little bit here on Apple. Can we already get a dollar club? Can this be a dollar club right now after the first 1 minute of play here in the period? So here comes Apple. Now starting to go back down to the downside. I know Brittany's unhinged, but we did it again right now. There goes Apple back down to 179. Let's see if that can even break this 179 level. Trying to bounce off a little bit here. I'll put something at 179 flat, see if we can grab that. And by the way, look at AMD. I don't know, man. I'm just glad to be back. AMD starting to go back in to the downside on this one as well. Trying to take some names on this. Bid some 35s. There it is, man. 70 cents in the money for you on Apple. 70 cents in the, or 40 cents in the money for you on AMD. It's 2 for 2. The party's just getting started.
Yeah, it was just that wick top at 450. I don't know what's going on with my NVIDIA chart. I apologize for it, but there was a wick top of 450. This is not a real print up to 451. It just took out 449 again. So that quick up and down off that key 450 level on NVIDIA. This is ridiculous. I don't know what's going on with that chart. This is a ridiculous move. It was already at 47, so let's see if it gets back down there on a retest. That Proterra I mentioned, that 50 break, it's at 35 cents. Now, I'd just be thinking about a dead cat bounce for that thing. That is absolutely insane. Li Auto is starting to pull back as well, so everything coming to the downside. Hopefully this chart will actually load. Remember, I liked 41 for the dip buy on Li Auto. That just tagged 42 even. Maybe the dip is already in here.
Guys, I just want to thank everybody, man, for the chat and everything that's going on out there. I mean, I don't know how we continue to do it, but we're doing it. Apple, we just got a 179. Apple did go in almost into the dollar club there. Bounced.
Again, audio's still good. Audio's still good.
Audio's still good. Okay, so, all right, well, we can't hit the dollar club too much now, but hopefully we can.
Just go right to Randy or Rob.
Yeah, Ramin,
Just go right
Just
to
go.
Randy
You
and
gotta
Rob.
go get
You gotta go
somebody,
get them.
please.
Just gotta go get them.
ASAP. Don't adjust cameras. Here we go. So, yeah, we'll have to watch out. We are now blacked out.
And we have, look, this is one of the things, your Bluetooth will be done. So if you
Yeah,
have
well.
stop orders out and that protects you, then you should be okay here. If anything was crazy, if I had orders out without protection, then you want to just get yourself flat, and we can do that at the bridge. We can run over and grab wrinkles. The breaker's back on, so just got to turn the PCs back on and get everything started.
Oh, you got to turn the PCs back on even?
Yeah, you got to, everything has to get turned back on here. See, you guys can see us on camera still. Like as I'm turning my PC back, and we can see like the stream's going.
I don't
Look
even
at
know how to
Cat's
turn
there.
my thing on here.
Why is this? Yeah, my PC's not turning back on. Oh, there we go. Now my PC's turning back on. As I look over and watch the stream, you can kind of see like the YouTube's still going. There we go. You guys can see it. We can see our program monitor now.
All right.
So we have to reload our trading stations. Not much we can do about it at this particular point.
Why can't we figure this out?
So I know exactly what happened. Like Nvidia had to have run that 450, so
Hopefully
I took
Apple's
the quick
like at
dollar
160
scalp,
now
and
or
then it just came back in. We should be back up and running. Why is it?
I don't know. I thought my computer. Oh, here it is.
It
My
was
computer
going,
is
but-
trying to go back.
Okay.
Hopefully there's not like a Windows update that takes like 25 minutes now.
Could you imagine if we had a Windows update? Mine's still not.
Mine is, hey everybody, yeah, welcome to tradertv.live.
Oh, my
not
camera's
trading,
coming back.
right now, but we are waiting for this to
right,
go.
here
Here
it
we
goes.
go. I'm going to log in now.
It's like this never happened. And then twice in the last couple of days.
Someone tell me what, I mean, it's not like I can see any. You're live what? Yeah, we'll be up. We'll be
Yeah,
up
we're
in
just
this- we'll be
logging
up
in,
a
guys.
second.
So you bear with us here. Got to make sure we can get back.
There we go. I have Sharif's screen. Yeah, keep Sharif's screen up right there. Sharif, put on Apple or something so I can see what's going on right there for Apple. Show your brokerage account.
Don't dox yourself, Sharif. You don't want to do that. That's been done before on this program, not by me. I've never done
You
that.
know, because you're not in processor.
There we go.
Could you
Now-
put on Sharif's
Put
screen
on
if you have
Sharif's screen
access
because
to
we're
it.
not going to have anything till we
So
log
what
in.
is Apple at here? 179. Okay, that was my big one there. Do you want to check Lucid there for us? And just for everybody watching there, Sharif, just fly through some of the bigger names. All right, so we got Apple there. I'm just logging in, as you can see. So there's Lucid there, 638. So we're still short on Lucid, I imagine, anyways, unless it ripped up, which it doesn't look like it did. Now I'm trying to log in. I don't even know if I'm able to log in here.
I'm
but
getting
we're
an
gonna-
error when I'm logging to P-Pro 8.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, not a great start to the show, but welcome back, and thank you to everybody for being very, very patient with us here as we continue to sort of struggle with power issues. That happened last week.
How could it restart?
And it happened again today. So, thank you everybody for waiting for us. We do have, if Sharif's mic is live, why don't we just throw to Sharif and he can cover it? Because why is your system not affected
I don't know.
but ours is? Oh, different circuit. Okay. Can we switch to that circuit right now?
Yeah, Meta popped
Okay,
up
so hold on a
big.
second. I just got to log back in here quickly.
Oh, okay, now I think it's going to work.
There you
Sorry,
go.
guys. We're just sort. Sharif,
You're
we told you
killing
we're
me,
throwing
Fabian.
to you, man, and now all of a sudden you're just mowing down on.
Well, you know
food.
what? Here, Meta popped up big off 314.40 bottom, Sean, touching 318, 317.89. It's the only one that went big up on the open.
Somehow I had to kill
Amazon,
it in
kind of
the
the
task
opposite,
manager.
guys. Amazon, kind of the opposite. It's tanking here. 140.84 is where we started out at. We're trying to test 140 right now. It's going red, 1.5% to the downside. Amazon not
AMD
looking
got
real
stopped
good.
out.
It's actually the
How?
most.
No.
It's more red than any of the other big tech names. Actually, Tesla's 1.2% down right now. Amazon still heading down, breaking through one. Here comes that 140 level on Amazon. I don't wonder what Obi-Wan Kenobi is doing back there because there's big boy buying here, but buyers trying to keep the level at 140. I don't know if we're going to hold here, guys. A lot of volume coming in, pardon me, on this name. I don't see a specific catalyst for why Amazon is moving down, quite frankly.
On, I can take it over now.
Yeah,
I'm
go.
back. So, all right. So let's go over here, guys. Well, thank you for all the patience here. I'm back, and we're going to see if we can rock and roll a little bit here. So, unfortunately, we were short on AMD, and then we just got stopped out when it broke through 15 again as my Trade Ideas is loading up. Shout out to Michael Noss and everybody over there at Trade Ideas. I do have a couple positions. Those are all very accurate. Long Palantir here at 50, so we can call that up right now. Apple is Tank City a little bit to the downside right now, so that's happening nicely for us. And guys, this is what trading's all about. Oh, my stream deck is down as well. And sometimes, you know, you guys have issues at your place. We have Mark and Rob right here. They're going to figure this out, and we just appreciate everybody's patience for sticking with us here as this unfortunate, you know, event just happened to us, but that's okay. You know, I guess sometimes not taking very many shares off the open does have its benefits right there. But yeah, that sucks because we're going to have an L on our hand right here with AMD, which is really too bad because there's a 115 short. It did get busted. It's now weighing the money back down into the downside. So hopefully some of you traders out there will have some sort of an AMD position on. And if you do, congratulations on that one. So that's a good short there. Just got a firewall thing that just jumped up here. That's okay. As we just get ready to rock and roll. Neil, what is your situation? I'm in Palantir.
So I got wicked out of, thankfully I took some profit on Nvidia like right before that happened because it gave the dollar and then wicked that 450 level. So my stop was in place to protect me. That's why you use stop orders. But it's going to be a pretty frustrating one. Palantir got down pretty much 10% and then bounced while we were gone off of 1620. You know we like that wall at 16. Bit of a missed opportunity, but it happens. I mean, if you got Palantir, congratulations to you. I like this level. It doesn't matter. We had no chance to execute off of it. Maybe we get a second opportunity on Palantir. It's just, that's what happens. You can miss out on these chances sometimes. And that was, now it's already at 1650. I mean, Palantir down 10% to me was pretty much the ideal dip bounce play. Now I have to find a way to get into this one because we just weren't on when it happened. But it is what it is. You move on to the next one.
Yes,
NVIDIA is right back up here at that 451, so we might get a second crack at it. And hey, you know what? The restart and my chart's working on NVIDIA. So I had the 450 into the pre-market lows there. It was actually more like $1.25. And now it's back above the 450 level. So it's holding forward above 450 on NVIDIA. If it can do this, great. Once you break back below, I think you're looking for those shorts. NEO at 14. Yes. This will load here. NEO at 14. Initial bounce got to 14.15, and when it gave it up, it's right down at 13.80. So NEO is on a tear to the downside. I can only assume Li Auto is doing the same thing. And we were talking about that 41 that we liked. Maybe not there just yet. But Li Auto's getting pretty darn close. Actually got down to 42, still trending to the downside on Li.
So,
I still need to log in.
Yeah, Lucid, I don't have Unity or anything, so you guys are just going to have to throw it to Brendan whenever you want. Okay, so right now, let's just go, man. Let's spin the money. You know, power be damned. Right now, when you have the right positions, you have the right damn positions. And right now, there goes Lucid. Nice move down to 1620. This is again, a trade that we wanted. The only thing that didn't trigger, because again we were shut down, and I guess it wasn't server side, it was with us, was this break right there. We would have liked to get a little bit more short on that 630 break. That didn't happen. We did a 631 fill. Would have liked to short more there through 630, but that's okay. So we don't have the full position on that we want for Lucid. But here comes Palantir. I like this name as well. So Palantir coming through right now. We'll see where we can go. We've already have this bid down here. It is coming back in. So let's take a little bit more. Now we are watching out for that 16 level. We talked about that as a possible breaking spot there for Palantir. And there it is right there, 1579. We didn't hit anywhere recently. We are at the lows now for PLTR. So we're going to take some positions on here and just see where we go from here. I mean, whatever. If this one loses, this one loses. We got to be very, very careful of that level there for PLTR down near 16. So far, so good though, man. Lucid got some out. Apple was a great trade for us, and then AMD unfortunately did get squashed upside there, but I still like the name here, and I still look to get back into a short for AMD.
Actually did set up exact. It is what it is. Meta went right into that wick high that we were talking about and gave you the flush. It was like a $2 move. Maybe we get a second chance at the same price up here, short in the top end of the range. Once it got to 316, you look for the short into 318. The top is 317.90. There might be a double tap of that. If we get it, we get it. As I mentioned, I got into Palantir now off of that 1620 low. I'm long at 31s. We'll see how far that one can go. But Meta, an absolute high flyer right into that short level. But I didn't have an offer sitting there. You know, Meta's going to move $4 or $5. It was $3 away. I'm not going to have an offer $3 away from a price. Palantir was the entry. To me, that was the easily, it is what it is. 16 is such a big level. If it gets to 16.5, I think you take something out. You want to get some profit. And then I was mentioning that Proterra. it is still making lows, it looks like, down around 30 cents. This is the quintessential. They're going bankrupt. If there's an SSR bounce here, it's going to be one that I want. No bid just yet, but if it shows up at like 30 cents or 25 cents, I do take a crack here. And then AMC on earnings, it did do the dip. It had no bounce anyways at that 528. It's trying to bounce now. It closed at 512, so green to red would be that 512 level. That's not a bad place for a bounce either here for AMC.
All right, AMD's coming back up as well. Hit the like button, man. Over 8,000 people watching. Thank you so much for everything that we've done today. Thank you for staying with us, and thank you for helping us sort of figure out all that, letting us know we're online. Thanks to Bears vs. Bulls as well for everything. I was still looking at AMD. I mean, the market's down. We're down below VWAP here. AMD's looks a little low here. We are coming up to this 1550 area, though. So if we do get a little bit of a rip up here for AMD, I think that this is going to be a short that we like. I'm going to try it now right around here. Oh, we just missed it. I just offered 95 on AMD and missed that right now. There goes Apple, man. If you want to talk about a trade right now, we do have our very first member of the Dollar Club right now because Apple's Tank City. And again, if you're going to rock with the best, then you got to rock with the sticky note because Apple has been on there back-to-back days giving you guys the short, and that's just cash right there. That's $1, man. There it is. That's your first official Dollar Club member right now. So we're going to barbecue up some of those profits here on Apple, and like I said, power be damned. We're here. We're ready to rock and roll. It's Apple. It's a nice little downside winner for us now as well. Great outs for me on Lucid, man. We just got a 620 out off of 640 shorts, or sorry, 640 short, yeah. So that's a good one. And okay, we are now actually reloaded. Back here, we do now have Palantir at 32s. This is a decent price for us. Let's just wait to see what happens. Obviously, if we break too much below 16 bucks, then we're going to have to get out of this one. But right now, Palantir down 10%. As we mentioned, I said that if you come down in here into these levels, we wanted to get the long. So we did that. We've already taken some profit out. Like, this is what happens. We get the long and then the power outage goes out. I took already 30 cents on this name. So we're already cashing out on Palantir, but it needs to go back up if this is going to be a profitable trade for us. So let's go Palantir, man. A lot of money riding on this one.
I got out of Palantir when it broke the local bottom. If I'm bouncing off that play, I'm not holding it past low. 16, I think, is a monster level. If it gets there, we're 20 cents away from it, which is a good 1.25%. If it ends up being a wick bottom, I jump back in if it can retake the quarter and then look for the play back into VWAP. But until that happens, I'm still looking for the bounce somewhere else on this. But I want to get to Tilray very quickly. There was not a lot of chatter about it, but I did mention in the chat while we're going, I didn't want to interrupt at the time. We're close to the open. 260 here on Tilray. There is your double top from last week. There is a triple if you include the pre-market. And Tilray's up 13%. My daily's not really loading up there, but you have a triple top on Tilray if it takes out that 260 level. I am looking for the breakout on Tilray, just to be clear. I do like it. We're going to have it. Chegg has just given everything back and is getting very close to that $11 level. So Chegg, at the moment, it was wicking that 13 high. There's nothing you can do. You can never get that short. Unless even if I had a stop order in, I don't think, I'm probably not going to get that fill. Maybe you could get it manually. I have no idea. I have no way to be able to tell. But the $11 level is where I think support can come into Chegg, which, again, giving pretty much everything back on that earnings name that was up 50%. You're back underneath the 450 on Nvidia. I think it's shorts underneath this price pretty much ad nauseum. Palantir still trying to hold on to that bottom. I need to see quarters, or I'm not going back into that long.
All right, just watching out for Palantir here coming through. So we do have, obviously, we talked about that. Our Apple trade is pretty huge. And we just missed, I offered 95, so 95 was there on the offer for AMD, but we did miss it. So we're going to have to wait to see where that goes from now. Hopefully, will fill us up a little bit. It's a nice move down on the NASDAQ. Apple's really starting to go downside again. Like, the number one stock yesterday is going to be the number one stock today, fingers crossed. Hopefully Palantir can get that going back up to the upside right now for that. But right now, Apple's continuing to make a move down. Where may we want to get out on this name? So let's just, unfortunately, we have all these wicks again today. Because we got logged out, some of these are going to happen again. But that's 177.50 bouncing spot there already. So maybe that's something where we can put a bid here for Apple. But if this market goes back up, then we can find out what's...
I thought I...
No, Unity's not connected for me. I don't have my Bluetooth connected. Hopefully continue to go back up to the upside. Here comes Palantir right now. So that's 1630. We just took an out there at 24.25. Just to wait. I got out a 10% right there. So let's see where the movement is going to come from here on PLTR. It's obviously its downside. We've talked about that trade today. I don't know. I'm not really loving it here. Let's just see where it goes. We're just kind of sitting in the profits of Apple right now and waiting to see if something does happen there with Palantir. Okay, I guess we got to go to Brendan. Look.
All right, UPST coming up tonight after the close, guys. JP Morgan out with this, maintaining their underweight, but raising the price target. So earnings to come. Nice look here so far for Upstart.
So there's the quarters on Palantir. I'm now back into it. I wanted to see quarters come to the upside,
go
but I got to
Palantir,
get to
dude.
DraftKings for a quick second. I had a keystroke error short. If you saw me short, you know I like the long above this price. It is bouncing off that 32.35. You're back at that
shares.
50 level, so we're going to go off that long. We talked about... And that chart is, okay, there you go. My daily chart is gone. Thank you very much there, DraftKings. But you're back above that 32.35, looking for the tempted breakout here. If it gets back underneath that 32.35 level, that is my out on DraftKings. So if it's going to be good, I like this breakout. You have a lot of room to run, but I do not want it getting back underneath that breakout resistance. I guess support level at this point. It would be a support level. This TTOO just does not seem to want to make any bottoms. Not TTOO. TTOO, yes, that's on earnings, but that Pantera, PTRA, Proterra, it just hit 30 after a 50 dump. So this is down 80%. There's been no halts because it's a penny stock, but this is an SSR bounce I'm going to have. The first major level it retraces, if you see me punch in, if it holds 29, I punch long 30. If it holds 24, I punch long 25. That's what I'm looking for on PTRA. But DraftKings now long, Palantir as well. If I get NVIDIA back to 450, I still like that short. And Meta's got a long way to go for the levels that I wanted to grab. I mean, you guys can see the chart. It's kind of frustrating.
All right, so we're all good now with Bluetooth. Thank you so much, everybody, Ramin and Fabian and everybody there as well. But you know what, man? It's just glad to be back one more time. Now we're in almost a $2 club right now for Apple. We got that fill early, and it's just been party on, man. Look at this. Boom to the downside. Cash, cash, cash. Still have a decent position on this one as it continues to make the move to the downside. This Eli Lilly, we talked about how much of a monster this is. It's not stopping anytime soon. So, up 16%, broke through 500. What a monster move here, just straight to the upside. Congratulations, anybody that owns this stock. And yeah, let's go. And I'm just waiting for Palantir to go now. You know, everything else is kind of just in the money, waiting for something to happen. It's Palantir that I'm really waiting for the explosive move. 1640, 1650. Do I even have some offers up there? I don't even know. We'll have to double check what's going on with Palantir right now because we got a whole bunch of cancels. Yeah, 1650. I have an offer at 1653. Maybe we got to get something a little bit earlier than that, as we did put on decent sized position here for Palantir. It came right into where we wanted it. So now we just sit in our position and see if it will create a little bit of a move back upside, but we are still watching out for that key level. I never get into a trade without having an out, so I feel like that's just a responsible thing to do here. Let's take some 34s there on Palantir. It's going back up to the upside, so you know we're doing good on that. So let's wait to see VTGN apparently halting. We could see
that's one from before.
Yeah, that's one from yesterday. That was up to $65, and now again halting to the downside. So hopefully you got out at $60-something yesterday in the pre-market. Come on, Palantir. This is the whole damn day right now on this name, so we've got this. Let's go, Palantir. Let's moon this back up to 17, please. That would be nice, so we'll see if that can happen here for PLTR. Your boy's on it, and we've got a decent-sized position, so we're cheering on PLTR.
Yeah, it's try number 2. We had one shot in. It took out the low. It wicked the bottom again. I get in again. I'll always get in, get out. But I didn't take any profits till just right there. For risking 12 to 13 cents, and that's where 1-to-1 starts. And if it gets to VWAP, that's where the bulk of the position needs to be out, at least for my setup. DraftKings is continuing to head to the upside. The market's flushing, by the way, 1.29% to the downside. As I said, I did keystroke DraftKings over there. When I came back over, the window that I had up, which I thought was a different stock, it ended up being DraftKings. I'm like, whoa, 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 whoa. Do not want to be short that name. It bounced off our nice little zone there. We're going to take some out as it's getting to the high of the day. And then 33 is almost an add point for me on DraftKings. Proterra, it did hold 30 at least initially. So I got in at 30 pretty much exactly. this little wick bottom, got in at 30. I'll give it to the local bottom. I'm looking for 32, 34, make a judgment call at 36. That's where the initial move was abated. So this name, they're going under here. I'm just looking for the old SSR bounce. So Palantir long, that's definitely working out here. Want to go back over to,
yes.
We're going to go to Brennan in a quick second. Meta is at 314 and bouncing off pre-market lows. We'll go to Brennan. I was about to tell you it's a dip buy here on Meta, but no one cares.
A few people mentioning this one, BURU. This is a laser company announcing a new contract with NASA for, they're going to team up on this blue laser technology to transmit data, essentially is what it does. But back to the upside right now, just broke back down through $2 though for BURU.
All right, so a couple good names moving around there. Yeah, look at this market, completely collapsing, man. Hopefully you guys are part of Sticky Note Nation. We gave you Apple 180. Right there on the sticky note. That came in. Now it's almost $3. Well, it's $2 in the money. I think we could still get $3. And why are we celebrating? Because Palantir, man, that was such a great trade. Now, hopefully, it can get back up to VWAP. That would be, like I said, man, very, very sweet if that happens. I'm taking some pieces out here as it starts to climb up. Actually, I don't know. I mean, my next offer, we said, was breaking through the 50s. Then what is this? This is 72, 73. Oh, my God. Let's go PLTR, man. I don't even know. Is Kathy even back in this name yet? Let's keep going to the upside. There's a 49 fill. There's a 50 fill. Let's keep going. 53, 54. This is what we're talking about, man. It is Trader TV Live. You're now rocking with the best of us. So there it goes. Nice little move up to the upside right there, man. Apple, $2 in the money. Lucid, always giving his winners today. Unfortunately, AMD gets stopped out as we have our power outage. That would only be $2 in the money, but we don't have that one. And there we go. Let's just keep getting more and more out here of Palantir. Now we're out of half of our position. So we can now hold on. Look, if the market actually rebounds here today, then maybe we'll have something on Palantir. But until then, we just kind of got to wait for that. So I'm here. We'll wait for that. Lucid as well. Oh, man, it went back down to 20s there. So let's take a piece out of Lucid. I'm just going to hold out on Apple. Just leave that. If it continues to fall down, then it continues to fall down, and it is what it is. Next target for me on Palantir. We actually have an offer at 64, so let's just leave it. Feel like we are getting a little bit greedy up here, but, you know, we're here to trade. So let's see what happens there on PLTR.
It's got a 10 bottom on that reclaim of 15, even with a local bottom of 16. So that's like 10 cents worth of risk. It's now at the profit-taking zone. I still have a bit more than half, so I'm going to take some out in the 50s. But as I was alluding to Meta with, I mean, the entirety of the range got put in. I liked the short on Meta, you guys know that, but as the power outage happened, it gave you the perfect wick entry for that short trade. It then made a double bottom off 314, which I was just sort of chewing through there. It's already broken 15, so on the way to VWAP. I think we can get back to the 16 level. I want to be out this at 16 because it's still a downward trending stock in a downward trending market. If you got the bottom, great. But my first look was the short above 316. So if I get a 14 half bounce into 16, I'm taking that profit and I'm running away with it. So that long is definitely working out. The market to the downside, but you know what? You got to find the right longs, and the right longs can work out for you. If you're still thinking about Tilray, I have my order out on Tilray, and it is now 2 cents away for that 260 break. So this one's likely to tick in there on that 260 break. It is a bit of a triple top here if you look at the 15-minute. Up 16%. It's the quietest 16% up move because almost nobody was talking about it in the pre-market, and then now looking for that top-end break. It's kind of a round number. The real double top's at like 55, but I like that 60. It's got a little size on the offer too.
Oh, man. You know what? This just goes back to believe, you know, I was just joking about like no power, no problem. But honestly, it's like if you have the right orders out at the right spots, and this is why it is important to always have sort of that risk parameter out there for if something goes wrong, do you have your stop orders in place, right? And I mean, for me, we had the bids in place, and we were just able to buy some Palantir. Then it actually went even lower when we got back on, and we were able to buy some 615s right there, right in the face of the move down, because we're protecting our 16s. Let's just get some more out upside right now. We've sort of hit our daily goal despite all this chaos. We obviously going to be starting to up our goals a little bit. Lucid just fell down. We got a 26 fill. Now it's right back up to the upside. This was the name that I kind of felt like we wanted to sort of ease back on a little bit. Wasn't sure what the direction would be. Now it's giving us a nice little move to the upside, but not on a whole bunch of volume down there. So I still like to short this name, but I am going to wait. If this starts to go against me, we don't have so many shares left. It was a pretty light position to begin with because we never got that pop. And right now we are getting a little bit of a pop back up to some of these pre-market levels. So I feel like a little bit of a short here at 46, 47. We'll just take it now just because, and then we're going to have to wait for 7. I mean, if that comes through, great. If not, great. I mean, we're going to wait on it right now. Palantir is going up, yeah, but we want to look at some more names. We did talk about Google. I know you mentioned Amazon a little bit too before, Neil.
I didn't have a chance to really.
Yeah.
Meta was the one that had moved when the outage came back. Meta moved more, so I had to go over to that name. Yeah, my dailies are. At some point, I think after that restart, my daily charts are going to help me out. But I liked Amazon for 142 short. I don't think that's a real candle. If that's a real wick at 918, then whatever. Like, if aliens are real. But 141 is actual bottom.
Aliens are real, I think, anyways.
I know there was that stuff.
Yeah,
I haven't seen any of it, but people telling me that it's actually real. 139 on Amazon did wick the bottom. That was the other level we had talked about, but again, if you're right there for it, great. Palantir was making, I think, a better bottom and more interesting one. We talked about that off earnings. I did just get Tilray on the break. So let's see how far it can go. 275 is a big level on Tilray. I'm gonna have to use my trade ideas charts, but 275 a big level, not for that wick, but if it gets up there, you got to be taking some profit on a Tilray if it gets up to that price. I'm gonna be all over it. Meta, got to take profit. It just came up and tagged. There's my 15-minute. It just came up and tagged that 16, could not hold it, so we grabbed the dip buy, and now it's back underneath support. So you got to take your win, but have yourself a bit of an out. This market is trending to the downside, so I'm always going to take profit on those longs. Speaking of those, Palantir starting to come back in. Bigger picture on PLTR here. If it gets back to 17, that seems like an obvious fade. Now that it's trying to hold this 50 area, I want to give it a chance to do so, but I said VWAP. So I'm only holding on to a quarter of it still. As a matter of fact, I should have more out than that. It's already rolling back in. I think it's worthy of another crack for the long in front of 16 even, but I like VWAP. It got so close. I had one more fill right up there at 67. Wasn't able to get that, but it's now pulling back in here on PLTR.
Yeah, so we're lucky enough to. Ooh, there's some size on Palantir, some shenanigans happening right now, as you can see right there. So there's some big guy posting. He's probably just going to get pulled here. Yeah, probably a box, anyways. I don't know what's a pronoun for an ARB, a black box right now. It, he, she.
I'd say
they.
It. I'd say it.
Yeah, I'd say it as well. So right now, 1644 coming through here. We'll see if that can hold. I'm not gonna use that as leverage for me to get long. That seems to be too fishy for me. Like someone spreading out 60,000 shares amongst 4 different gateways. Now let's see if they get filled. They got filled. I think they are getting filled. So they are getting filled. So this is real. So Kathy Wood is not choosing a specific gateway. She's just on all of them right there. So there it is. It gets broken, and here it comes back down to the downside. That's why you get out when you come up here to VWAP, right? So we have less than half left. We have about 40% left. So yeah, we would like to see this. Oh, here we go. You know what? Let's take. Well, we'll look at here. This reminds me. We'll look at the top traders in Day Trade the World after this. As I just saw that up there right now. We'll look at that in a minute. All right, Lucid. Good reload short. Maybe we took some there at 45. It's back down. 35 was that sort of base bottom there near VWAP. So we'll put some orders out here. We'll use some gateways where we get paid to get filled. As I'm thinking, it does come back down to the downside. So we'll wait for 635 there to take another fill there on that one. Apple, we only have 20% left as we have 4 outs right there. We got that 177. We actually mentioned 177.50 as kind of a bouncing spot there. All right, there goes Palantir. So
it's holding.
Yeah, we saw that fill at 46, I think it was, or 43. And now let's just wait to see. It did flush off that volume spike. I just got some more out there at 48, so hopefully, or that was my last fill, was 49, sorry. Now hopefully it can bump back up and we'll be able to watch that. AMD is really the shame. But I talked about having a stop order, so we did get stopped out when it broke through 115. But look at this name, absolutely collapsing. And we did have AMD targeted as a short. I like Intel breaking below 34. So there's a good
NVIDIA is dying too.
Yeah, so let's AMD, NVIDIA, your meta there was a good call. It's too bad that was at that high. But it's now at a low for Meta as well. But okay, all right, we got to pay some bills. So let's go over to the desk with Brendan.
This segment of the show brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits. The program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Use promo code TTV for 10% off. All right, 10 o'clock. Let's get you caught up on what you need to know so far this morning. As far as what is weak at this point, it's banking stocks to the downside. If you missed it, Moody's cutting their rating on 10 mid-size and smaller banks this morning. But that has, this is just the XLF, but that has the entire sector to the downside. Shout out to Benzinga once again, bringing you all the information you need on a daily basis. If you're with us in the pre-market, we talked about Lucid. They reiterated their full-year production target of 10,000 for the entire year. They delivered 1,404 cars in their current quarter. Beyond Meat cutting their forecast, missed on earnings as well, along with AMC, actually better than expected, 12% increase year over year attendance for AMC, but yeah, not good. Right back to now negative on the session versus where it ended the day yesterday. I saw this one, Coinbase popped up right out of the gate to 88 there, but quickly faded back down. Bitcoin not really doing anything, but a little bit of relative strength, guys, for Coin today. The folks at Benzinga are such big fans of the show that they're offering Trader TV viewers 50% off their premier news and research platform for retail traders. Benzinga Pro for a limited time, and only for the first 100 who register. The coupon is automatically applied when you use our link to go to their checkout.
So you guys, I mean, none of you guys know what just happened, but right as Brendan was finishing talking, there was like a popping sound, and then a light went off next to us, and Mark was right over there, and I'm like, oh, not again, but then our screens were absolutely fine. So that was a bit of
I was like,
my heart literally, like, it skipped, because I thought we just lost power again, and I wasn't really in a lot of positions. I had a few orders out, but I didn't really have anything out there, so I wasn't really freaking out that bad. So Tilray, just a quick story here. Tilray, it did make that break of 60. It just got to the first 5 cents, which is 65, 65, 70, 75, 80, 85, all that kind of ridiculous stuff every 5 cents on Tilray. I will be having my offers out, but I am going to have those. Now Palantir is starting to pump. Now you're at VWAP. So I got my VWAP fill on PLTR. Why is this not? There we go. Just got the VWAP fill on Palantir. Next stop is that 17 line in the sand from yesterday. Yesterday, 17 was support. I think it would make sense if this turned into resistance on Palantir. So I want to respect this one up in front of that 17 area. We'll get our next out. So Tilray working. DraftKings is still going, although it is slowing down a little bit. Oh, never mind. Oh, you know what? I'm looking at the wrong level too when I look at DraftKings. So I moved it. No, it's all the way up at the top. 33. I think it's an ad above 33. If it starts holding bid above 33, I think there's an ad on DraftKings there. Some of my daily chart is working for DraftKings. You have a big time gap fill that you're trying to put in here on DraftKings with room to 34 even. So I'm going to look for a dip buy on DraftKings. I'm not going to put the breakout in just yet, but I am open to adding to this position. I think this can be a trend up 4% into a down market. Looks pretty juicy to me.
I mean, all we can do is just do this today. You know, we were back yesterday, you know, quite good performance, and then today it is happening all over again. So, you know, again, I just feel like what you got to do. There's a reason why I put the work in and put out a sticky note. It's just going to give you the ideas that I'm thinking. Are they always going to be right? No, of course not. But you know, there are at least some trade ideas, and they're going to be stocks that you know, are going to be in play, and stocks that at least have a good opportunity to move around and dance and give you some levels to trade off of. And here it is right here. We talked about Apple at 180. There's the 180 short. There's the fill at 178. That's $2. Here's a sticky note right here. Maybe Bears vs. Bulls can post it as well. We talked Apple, Lucid, we didn't even look at JP Morgan, Palantir, and Google. So they're just some ideas. Take them for what they're worth. You know that I'm going to be all over them. And, you know, hopefully you can trade them with me. And there it is right there. Obviously getting some out there at 1650 for Palantir. Maybe a mistake, but there it comes right up to the upside again, breaking through VWAP. And now you have the opposite. So Kathy Wood buys about a couple 100,000 shares at 40. Now whoever that is selling them at 80, making their quarter probably. So a nice little move right there for Palantir. Congratulations, whoever's smart enough to do that investment right there, as they're going to get 79s. They were starting to get filled. Wouldn't be surprised if it markets down a little bit right there. So, all right, Google's been a strong name. Let's just wait to see what happens with Palantir. But look at Google, man. We wrote down 132 short. It only gets as high as 131.20, but at least we were kind of right about the short. But the market here, I wanted to do a little bit more of a look at this. So there's the hold there at 15,370 or so, right? It broke below that. So now the next level, if we can sort of zoom back a little bit here, would be down here to 15, basically 15,000, 15.1 and 15.2. So you're just going to go play the hundreds back in. So the only next level of consolidation would be back into here. I still think we could see 15.1, which is why we want to continue to be short on Apple here. Do we see it today? Possibly. It's already 10.10. The market could fall asleep a little bit and go down 100 handles, and then you're right there at 15,200. So, let's continue to respect what we're seeing here today as the market does break below their last couple levels of hold there for support, and now we go to the downside. The only reason that we're long Palantir is because it came into that 16 bucks, and that was a good one for us. Obviously can't predict how far it's going to go up from here, but I think we've done really well. We only have now 25% left of this position, and we did take some decent share size down there, so it made my day. Between this and Apple, made our day. We don't have any wrong. Well, we're wrong. Look, we're wrong on AMD because we got stopped out there in Powergate, but hopefully we put our stop order in, and that filled. So I would have got stopped out, Powergate or not. So we're having some fun here today, and hopefully you guys too are watching that. Fabian, what do you got there? Half muffin? What is that, a blueberry muffin?
And coffee.
Fruits, coffee, and muffin.
Fruits, coffee, that's a lot.
The guy's stealing my gimmick here.
I know. But those muffins, I don't know. I feel like there's a good pastry selection. The muffins are, to me, at the lowest end of the pastries that we get on the spread. And again, like do your own thing. I just like a tasty treat when I'm eating a pastry. DraftKings, it did break 33. We added on 33. We're now out of the dip buy 32.5 by taking it out at 33.10. So you think of it as like two separate trades: a dip buy on DraftKings into this zone here, and then out 70s high a day, and then out some on the break of 33. Now long 33. I don't want this getting back underneath that 33 level. If it gets underneath there, I give it up. I think there's room to 34 on DraftKings. So let's see. I'm actually going to have an offer just in case something crazy happens. Intel did break 34. But it's actually bouncing a little bit here. I'll take another one, Randy. Thank you very much.
I'll take a beer.
If it's before 10:30, I'll pretty much always take it.
Is it wine o'clock yet or what?
It's wine o'clock somewhere.
Yeah, like if I was in Rome right now, it would be
You're always
4
like
o'clock.
I find it. I was having wine
That's
much
gelato
earlier.
o'clock for my family.
It was so easy that like 11:30. If that's just it so happened to be, it's like not the end of the world. I would do it anyways.
We didn't drink that much, to be honest with you.
Wine, yes. Spirits, no. Intel is dying. Obviously, you guys can see this, but it's now underneath that 34.
It's under? No.
Yeah, it's already under. So if you had the break, it was pretty clean to like 33.86, which is really good for Intel. A quick 10-cent move is a good break, but I don't want to chase it down here. If it ends up being the absolute bottom, let's let it settle down before thinking about any kind of crazy re-entries or anything like that. And then Tesla, that's the other one being completely ignored. There's the 250 level. It just got up to 249.75. I was looking over under there, like a fail break of 250. That's where I got that line in the sand. But it does not make the breakout for the fade on Tesla yet. And then if you have not seen Eli Lilly today, tip the cap. 17%. Now think about how big this company is. 17%. There is no stopping it. This is completely, it's just off the rails. The daily chart's going to be ridiculous. The 15-minute, also ridiculous. All you got to do is be impressed with it. That's all I'm going to say. Now you have a bit of a breakdown potential. I think it's going to pull back at some point. I don't think I want to stand in front of that. There's no chance I want to. I do think it is going to come down at some point. And I'm going to go over to Tilray because it is starting to slow down. So got to have a plan of action now that it's going into the dip portion of the trade, potentially going into the dip portion of the trade. So it's a breakout at 60. You've stalled a bit here at 70. This could get into VWAP here. So I have taken some out, looking for the reload off that pre-market high. If it gets down underneath 60, now I'm looking for the reload, probably 56s and 58s, onto the second portion of this small cap runner on the name. Read level 2, Santiago says. You talk about Eli Lilly? You know, I've never spent enough time looking at that stock to claim to be able to read the level 2 there.
All right. Yeah, you gotta.
I mean, Lilly's just a different type of stock.
Thank you so much, Musib there. Thank you, Pro Day Trader, and everybody in the chat. Thank you for the kind words about Palantir. Look, man, I mean, this is what we do every day, so hopefully you can join us every single day, and we'll have some bangers. I mean, I was up way more money yesterday than I am today. Apple was a monster yesterday. We actually got better fills on Apple yesterday than we have today, despite being $2 in the money. We are going to start up another trade here that is on the sticky note, and that's JP Morgan. I wanted to relook at this. It did take 154, and then it dropped down $1. So that could have been a Dollar Club member. We talked about it. We actually wrote it down, man, right here. 154 breakdown. I mean, it's right on the sticky note, so that's another name. Not only am I trading, obviously, tech names, but we're going to trade bank names as well when they're moving around. We talked about Moody's downgrading some of the lesser banks, and there it is right there. So there's a nice downgrade. I'm going to wait till 154.20 plus averaging in. So we'll spin it for a new position right there. And we also do have another new position right now, and that's Intel. I did want the 34 break. So we missed it, and I was looking at it like, hey, this is a good breaking opportunity here for 34. So it did break down lower. We now have 98s on Intel. Let's just see what does happen with that play. And then thank you so much.
Oh, thank you, Randy.
Mr. Randy, all right, cheers.
Wait a minute.
Congratulations for surviving Powergate.
Okay, just make sure.
Powergate Part 2. There,
I don't mind the almond milk, but this every now and then, now I'm just.
Yeah, I don't know what
no,
put
because I know that
in my
you
coffee-
like it more than I do. Every
Yeah,
now
my
and then.
coffee this morning, I just had straight milk from my house, but we got to go over to Brendo.
Just quickly, guys, interesting note here on Apple. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, now 6 days in a row, the longest losing streak since January of 2022 for Apple.
I mean, that's exactly why it's on the sticky note. I mean, I came right back immediately from Rome. Number one name yesterday, number one name today on that sticky note. Play momentum, and you will be fine with Apple, I feel like. The market is not healthy. I mean, it's healthy, but it's just pullback's coming. And we talked about that yesterday with Danielle Shea. So there it is, just waiting for that to make a little bit of moves there. We'll take 10 cents right now. Make sure you subscribe.
Hola, like and subscribe today.
There it is. We take 10 cents on Intel, and now we'll just wait to see if it can pull back any more than that. We always like dime pieces around here. So there it is on Intel. We'll take out a little bit and then just move forward with that name. And then Palantir, guys, honestly, it's putting me to sleep a little bit. We talked about it. We only have now 25% left of Palantir. It's like 27% left. So hopefully it can come back in and give us some more fills. But, twice, it's like 2 times the charm sometimes. And I don't want to, miss.
Twice bitten, is this a saying?
There is some sort of a saying there, but I don't, it had its move up there. Someone sold it off. We saw that big order there at 79.
VWAP's been a problem for Palantir.
Yeah, and so we got out. Like when we saw that big order, just like we didn't really want to touch it on the downside because we were nervous already being long that if that broke, then it could collapse a little bit. It did only collapse 5 or 6 cents, but then it did not break the high side order. So that's always something to look at, guys, there for PLTR.
So looking at Tesla, someone just kind of jumped in here under 49 on Tesla. If you look at the market kind of testing these lows, Tesla wicked up to 50. I think that would have been the entry. If you're looking to get out in front of a level, you could have definitely been shorted already. I'm looking at the lower high here. It just wicked underneath 49. If it breaks 48, I think you get to VWAP pretty quick here on Tesla. So I have the lower high off that 49 area looking for VWAP on this name. It's not exactly the entry I was going for, but it never made the break of 50. So I'm going to play off that 49 level. It's going back over to one chip name, NVIDIA. I'm going to cancel my 450 order. I mean, on the way back in, did miss the breakdown back at that 450. You're pretty much at the low of the day at this point. So it's either VWAP if we get a pushback to the upside, or it's just we have to be patient when it comes to NVIDIA. I still have a small piece of Palantir that I want to give to that course to see what happens, and Tilray starting to pull back as well. DraftKings, the second portion of the long, in and out off that 33. It still has a chance to hold the trend, but I'm adding at a 33 level. I don't want to give it forever. You could get into VWAP and still be holding trend. That's back at 32.50 where we had our original entry on that particular name. So I do still like DraftKings, but it has to come back into my original entry at 32.50, and then we'll jump back into that trade. Tilray's still chilling out in the money, which is weird. The market is tanking, and that stock usually dumps, but today it's looking good on the breakout.
All right.
Another one.
I don't know.
Another one.
I mean, we don't really have
Another
three.
one.
But, I mean, this JP Morgan, we just put this trade on 4 minutes ago. So shout out to all the guys behind us. Hopefully some people are checking out some of these trades. I mean, right there, that's a 154 short. We just covered some at 18s. There it is now. Could we get another Dollar Club member? I mean, this is, again, something that's written on the sticky note. Thank you so much for checking it out. Here it comes down into 153. This is exactly the kind of stuff that we're all about right now, right? Nice downside push there. Not just off VWAP. It's just we had 154 give us that level, so we took it. And we took it with vengeance, and there it is right now. Nice move to the downside. You're always going to look back and say, why don't we have more shares? I was waiting, well, I mean, I don't know if you'll say that or not, but I was waiting for a better fill up near 154, just thinking that we could get a dance like that. But, now it's here, and we're going to wait to see what happens now with this play on JP Morgan. Hopefully dropping below that 153 and then even making lower moves on that. We talked about Western Alliance earlier as well. Like, this is not a one-trick pony over here, guys. Like, I'm trading tech names, we're trading bank names, we're hosting a show, so it's been a fun ride, and hopefully, this will continue. Western Alliance right now down 4.5%. Look at sometimes a friend of mine. Let's look here at Palantir as it just made a move right back into the 60s again. We are not. Oh shit! Nice move back up again. We'll take something out here as this keeps coming back up. So let's just empty out said clip now on PLTR and get some more out. So we'll just do exactly that as it just bounces right back to VWAP almost immediately, putting our net almost back to day's high for ourselves. So far so good here. Oh, Lucid. Yeah, so all right, let's continue to watch this. So Lucid there, we did notice that it wasn't going back down, so we did take a piece out there at 44. We are pretty light on this name as it just continuing to go up. Now, when the theory doesn't work out, when your thesis, as we hear a lot about that, doesn't work out, then you don't need to be in this name. So we're holding a very small piece, waiting to see if it wants to work out, right? Hopefully it does, and we're able to get some more short up here, and then we'll test it against $8. But until then, we'll wait for 75 to come in on Lucid. We've gotten some pieces out. We're still net positive on the name as I double check, so that's good. But it has started to go against us. We took a piece out, nervous on that last reload. Let's just see what happens here with Lucid. And yeah,
I
good
out.
out.
My first entry on that.
Yeah, so that's a good short. I like that up there. And then Palantir, again, just went right back to VWAP, so we did get some more out of that name, hoping that we can continue sort of that movement here for Palantir back up to the upside. Apple's given some back up. I mean, we only have 20% left. It's at VWAP now, looking to reshort this name most likely here at some key levels. You can give it up to 179. I just don't know. If Apple wants to get going, it can get going. We've already talked about how negative it's been here on Apple, but maybe this is time to reload a little bit of a short. Let's try it here at 75.
So I like the 660 on Lucid. That was kind of yesterday's, flat bottom break, whatever you want to call it. Then it was a pre-market high. So I just got 55 short. I want to give it some room. Like, to me, having an even dollar stop, living and traveling here doesn't make a heck of a lot of sense, but this is the short zone for me. And if it comes out of the other end and makes a run at 7, I think 7 is probably another look for the short. Through 7 even, I think it's just too much of a squeeze. So I like it to 670 and change. If I add more, it's got to be on the way down, not on the way up. But I just got to, AMC, for all of the hoopla, it just bounced off $5. So, you miss some, you miss some. You really, AMC bouncing off 5, reclaiming the close price at 5.12, that's kind of an obvious long 5.10 to give it to 5 even. But it's now at the second stage. What I would hope happens is the market gives us a second chance and it can consolidate and give a long off that 5.10 again. This is exactly like Palantir for a dip buy, but I missed it. It is what it is. Thankfully, in a weak market, if the market's going up in smoke, then maybe it's the time for the cannabis stocks to play. I don't really believe that in the long term. I just actually think Tilray's a technical breakout. And it is still going. I have my next offer in front of 275. I said 75 would be the next stop. I thought we were headed to VWAP on that pullback, so I did not get a chance to add to it, but it is still going. $3 on Tilray is where I don't care if it goes past that. I will be out if it gets to $3. And I'll be starting to think about where to go short. I'm not just automatically shorting $3, but if it gets up there, I'm thinking shorts on Tilray. I'm always a little bit skeptical as to how far this thing can follow through. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it doesn't have reasons to run. They just actually expanded their alcoholic beverage. I don't know what the word is here. There's probably a word I should be using. Not allotment or Offering, yeah, they just did that today. So there are some catalysts here for Tilray. It's just I'm always skeptical when I look at its daily chart, usually thinking pullback on the day of or the day after. For now, ride the wave.
Like I keep saying about how we're trading here again. Let's hit the sirens again. We just reloaded Apple, and I don't, trading's a tough game, but when you're kind of zoned in, you're zoned in right now. That's another 20 cents there for Apple, and hopefully it does pull back in even more than that right now. We're just sitting here laughing at some of these positions. Lucid is starting to go back up to the upside. Let's put on a little bit of shares here. We are waiting for 75 again to get a little bit more, just double checking to make sure of that there on Lucid. Yep, there it is. Okay, so we do have a 75 offering in there. Palantir up to 56 and trying to go back again, I guess. But yeah, more to come on that name. So far, so good here, and it's only getting better because we're throwing it over to Brendan.
Hey guys, yeah, a number of small cap movers to touch on so far this morning, including this one. Grrr. It has popped up a number of times over the past couple of weeks. Gorilla Technology hiring Global Economics Group to look into that illegal trading activity once again. So one of those headlines for GRRR this morning. This one, drug, Bright Minds to the upside as well on positive trial data for them. But we are breaking back downside right now. Through $5 we go to the downside. And then this one mentioned early on, BURU, a laser company, new contract for them from NASA coming through. But another one breaking downside right now through $1.50 for BURU. Guys.
Buru, I like that one. You can't, when something is that good of a name, you just got to call it the Buru. Like Guru, I like the stock. I like the stock ticker name. I have no idea what the company does. Beyond Meat, down 20, almost 21%, but hey, guess where it just bounced from? We kind of looked at the daily chart with this. This is 1165. That's pretty darn close to where it just made this wick bottom. So now that you put in a bottom in front of that level on the daily, you let it get there. It's an SSR bounce play to me. And if we get back in, put in a higher low, or even off $12, or even just a double bottom, I will be long in Beyond Meat. It's a very specific setup. Lucid is starting to come back in here. Yeah, I still like it. That it's doing a consolidation, maybe not to that 70. You got to look at the 15-minute here to get a sense of this trade. If it fails in this range, this is where I'm looking for that short back into that low. If you break out these 3 quarters, I think pretty much forget about it till $7. Holding it all the way to 7, that's a lot of risk in terms of like a percentage. But I think it has a good shot for that rollover right where it sits and lies. Tilray back up to that top is trying to get that 75. And this Palantir, it feels like yesterday where it's into the hold phase, but it can't seem to get past 17. It's a much different bottom pick on earnings than today. You have a successive dip buys. Today you've got the earnings bounce, but it cannot seem to chew through this level to get to that 17. If it fails view up again, I take more out and just accept the fact that it's not nearly as strong off this bounce as I would like. It's a good trade, but I'd like a little bit more than that. The next one is going to be Lucid testing this high. I'm looking to add if it can start to roll over. And DraftKings, I should have mentioned. DKNG starting to come right back in here. No. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. I was bidding like 3 cents lower.
What is it up, 3.5%?
Okay, I'm gonna try add in here in the mid 60s. I was bidding 61s and it bounced at like 63 there. But I like this.
Are you in DraftKings?
I got out when it got back underneath 33. I did that thing where I add at the price that I would trail it anyways, which makes sense. It's like, if you're going to put a trailing stop in and you think it could trend to 34 and you're going to trail it at 33, then I like that breakout trade. Because if it works and goes straight to 34, you've added. If it doesn't work, well, you're only risking 4 or 5, whatever the slippage is off that even dollar level. That's what you're essentially risking to add to it up there. Now I want to play that dip buy on DraftKings. I like the upward trend despite the weakness in the market. You can see for now it's holding higher lows. And as long as it's holding higher lows, I like DraftKings long.
Okay. Yeah, we're just waiting, to be honest with you, with everything. We've taken some more Lucid here. Waiting to get some, there he goes, I was going to say, waiting to get some 67s. We just got those. We do have our 75 fill, and then we're going to watch out for $7. That breaks. Intel position, upside. What? I thought I was shorting more. Oh, I am shorting more Intel here at 14s. Why are we waiting to 14s? I do not know. So let me just go over there and have a quick look at why we're doing that. It's at 12s right now, so we'll put on an offer here. Hopefully we'll get a fill. I'd hate to wait for 14s and then miss it because it only went to 12s. Oh, come on, Sean. All right, we'll have to punch in a little bit there. Now we'll still wait for 14s now. As we get a little bit anxious there, we probably should have waited. The 50 periods right here, I was giving this to a break of 30s, so you're right into here in the 20s, upside to 30s there for Intel. So let's just take some more shares here. Just noticed it. That's too bad that we missed that fill at 14. Hopefully it'll come in and we'll be able to get a little bit more right there. Apple, all right, so it's doing exactly sort of what we thought it would do, is come back into 179 here. So we put on more short. We're only short here at 83. I really want to give this back to 180, so no more. It's not a big position. We can hold this all the way back to 180 where we'll get some more shares. But let's put on something in case it does fall down.
Whoa, Lucid.
We have that. Okay, good. So there goes Lucid. That's good. All the way up. Where's my, yeah, oh, so that canceled on my last fill. So, okay. So we need to get some more shares here on Lucid, obviously, as we missed it on that. We should have had 75s there. I guess it canceled when I took that 69 fill. I don't know why it did that, but there it is right there. We don't get everything we need. Oh no, now we missed that fill on Lucid at 75. Hopefully it comes back again now for us. Okay, here we go. Now we're starting to get some more shares, so that's good. On LCID, that's okay. So some fills upside. We should have a better price than we do have because we did miss that 75 fill there. I thought we had shares and we did not. So, all right, here we go. Lucid, nice move to the upside. This is exactly what we expected on this, not what we expected, but what we were waiting for on Lucid. Let's see if we can pay dirt now back down in.
So that was a wick out. I mean, I had my stop above 75, as I mentioned a couple of times there. This is a 15-minute chart on Lucid. So if it wicks me out and can't get through the next level, I'm going to jump back in underneath. So I want it failing back in underneath that breakout. I just grab some 70s and give to the local high. Anytime I get wicked out and enter back in, it's local. I'm always thinking the local high. And if I say local high, usually it's the high of the day, or just whatever the top or bottom it just made. I'm not talking about yesterday's levels or aftermarket levels or up here at 85. I'm talking this top right here on Lucid. Do not want to be fighting it too much, but that is the area. If I get wicked out, I'm going to jump in. I never added to it because it didn't curl off that level. Had it just initially failed and never gotten past 70, I would have added on the way down, but that never happened. It never gave you that false break until just a couple of seconds ago. Oh, I hate you. Tilray, of course. I said 275 was going to be a big price on Tilray. It just broke 75. I got the fill at 74 and wick top and right back into 270. So it makes sense. No one ever went broke taking profit, especially when it comes to a cannabis name. I think that goes without saying, but we're going to say it anyways. So 75, it got to that big next level. Now it's just a matter of can it hold the trend. I will still look for the dip buyout VWAP if we can get it, but I don't want to be stubborn about this name at all. Palantir is holding forward, and it looks pretty good to the upside. Rivian. It didn't break 20. Oh, it's right here, right now. 24.50. That's a little bit violent into that level. This is the breakout that I didn't think this was going to come into this price. Ooh, 10.30 for a breakout. I know, yeah, Rivian reports. And 24.50 at the open, I was thinking breakout, but it was down at the lows at that point. So we never got a chance to even consider it. Now, that 24.50 still sets up as a break, but I'd rather a consolidation, a whole 24.20, and then show me you're going to run into it. I hate buying off a parabolic move that top. So I canceled my stop because I didn't like the way it came in. Now it could be more interesting off of a dip buy and a consolidation into that long. But this is what we were talking about in the afternoon yesterday. It's already 10:30. What up in crypto land, Brendo?
Hey guys, quiet day so far once again for cryptocurrencies right across the entire spectrum, really. We are seeing a little bit of an uptick once again for BTC and Ethereum, though, as we await, remember, I mean, more significant inflation data to come later in the week. We'll get July CPI, we'll get July PPI Thursday and then Friday. So maybe more action to come as we head towards the weekend for this. Here is Bitcoin, though, as I mentioned, green on the day, trying to get an uptick going right now as we kind of stair step back to the upside for Bitcoin over the past couple of weeks here. 1.5% right now. Hey, we'll take it. 29,446 for BTC. Ethereum, 1839, 0.5%. But you can see pretty much green, top to bottom, guys, for crypto today.
All right. Well, that's good. Yeah, I mean, the market's...
Coinbase is actually strong today.
Coinbase, okay.
Up 1.5% into a 1.5%, almost 1.5% down day. The NASDAQ 1.3%, but higher lows. That said, it just made a wick high. It's underneath 90. 90 is kind of the level. Like above 90, you're looking short. It's probably 93 and 95. Those have been good levels, but it just wicked 88. It's not a bad short entry, but I don't know if I like that one today. If I see Bitcoin showing some strength, I kind of want to stay away from that one and fighting it too much on, say, a crypto move. Oh, there's Tesla. It just wicked that 250. We got in and out, like really tight in here, but it just wicked the 250 level like 2 seconds ago. That's what happens. That's what I get for moving a level 2 for like 2 seconds away from Tesla to look at Coinbase when Brenda was talking, is there's your wick top at 250 on Tesla.
I saw people in the chat were like, uh-oh, this Apple is going to be a problem.
Oh, my God.
Not. Right now, hopefully this can come back into the downside now for Apple. We just shorted some more up there at 179.20. It almost got to 179.50. That would have been a big surprise if that does happen for us as well. But there it is. Let's go, Apple. We're banking out again. Another 20-cent winner right there as the profits are getting barbecued up on AAPL right now. No, Fabian, I'll talk to you about it after. Okay, so nice little move to the downside right there happening. We did get Palantir again. Palantir, let's just go, man. We're smoking on this one. I mean, this just came back up again to VWAP, and we took that there. So that's another good one there for PLTR. Let's see where it goes. Now, hopefully not too far downside, as it just keeps on bouncing off that off VWAP there at 70. So we'll take a fill there when that does happen, and then we'll move on off of that one. So hopefully that can come through right there for PLTR. And then just we've averaged in. We talked about Lucid. We told you where our out was $7. So okay, hopefully it can come back down in. It's not necessarily moving the best way for us right now. So may adjust our 7 out and maybe give it to 680 or so on that one. Hopefully it can fall back in and we'll be able to take a little bit of a fill. We're only short at 67 now, so we're 2 cents out of the money here on that as we just continue to properly manage our positions and try to make sure that we have the right amount of risk on the names that we need risk on, right? And so JP Morgan, that's just sort of falling down here. We did talk about that short at 154. Hopefully it breaks this bottom and then we can really start to pound the table a little bit and celebrate that one. But until then, we need that to work out for us. There's Lucid now back to flat. And then an upsized position right now for us, which I don't know, man. I'm starting to feel a little bit of ways about Intel. It's not really coming back down to the downside at all. So we could just step out right now out of this position if we wanted to. I mean, we're doing okay today. Not fantastic, but Intel could not ruin the day, but put a damper on it if it does continue to make the move back up to the upside right now. So that's the position that I'm most worried about right now. Our net is still cruising. We're still all good as Apple continues to make the move down, and then hopefully Lucid will retrace a little bit more than it has been right now. We just took a fill at 70 there. We needed to get back even lower than that, obviously, to make this a good little trade for us. But yeah, so far so good here on the day, and it's been a good one, man. Thank you for hitting the like and the subscribe. And if you haven't done that, then please do, because we're sitting here putting our sort of our neck out here for you every single day and giving some good trade ideas. We're not red on anything today, so we're red on AMD, but hopefully we can get that back.
I'm going to hit this button because I have a button that I don't know what it does.
Do it.
And every time I see that, it says something interesting. No, but
like
that's
and
the wrong
subscribe
one.
today.
How was that? I have a double up
Well,
on
at least
that.
now you know what it does, right?
No, but so apparently I have 2 cat buttons. Okay. I just needed to know what the hell that button did for me because it's next to my Katrine button. So I hit it and it's literally the exact same one. I'll have to put something else up there. Maybe if we ever reshoot mine, we'll do that. I want to get to this Buru stock because it's starting to barcode. And when these things barcode at a level like a 150, it's 150%. You guys know the move. It broke $1. You guys can see this, and then $2 is the level. It got to 250. That's a lot of symmetry around every 50 cents. And when I see that, I'm like, oh, if it bounces at 150, keep it simple, stupid. And if it bounces here, that would be a 150 hold. So it's about to test this low. Ideally, the best setup would be a break of 140 and then an instant rejection of prices beneath it. So break 140, maybe get to 38 or 39, and then instantly jam right back up into the 40s. Look for the 40 long, add at 50, and then VWAPs at 170. That's what I'd be looking to play for. And as far as Lucid goes, so we had it. I didn't have a chance to add here because to me 75 was the top. When it wicked 75, I'm in. I have not added back in the back end of this trade. I feel like a push back into the high or a reclaim of 660 would be the way to do that. So I'm backing off on any reloads there. I was just looking at every single other chip name to see why I could figure out why Intel would be making a move up, and I couldn't find it. Micron was weak, and Nvidia was at the lows, and everything else looked like it was weak. And then I went back and looked at where Intel had its last support level, 3450. If it gets above VWAP, I'm probably gonna lose money shorting this on the way back. I don't know why it should be up this far. The 34 level did end up holding, but if you look for the wick bottom, I think you have to be really quick to try and grab that. But this 3450, to me, it's got to be a short up there. I'm gonna take it. Doesn't mean it has to work, but I do like it. And NIO here, back into the upside. This is setting up for a 14 break, or maybe even like a 1390. But look at the 15-minute chart on NIO. You've now had since the open just a 15 to 20 cent range, back and forth, bottom to top, down 7%, and it will not break lower. It's just bottom to VWAP, bottom to VWAP. This gets above VWAP, I'm going long on a break of 14 on NIO. It's just the potential here when I see it no longer breaking down is almost too good. And if you're wondering why is NIO down today, look no further than a correction on Auto, which is now at that 41 level we mentioned on the daily chart. So Li just got down. It's SSR. It's down 11%. This is the daily. It could still travel to 40 even, but I'm now thinking SSR bounce on Auto. Once it got to 41, that was the level I was waiting for to start looking for the long play. It could be a false break of the bottom and a hold of 41 even. There's lots of ways it could play out. It could be a barcode right here. And then you're looking for the long going into lunchtime, pushing it. Like VWAP's $1.20 away here. I mean, if it does a false break of 41 and you can get back in and take 15's, 20 cent worth of risk, I'll be all for that on Auto once it goes SSR. But don't trade NIO if you're not at least watching this, because this is the reason NIO is down today.
Yeah, poor Auto there.
He'll be fine.
Yeah. I've said my opinion to Sharif there. I said he could probably average in at 15 on that one. We'll see. We'll see. I just don't believe in those names, but we'll see if it happens.
15.
Yeah. I don't know. I just kind of made that up, but I can look here. Let's look at Auto.
No, there's some. Yeah, I know because it's at 40. I mean, the daily chart.
Yeah. I know it's at 40.
I think 32. I think was the next level under 40.
Yeah, I just, you know what, they came up there with port. We'll just see where it goes. I mean, honestly, you have to do the work there. 36 there is probably a decent spot there. That's the 50-period moving average. It was more this gap right here where I'd be looking at. So I think you could probably add to your long around here, 28-ish, I think. We'll see. Look, I hope it goes.
Oh, I had it wrong. It's not 32. It's that 28 to 30 channel.
Yeah, that's the area there for sure. So we'll see. Right now, okay, Palantir still sitting in there, not doing anything. Lucid tried to go back down. Obviously, it bounced off this teal line right there, which is 66. We did have a bid at 66, but didn't fill us. That's okay. It wasn't for that many shares. Anyways, now looking to probably get out a little bit more here. If we take through 80, it's just we don't have that many shares, and I'm not super nervous about it. I'd rather see it at $7 before we do anything dramatic here with Lucid. We're trying to make some money here today. We've been doing that. We're net positive, so it's all good. But right now, the market's trying to bounce upside a little bit, so that Intel did come back in, put us roughly to, I think it went down to 17s or 18s there for us. Not enough for us to get out. Oh, no, sorry, it only went down, 17s there, which was fine. Our average position now is 14. Hopefully that can hold out a little bit of hope for us on that one. Palantir, then Apple, man. Apple's been great. We just took out some more bids down there as well into the 70s. We did miss a 60 fill as that's trying to climb back up. Look at the NASDAQ, trying to get above that 50 period here for the first time today since the open. But we're trying to get above it. Let's see if it can hold these shorts. We're short, so we're hoping that the market does hold some of these offers. So, all right, without any further ado, it's 10:40 and it's Brendan.
Hey guys, mostly red for the S&P 500 here, glowing. In fact, on the red side so far today, it is tech that is leading right now to the downside. Amazon standing out among the weakest so far, 2%. Almost for Amazon. That's Adobe as well, just surpassing the 2% mark to the downside. Microsoft 1.7, Google 1%, Oracle 1.5%. Apple holding up a little bit better. Remember, Apple was the weak one yesterday, so trying to hold on to a bit of a bounce. Broadcom, Nvidia, AMD. Doesn't matter where you look. AMD, yeah, 3% now to the downside. Eli Lilly, all-time highs. Meanwhile, coming off better than expected earnings. That has Merck upside. A few of the other pharmaceutical type companies back to the upside. But you can see everything else basically in negative territory. There's a little bit of strength coming from communication stocks and the utilities group. Berkshire holding up as well after earnings on the weekend. But look at the red inside of the banking group as well on that Moody's downgrade. Again, it was the mid-size and smaller tier banks that they downgraded the credit rating on, but the entire financial group under pressure, guys.
I was just mentioning to Sean because I'm looking at Alibaba right now, and like every time I get into this for the long term, it's like it runs a stop like less than a month later. That's just how it rolls. And this doesn't look that disinteresting. If you look at it underneath 25 here, it just wicked the bottom. And this is what I mean by wick the bottom. If it breaks back out like 94, 95, that gets juicy. That's the kind of bottom that when Baba makes it and it goes, it really goes. But the SSR bounce play today is not Alibaba. It's only down 3%. It is Li Auto. There is your bottom. It's already at 42. So this is... When we talk about an SSR trade, stock is short sell restricted once it gets underneath 10%. So once it gets 10%, and I think there's a reason people might buy it, like it's not a completely garbage company, then I'm looking for the long under that price. We talked about 41. If it bounced in front of 40, I would take that bounce. If it bounced on a fail break of 41, I would take that bounce. If it did the same thing at 40 even, that's the play. So I grabbed it, the local breakout off of here, took some out in 42. If it gets to VWAP, take more out in front of VWAP, and then just try to hold it if it makes a VWAP bounce. The position that is the concern would be Lucid. It's trying to make a run at the high. I said I would only add if it fails the local top here, which is right underneath that 680. So if it rejects 680, then I can add here. Otherwise, I'm not getting it on the trend back into VWAP. It's just running up like it did before. So Lucid is kind of going squeeze. We'll take the L. Second time through on Lucid, I didn't really scalp anything out because I think this is, if it's going to work, to me it's working at 650 and then lower. And it's not working, but I'm not taking it as a 10-cent trade. To me, this is moving 25, 50, 75, and that's the way I want to play it after earnings here on LCID. So one win, one loser, at least when it comes to the last couple of plays. Lucid out, hands are off the keys, it breaks that 60. I'll slap the fail on it. If it gets to 7, that's a different trade at 7 even. Neo probably, I'm assuming if Li Auto's going, yeah, Neo's on the verge of a breakout. No. I don't mind even being in Li, even if this, I like the 14 break on Neo. So I might be in both of these, and it's more of a breakout. So like Li Auto's off the bottom, and then Neo's just a breakout at 14. I really like that setup, and shout out to those that said it in the chat. Thomas Gregor, Dell a buy, and then another mention of Dell here by LJC3. Two people talk about Dell in the same minute, and I'm like, is it really moving? Is there a trade on this stock? And the answer would be, it's moving. I don't know if there's a trade, but Dell is up 5% today. You always want to find relative strength and relative weakness. This is taking out, wow, 52-week highs on Dell right now?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so 5% on Dell. The volume kind of sucks. Is there a trade? Usually when you're trending like this, joining the trend is just the trade. So it's a question of where do you want to join the trend. The last consolidation was great. Maybe it's back off the 57 level. You don't want to chase it at 11 o'clock. Let it calm down at lunchtime, but that's a pretty strong upward trend, taking out those 52-week highs on Dell. I do like it. I just can't figure out where I want to get in this moment. Maybe a pullback into VWAP. That may be too far. 57 even makes some sense if it's not going to be VWAP. But yeah, good shout out on Dell. That's a very strong name today.
Yeah, what's up, everybody? We have a new position. We're going to start it on AMD. A little bit against 114. We did get stopped out of our Intel. We got stopped out of 75% of it, so that's going to be our first L. No L's yesterday, L today there on Intel. And we're going to hold a little bit of it. Like I said, we're still going to hold 25%. It's just noticing now, like I used 3420 or 3430 because that was this range right there. But just noticing now that we do have VWAP right here, so I'm going to just add a little piece here, hopefully at 3435s, to get a little bit more in on that. and then I do want to watch out for it at 50. We do have that bottom there at 55. If we break too much above that, then we can just cancel it and say scratch that. But there it is right now. Nice pullback here for Apple. We do have more bids on Apple coming in there. It's right at the 50 period. Where's my bid, man? Apple bid 55s? Nah, that's too low, dog. There it is. No, we just got to fill. No, we didn't. We got to fill on something else. Okay, let's put a 63 fill there. Cancel our 55. We are now. Give me it. Give me it. Give me it. Ooh, missed it. See what I'm saying? Like, there you go. So I just randomly put it at 63. Ooh, missed it again there at 63. Sharif, you look amazing, man. Don't worry about it. Nice little move down there. Here we go. Hit that 63.
What
Boom.
was that
There it is
about?
right now. Spin it up. So another one right there for us on Apple.
Was Sharif checking
There.
himself out?
Nice move downside right now. And then also, guys, another one right there. As I told you, we would seek revenge on advanced micro devices. And there it is right there against VWAP. Nice pullback down. We just put this trade on and just talked about it. So it's always nice to give you guys at least a little bit of a win there. There goes Apple. Let's keep this moving to the downside. The markets could not break. Well, it did break the 50 period, but wicked it up to 15.3. Now it's a nice downside move. Take advantage of these shorts if you've got them on. You know, the market is trying to come back in a little bit there. Intel not doing anything. And then Palantir, we got a 48 there as it's trying to go back up. Let's put an offer around 60. See if we can get that on PLTR, hoping that we can get a 60 offer just ahead of VWAP. And yeah, it's been a really, not a really positive day, but it's been a nice positive day here today. So happy with that. Obviously, we want some more, so let's keep this ball rolling there. Nice move. Yes, sir, another move for Apple. It's 54 cents in the money now on that one. We just need JP Morgan to break, man. If that can... Oh, what? JP Morgan did break, and I didn't notice it. Oh, man, JP Morgan went. It went into the dollar club, but we didn't take it, so we can't spin it. Nice trade there on JPM.
Yeah, so Lee just got closer to VWAP. I have a trailing stop on Lee Auto here for half of it if it breaks down back beneath 42. And at the same time, that made that last leg to the upside. So we'll get some out either on a break toward VWAP 42, half of the first buck, or a retrace back underneath 42. While that happened, Neo made the run at 14. This is a different trade than a dip buy or an SSR bounce. I just took the breakout at 14. It immediately found offers at 1s and 2s. So I have a tight stop on a breakout trade. I might come back over to this. When it's a breakout, I don't mind losing 2 or 3 cents to see if it can push to 10s and then 20s right away. But if it's not a breakout working right away, I'm not going to hold on to it. Li Auto is the better play holding off the bottom. And I'll come back to this name for a long, maybe if it holds VWAP, maybe if it breaks back out 14 again, I can always revisit that trade on NIO. Don't want to give it up because I like the bottom that's being made in these Chinese ADRs, and I want to give them a couple of shots here. Lee's a hold. Neo is a regroup here at this 14 level. Let's go to Brendo. Time for a little money talks.
Just seeing Spotify, guys. First off, downside here, just about to take out day lows, 2.5% on the day. There was a note being circulated I saw from TechCrunch suggesting that Elon Musk confiscated the @music handle on X, formerly Twitter, suggesting that maybe there's going to be music streaming plans to come from @X as well. But apparently the person who had that handle, that @music handle, had 500,000 followers, and they just took it away like he does.
I mean, okay, my bad. It wasn't money talks. That'll be in a couple of minutes there. That doesn't seem very fair, but he can do whatever he wants. That seems kind of cool. I'm sure there's probably some kind of conversation or something probably happened that we don't know between that account and them. But it is interesting news. I mean, all of the things are sort of lining up one after the other toward the end goal of. Because remember, X was always this thing to be like the everything platform. So you're getting all of these steps in there. I kind of think it's going to take a few years. So. I don't know, I keep putting years on this. Before the end of the decade, it goes back public as whatever this app turns out to be once you get like payments and everything and now streaming as well. So there's a long way to go there, but it gets pretty interesting for that. No word on his back. I hope that's all good because I still like Elon in that fight if it ever happens. And just one quick, I didn't get back over to Tilray. I meant to go over this. And then we kind of threw to Brennan at the desk there. Tilray just rejected 275 again. Another wick high at that 75 level. Like, how many times is it going to get to 75 and then show you that rejection above there? Now there's one of those like stacked offer things where someone just sort of sits there. This is still on Li Auto. Someone just sits there on the offer with like a bunch of books. There you go. It's like this. Like, so there's 74. there's 75, and it's just these stacked offers. It needs to chew through that. I think if it does, you have to move to $3 or at least 290s. But until that happens, every time it wicks to 275, gets something out. Hasn't really gotten into VWAP, which is good for the trend. I always remain a little bit skeptical these will follow through literally all day long.
Okay, yeah, thank you for everybody. Again, hit the like, hit the subscribe if you can do that right now and be part of our community. I do have another trade idea coming out. It's going to be Beyond Meat. Shout out to whoever in the chat there, because I said I'd like to know when Beyond Meat might be an opportunity. There it is right now. What's up to Betty Snow right now? Shout out to you, Betty. Thank you for that one. We're going to wait to see what does happen here on Beyond Meat. Hopefully it fill down here. We can get it around 11s or 12s. I mean, we're bouncing off that 12. I'm talking about pennies there. $12 has been the bottom, and then we respect that $11.90. I'm thinking a break of VWAP maybe gets going as well. So a break back above $12.30. We want to grab that long. Wow, my net's really exploding here. What is happening? It's a huge move down for, I mean, we're almost in another one here, another Dollar Club member on a reload for Apple there today, so that's been really good. Mistaked an opportunity for sure on JP Morgan. Didn't even realize it went all the way down there as we were dealing with our Intel position and everything like that. But hey, told you what the plan of action was here on Lucid. We got some more shares up there, waiting for this to break 7. If that doesn't happen, I feel like we could have 7. If that happens, I feel like we could have a good trade. We're back to flat on this name right now, so hopefully this can come back down. We've taken no L's yet on Lucid. Hopefully, I mean, we're fingers crossed that can come back up. Come back down, not up, to the downside there. Palantir fading out as well. I mean, I have too many positions. I have Apple, AMD, Intel, JP Morgan, Lucid, and Palantir. That's a lot, man. But we already cashed out of some of that there, and then we only dripped down to about 30s on AMD. So let's go over and look at that one more time here. Back up into 50. I just really wanted to respect this VWAP, but I mean, the market went to lows there, lows of the day, and stopped again. So just like we saw that wick to the top side, we actually went to the bottoms and stopped too. So hopefully, like I said, if the market, I'll be able to tell where the market's going because my net will hopefully explode one way or the other, especially if this market goes down. So here we go right now. Here comes AMD right back into that level one more time. That's a 33 bid. So let's just put that out now. My bid, I don't even have any bids on AMD. So that's, teach me. Hopefully we'll go down there. We'll put a bid in the 30s, try to get a fill there. Okay, something's coming down. It's Apple again trying to break lower. What a great trade that's turned out to be. And then here comes, finally, here comes Lucid. I'm going to put something on the bid now just to take away a little bit of pressure. That's another 10% of what we have left. Just double checking my orders. I have too many orders out right now. I'm going to cancel some of these. I don't have many shares left on Palantir, so I'm just going to cancel those so I can focus on what we got. It is a buy. I can cancel my 66 buy. I have a 50 buy, a 60 buy, and a 50 buy there on Lucid. It looks like that one's going to be, yes, sir. Fire off the hot dog cannon one more time because that's going to be a good hold there, hopefully, for Lucid. As we take a little bit out, let's celebrate it. Not too early, not too late. Hopefully it can continue to fall down there as it's not a company that I believe in. So let's stick with our guns and see if we can get a nice downside move here for Lucid.
So there's a reclaim on, now it's going to be money talks, obviously. There's a reclaim of that 14 on NEO. I'm taking the second swing at it. I do like its breakout. I'll take 3 swings at a level usually if it's tight stops and it makes some sense to me. So I like that consolidation. It held on to VWAP. I'm back in this one at 2.5. I like it 10s and obviously 20s. If it can get through the the quarter level, then anything is possible. When you see these Chinese ADRs start to go, Li Auto is still churning. These are different trades. One's an SSR bounce play, still trailing underneath 42. So either get that fill or they get 42.5. And then if it breaks upside, I'm looking square in the face of 43.5. That's the next level up for this SSR bounce. That's what I want to hold it for. Let's see if that one can be a Kincaid spike. And Tilray did get through that 275. And I didn't say I didn't think it could get there. I'm just always skeptical anytime I see signs of weakness on Tilray when it's going up. If I was not long the stock thinking the breakout today, I would have been taking pot shots shorting 75 with like a 1 or 2 cent stop anyways for a VWAP or trace. This is what happens if it so if it breaks 288, that is a local high with next room up to 318. So you want to give it a chance to be able to go. Tilray has been on one. Let's go NEO. I would love it if Alibaba would go with it and then drag the entire group, but it is back underneath 94. I would love this way more if Baba was breaking 94, and I'm talking about NEO, as we are now ready for Money Talks.
Hey guys, we got some inventory data out this morning. Wholesale inventory data in the U.S. coming out a little bit below expectations, negative 0.3% in June, or it was expected to be negative 0.3, comes out negative 0.5. Same story for China overnight. Import-export data, both ends, much lower than expected. So that was the initial move downside we saw in some of the currencies. This is a weekly chart, but it gives you a good indication of this bounce back higher for the U.S. dollar. If you go into daily chart, we're seeing strength coming back into play once again today as well, trying to test that 103 area. Interesting look here. Shout out to barchart.com. Benzinga as well, bringing you all the information you need to know this week. Forex map, though, a lot of strength in the U.S. dollar versus basically everything else. Yen, Swiss franc, euro, pound, all lower. Canadian dollar downside as well across the board as we see more strength, guys, for the dollar.
Dollar strength, as they say.
All right, we just got long and beyond meat there on a break. I actually realized I had too many shares there, so we just got out of a piece there on Beyond Meat. Let's see now if it wants to go. This is a trade that we talked about possibly having a chance to go. So here we are on BYND right now. We said that we'd want to look at this on a consolidated bid. We did not get the bid that we wanted, though. We were sitting at 12.10. Can you believe that? Went to 12.12. Come on, Sean, you didn't know that? So I should have done that one right now. But let's just see if it can get going up to the upside. We're long at 35s here, so we'll try to take a dime always for like 10%. Just again, paying fees, giving the stock market gods what they want a little bit there. And then we'll see if it can rip up past some of these levels. We're going to get out. I mean, there's 12.20. I feel like we could hold it. I mean, I don't want to get like a wick trade where someone just punches out and then it's like I have to pay the piper there because someone, punched out and then I, get wicked on that kind of a trade. So let's put this a little bit lower, maybe 12.15 or something. We do have that bottom there of 12.12 where we didn't get filled. So hopefully we can get going upside on here on Beyond Meat. Hey, look, man, we are actually going to end the day again. Let's just slap our face off. Not too much, but right there, because look at this. We talked about having a negative name on our blotter today. We still are going to have Intel as being a small problem. But right now, look at AMD, man. And we did not revenge trade this. We knew we wanted the short. We had the short early. We got stopped out in Powergate. But I would have got stopped out anyways. It's just that's where it happened, so I couldn't discuss it. Then all the way back in. If I would have saw that wick right there on that stop out, we would have got back into the short. Woulda, coulda, shoulda. Who gives a whatever. But there it is right now. We are joining again the Dollar Trade Club on this AMD trade because that's all we do, man. We're trying to win. And that's what trading is all about. Find the right prices, get your money in where you want to, and reap the benefits. And there it is right there. Now officially another member of the Dollar Trade Club. And Apple's going to be it for the third time as it's coming back down again. Easy short off the open 180. Didn't capture 250. Hopefully this time we can get a little more love on reload. Look, I'm reloaded. Now we're getting it out on the downside right here. So again, what's been a fantastic day. I want to thank every single person for watching us, man. And we're going to go over soon, anyways, to the midday show where it's, we got another blue. Good, everyone's in blue today.
Not me.
We've got Obi, we've got Sharif, and we're getting ready to rock and roll for the midday.
The blue golf shirt needed ironing, and I'm like, I'm not doing that. It's not going to happen. So I wore the red. Like 80% of what I wear is literally blue anyways. But I am now into, and I said if it failed VWAP here, this level on Intel was where I was looking for it. Right in these 40s to this. This is a local bottom here at 34.46, and there was a wick bottom 2 days ago. That's on Friday when it made that wick bottom. So I wanted to look for that previous support to be resistance. You can see what happened on the 3-minute chart. Barcode. One push trying to get into that level, and then a rejection there. So that's my entry. That's my out. Capture down to 34, and Bob is your uncle. It is 11 o'clock, and before we go to the midday, we're back at 2. Let's go to the desk for happening now, and then go get them, Professor and Obor.
Hey guys, 11 o'clock. Here's what you need to know as far as the overall market is concerned as we head through the morning here. Volatility off a cliff as of yesterday. The VIX down 8% to start the week on Monday. So a little bit of wait and see coming into play here ahead of what is to come later in the week with CPI and PPI data to come. Some wholesale inventory data out this morning. Meanwhile, if you missed it, a little bit lower than expected. Here we are, day lows right now for the market. That is what is on tap as far as earnings are concerned. After the close tonight, some interesting names to be sure that we'll be looking at tomorrow. Rivian, Lyft, Twilio, to name a few. Roblox before the open tomorrow as well will definitely be an interesting one. Spotify was continuing to watch. Day lows coming into play here again. If you missed it, that @music handle on X, formerly Twitter. Some mentioning the fact that that could mean some streaming services to come for X. Coin still holding up a little bit better than the rest as well, trying to hold 85 as support, as Bitcoin has a bit of a bounce day. Now, let's go over to Sharif and Obi.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show. That is Obi. I'm Sharif. Wow, what a day it's been, man. It has been Huadunk Day, you could call it that. We could term this maybe the inaugural Huadunk Day. Of course, that's just tongue-in-cheek. How's it going, Obi? How's the day?
It's going all right, man.
Yeah?
It's going all right.
Your Amazon had some movement today, my friend.
It did have some movement. I came in with, I've been trying to focus on like quality of trades, I guess.
Right.
Like I realize I can like scalp around, take those chops and stuff, which is great and everything, but like bigger picture moves I kind of want to start focusing on as well. So like I had an idea today, the 139 area long. As you can see, I tried it a couple times, got stopped out, had a pretty tight risk on it. I think there was a real trade in and around this 139.20. For those of you who were there, who saw it happen, there was definitely a real trade that happened on the push back up off of that 139 bounce, but no real follow through on that 140, and markets are pretty heavy there as well. I kind of had that, what was it, 15.3, the 15.3, 50-ish area on the NQ. I was like, okay, over under roughly, and we kind of started testing and failing below that range today, and the same thing with 45 on the ES. And as you guys can see, we are testing below that area, about 20 points below that 4,500, and about 75 points below that 15.3. So yeah, the long off the 139, as much as I'd want to force it, or I like the level, like clearly the market tailwind is not on the side of that 139 long. But here's the thing, that level could come back into play if we kind of do a bit of a reversion back up. Now I have been talking about the VIX. As of late, a little more, as the VIX is starting to get a little spicy, right? Spicy VIX, as some of that volatility, like we can see some of that volatility starting to expand, a little bit of a churn, and then a pickup, and then you have this wider range, and then now we're testing this 18. Let's see if we can get back up towards that 20 level. If VIX starts rocketing to the upside, I'm definitely keeping an eye on it very closely, as sometimes that expansion can come in pretty hot. But yeah, we'll see if that kind of comes in, and if that VIX starts to rage to the upside, I think that over under that 139 might be a decent look as well. Another idea that I had today was LI. Of course, we know that LI had earnings. Let me just pull up the chart here for you. Yeah, so LI had earnings this morning. Some decent trades for those who took this move to the downside. Underneath the VWAP, a strong trend to the downside for now, right? This is on the 15, and you can even see it clearly on the 5 as well, right? Look at that downtrend on the 5. So like I had that 45 area as an area of key interest, and we kind of held below that and broke below in the pre-market. Now, I definitely got to start coming in much earlier. I'm thinking like maybe like even 5, 6 a.m. to try to get some of these better prices. Crazy. Like I don't know if the office is even open at that time. But you know, there's a follow through off of that fail off the 45. We saw that consolidation kind of test above that yesterday, and kind of a dip. Held that 45, and then that rip as well a few days ago. So that kind of alluded to that 45 being an interesting area, and you kind of break below and follow through to the downside in the pre-market. So that's a missed trade. I was waiting for that level to kind of come back in, but it never really did. So it is what it is. Like, yeah, sure, you could have taken this pre-market low break, but like that kind of happened at 850. So if you're looking at this consolidation break, that you kind of got that with wicks to the top side. So yeah, a bit of a tough trade there. But if you got in on the tape read, if you got in on the flush and you held, it was a decent retracement back down to 41. Back into these levels from before there on LI. So yeah, that's what I have on watch today. As Amazon kind of comes in and breaks below that 139. Now I know that 178 and that 177.50 was key on Apple from yesterday. I'm taking note that we are holding above those levels. So that 177.50 over under on Apple, I'll be using that to give me some market direction as well today on the day. So yeah, let's see what we got in store for the day. That's all I got for in terms of planned trades. Now, if I see something come up and I can come up with a quick plan on the fly there, it's acceptable to take, I'll be taking that as well. And I have a couple of these names on watch, like I already called out, that 139, that 177.50, and then maybe that 45 on LI if we can even get back there. So
yes, sir. Position board, guys. What I see here is an interesting level on NVIDIA. This 446, I don't know, man. We're bouncing off 445 and a half, 446, basically since, let's go back, 9:50 a.m. Reject, bounce back up, bounce back down, reject. Here we go, right back up. So I'm long 446.16. Let's take some out here as we dance with 47. All right, clearly we're still in a range trade. There's no breakout here. We're below VWAP. VWAP's a couple of shekels south of 48, but there's undoubtedly somebody stepping up here on the bid at that 445 and a half, 446. You need only look at the 1 minute chart. You don't even need the 3, the 5, the 10. There's somebody there. We're taking advantage at. We're playing the range. At 446.15 now. 2 entries, 2 exits. I'm definitely looking for that 447 break. Maybe, just maybe, we get a VWAP touch, which on my chart is hanging out nearer that 447.90. Maybe just a couple of shekels north of 447 3/4. But we'll definitely need some market help because unquestionably, we are very much red on big tech names and in the market in general. No new do to boot it, as Canadians say here. Had to get that in. I have a little bit more of an out there just south of 447 to de-risk. The spread a little bit unusually large today on NVIDIA. I mean, usually you see it a bit tighter. What's the volume on our friend NVIDIA today? Let's find out here quickly. Yeah, 11 1/3 million shares. We'll see what this one does. I've got my stop just south of 445. So I'm going to have to give this one $1 plus. We'll see what we get out of it. But, counter trend trade, but there's a clear identifiable level at that point. It's just the question is, how long does that buyer hang out for? I mean, when do his shares their shares get exhausted? So we'll have to wait and see how that one develops. Thank you for everyone on the comment on the glasses, by the way. I do appreciate that. That's very nice of you guys.
Yeah,
but what's your favorite color? Where it says Joshua Lee Mallory. Blue. My car is blue. My office and my house is blue. I like blue, bro.
It's exactly you got the glasses to match.
Yeah,
match
right?
the glasses to match the whip.
Yeah, exactly.
Nice.
You'll be seeing my whip, so you know.
Yeah.
Right.
Very beautiful color combination. Like the color scheme you got going on there.
Thank you, brother.
Very
I
nice.
appreciate that. That's kind of you to say. So yeah, it's an interesting look here on NVIDIA. It's nothing, blow off top-ish, but we'll take what the market presents us today. Now, Li Auto, I want to complain. Let's bring in our friend Li Auto here. Obi alluded to this one earlier about the short end. I could not agree more with my friend Obi because Li Auto, look, this is not my, this is my sim account on my brokerage, and I use the charts because they just help me. Now, in my real account, I have a dip set up just north of that 40 and a half. I'm looking to defend 40. Sadly, it didn't give me that opportunity to average in because I got in at 45. So I'm underwater at the moment on this name. But here it is. We're coming back into VWAP on Li Auto. Let me put the ticker in here. This is the 1 minute chart on Li Auto. Earnings winner. We'll get to that, all the deets in that in a second. But we're coming to VWAP 42.58, 42.60-ish. Could this be an interesting area to get short? Or is this what Neil said, with SSR on the name, and we're going to start getting some buying, the SSR bounce? We'll have to wait and see. VWAP's only like 10, 15 pennies away. If it rejects off that level, I want all the smoke to the downside. Obviously, you know, going against my position, but I don't care. It's an intraday trade, right? So we're going to keep our eye on the auto. And here we go. So now they are at VWAP. Let's flip now to the this chart over here and get into a Lee look over here. What do we got? What do we got? Okay, so now we're breaking above VWAP, OB. Me no likey. So I'm going to have to wait a little bit on this one to see if the short is actually in play or whether we're just going to really bounce up here. Now, for those of you wondering why this name is down, it's definitely not because of earnings. They blew away earnings, okay? They did fantastic. Guidance is good. Profitability is good. Margins are good. Everything and their mother's cousin is good on the stock. However, there's a macroeconomic headwind coming in. China, not doing so well. All right, exports down. We know China is a net exporter as opposed to a net importer like North American countries. But the problem is, how long are these government subsidies in China gonna artificially, and yes, artificially buoy these type of stocks? We saw that they were giving discounts on EVs, right? That was one of the specific industries that they wanted to target. So, you know, there's only a finite amount of money to go around. So this is why I'm a little bit concerned about the name, but with respect to its fundamentals, fantastic. What I want to hear from the company, and the earnings call was at 8 a.m., I'm going to have to go back and listen to it. What are their intentions about exports? Because if you're going to exhaust the domestic market, right? I mean, domestic market is going to start suffering, or at least it seems. You need to start looking for customers elsewhere. So I want to know what kind of intentions, what plans they have for exports of their cars. So Li Auto, another looker, say on the day, 8.5 to the downside. And there goes Nvidia, my friend Obi.
Nice
through
trade.
447. We got a little bit of a, come on, bro, the liquidity. Yeah, a bit of a tough liquidity spread today on Nvidia, but we're going to wait for that one to fill. This one holding absolutely 446, 445.5 has been absolutely a good look on this name, my friend Obi.
Yeah, I really like that look, man. I have on my notes back there as well, and I think I told Sharif as well, is like that 446 is kind of a key area that's shelved from a few days ago, like he pointed out, and I think that's a solid trade off of that thesis.
Oh baby.
Here. Now, people in the chat pointing out Tilray, and I pulled it up. So Tilray, very, very strong trend today, pushing up off this pre-market high at the 250s, and then now we're pushing towards that $3 test. Now, I don't know if this one has any news, but let's see. Climbs on 5 hours ago, Tilray climbs on deal to buy beer and beverage brands from Anheuser-Busch. So, yeah, maybe they're having some partnership.
You know that the majority of their profits, sorry to interrupt you, from last time around was not on marijuana. It was not on cannabis products. It was actually on alcohol. Yeah. I didn't even know that they were in the alcohol game. Now look, they're looking to acquire. Are they giving up here on weed?
I don't think so, because here's the thing. When you the edibles and drinks at the dispensary, I think they're trying to push that even more, because they're realizing that people would rather consume like edibles and things rather than smoke.
Interesting.
Right? And that's a market that's like a little untapped. Good point. It's not really as I guess as big as like as the leaf market. Right?
Makes sense. Okay.
So I think what Tilray is doing is that they might be setting up the infrastructure, right? Because alcohol makes money.
Yes.
Right? For sure it does.
Yes.
Marijuana makes money. Now they're like, if we can kind of get a piece of both of these industries, right? I think that's kind of they're kind of securing themselves. You know, it's a bit of risk management and stuff. And I think going forward, it'll be interesting to see the type of partnerships and the type of products that Tilray will be bringing out.
Absolutely agree.
But yeah, decent look, very, very strong trend up off of that news from yesterday. Now, I haven't really been taking a look at the longer term frame, so let's take a look at that, get this VWAP out of the way. Let's start off with the weekly, actually. I'm gonna keep an eye on this Amazon here. This 139 still kind of holding as well. I got this kind of trend in mind. Now, sure, I could get a little short here as well, along with the market kind of coming in as well, right? I am watching both of these levels, but yeah, no, I haven't seen anything too significant yet that I can kind of risk off of. So that's the look on Amazon there. I do have it in the corner of my eye, and I am watching that price. But yeah, back to Tilray. Looking left on the weekly, we are doing a multi-week breakout. So like you have this heavy dip below 220, and then you kind of coast. You can't really break below $1.50, and then you rip right back up, pushing for that $3 level. So yeah, maybe a little bit of a liquidity trap there going on, where the price kind of looks like it's falling back towards the dollar, and you have that like volume come in, and then you kind of have a low volume kind of hold, right? And then you have an expanding volume rip back up to the upside. So a little bit trappy action there, and then it kind of fueled as well with the catalyst, right? Fuel that squeeze with the catalyst. So that's a little bit of what's happening there. Look at that R-vol on Tilray. Like some of these bars on the 15 are way higher than. Well, I guess we saw some of that kind of volume come in on earnings. That was the last time we saw this kind of volume kind of come in on Tilray. But yeah, nice move there. A decent trend to the upside. Do I want to hit it long up here? Probably not. Right? If you want to, I guess the idea here that I'm seeing is it's holding trend, right? So you can line it up for a trend trade, but the trend has been happening kind of since 9:40, since 15 minutes out the open. The trend is happening. So it is like 11:20 almost. So it's been running for over an hour there. The trend. So I don't know if it's the best idea to punch long near the tops up here. As we see on the 15-minute, like we might be making the first red pullback just underneath that $3 level there on Tilray.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Keeping my eye. Got another little out there at 447.60. Here we go, right back into 446. The volatility is real, but we know that there's an established range. It's been a 446 or 445 and a half hold and a reject off VWAP, and you got that at 10:07. You got that again at 10:29, 10:32. You repeat again over here, 10:45. You repeat again here at 10:55. It's been a VWAP reject and a 446, 45 and a half hold. So that's why the de-risking. But there we go, right back into 446 and a half. How much do you let this one go against you? I mean, you can't really believe in the longs quite yet until you see more. I mean, I'm just speaking for myself here, right? I'm going to have to see something from the market. I want to see these big caps start to curl. You're seeing a bit of a curl come in on Obi's friend Amazon here as it knocks on the door of 139 again. But, you know, it's kind of secular in and of itself. Tesla trying to create a higher low. Google curling a little bit. Meta's asleep. Microsoft's asleep. Apple, let's not even get into that. But AMD definitely not showing any strength as well. So if you're looking at chips kind of to support the NVIDIA move, it's a bit of a secular hold here, to be quite honest. That 446 level, somebody institutional likely has the buy button at that level. So we'll play that. We'll play it. Why not, right? Opportunity presented. And yeah, but in terms of really having conviction, that C word behind the long, I'm going to need to see way more. Until that, we're playing the range, full stop. All right, Amazon just broke through 139. Do you have any looks here on Amazon? Because this is interesting.
Yeah, as you say that, I got short right underneath the 39 level, but that's fine, dude. Like look at the picture I'm looking at. I want to interact. Like the plan was the 139, and I want to be there for that 139 on Amazon today. So yeah, we are kind of in a dominant downtrend there as the markets do look like they are kind of creeping up there. So I do want to get involved here, a little bit of over under that 139-ish. Wow, I did not get filled on that ad. Interesting. Okay, let me just get in a little bit there. Okay, cool. Yeah, so I just wanted to get in a little bit in and around that 139, kind of looking at this overall trend here that's kind of getting put in. Let me see if I can kind of identify that here. So roughly something like that, right? So that's kind of the selling pressure is in and around these levels, maybe around this 139.5, definitely under 140 for now. So yeah, keeping that in mind and getting in a little bit short as a trend looks like it is kind of pushing back towards the top of that trend. This 21 MA has been a little heavy all day on Amazon. So that's a look I have on Amazon there. It got a little short. So yeah, we'll give it some risk there. But yeah, the trend seems like it's pretty dominant there. And as long as we have tailwind from the ES and the NQ, I even told myself, I was like 15.3, if we're below 15.3, look for shorts into the pop, and if we're below 45, look for shorts into the pop. So I'm trying to see if I can execute effectively on that theory here using Amazon, because it does have a little bit of a beta there, about just above 1 there, 1.2 last time I checked. But yeah, that's the idea on Amazon. So if we kind of hold back in, looking for this action to kind of slow down, we are under some key levels as well. The trend is on our side. I keep repeating to myself, the trend is my friend. The trend is my friend. Because a lot of the time, I'm finding myself getting chopped up on the counter trend. And a lot of these names tend to trend for like a good half hour to an hour. And if you are alongside the trend, it can be a lot more forgiving than counter trend trading. But I'm still trying to clean that up, trying to learn the best effective ways to execute in and around those ideas there.
All right, so there is a really important headwind that we have to speak about with respect to chips. Now, this article is from August 4th. We're the 8th, but it just got to my attention today. And the headline is as follows. Biden order, meaning executive order, curbing investment to China expected next week. That was published Friday. I'm hearing that it's either going to be later this week or early next week. Let me just find out where, here it is. The order is expected to target U.S. private equity, venture capital, and joint venture investments in China in semiconductors, quantum computing, and AI. Most investments captured by the order will require that the government be notified about them. Some transactions will be prohibited, sources have said. We don't know the deets quite yet. Why does this matter? Well, we already know that the likes of NVIDIA, AMD, and these other chip makers are essentially what they're doing is they're making chips, GPUs, specific for export to China to allow them to circumvent the microchip ban that the Biden administration instituted earlier in the year. Now, they're going to be restricted even more in terms of how much they can actually invest in the country. So it's going to be a very interesting look right here. And so that is going to spell some, volatility, some, uncertainty for these microchip names. No question about it. So I definitely keep an eye and your ears really wide open to hear what is going to be the deets of this order coming out later in the week, expected, possibly earlier next week. Anyway, I'm out of NVIDIA as it did trigger my stop, as it did touch 446. Perhaps I should have had it a couple of shekels below, but I just didn't want to give back any of the trade. But there it is, bouncing right back up into that 446 and 2/3 again. But to go back to what the headline was, it is quite concerning because you don't really know where this is going to end up, right? And you could be invested in a company with the expectations that they're going to have X amount of exports to a particular country, and then the fundamentals have to be reassessed completely. So interesting look for the likes of AMD, for the likes of NVIDIA, and other microchip names that we have here on the watch list. Speaking of microchip names, I mentioned earlier in the week to you a company by the name of SMCI. And this was a company that was brought to my attention by Neil. And let me show you the chart before I show you what I want to talk about. SMCI. We're going to look at the daily on this because the daily is just absolutely outrageous. There it is. There's a ticker. So this one, year to date, guys. Year to date, it is up 319%. But you need only look at the chart to see when this really got going. And it was early May. We were at about $100. We just broke through $360. I think we got to 364 today. You do the math. threefold, right? Since early spring. Now, this company reports today. Let's go to the, where's my Google? There we go. In addition to some of the other names that are reporting, there it is, baby. Where is it? Super Micro Computers. They report today. I want to hear everything they have to say because clearly investors knew something I did not, and this one really started running. I know that they are when you read about it, it's an application-optimized total IT solution. The company provides Silicon Valley-based provider of accelerated compute platforms that are application-optimized server and storage systems for a variety of markets, including enterprise data centers, cloud computing, artificial intelligence, 5G, and edge computing. So they seem to have a hand in everything. Keeping my eye definitely on this one after the bell because that could really be quite an eye-opening play.
Yeah, for sure. People talking about, what was I just saw one right there. People saying Google is spiking now. So yeah, I should definitely keep an eye on Google if I am getting a little short here on Amazon in and around this 139 level there. So yeah, I mean, Google's still, look at that, still dominant downtrend there on Google. Look at this 3-minute. But yeah, a little bit of a downtrend there. It kind of pops up into that 130.50 and gets kind of sold back down. So yeah, I don't know. Still a little. That pop is good off this 129.50, but I don't know if that was a key level from before. But yeah, no. Look at this resistance here, this 130, 131 area from yesterday as well. Now Google did have earnings a few days ago, right? So yeah, so let's take a look at some of those earnings levels there on day one and day two. We see that there's support here at the 129. So yeah, we're still holding above that 129. We kind of dipped below and we kind of reclaimed. So that 129 hold is definitely something on Google. Maybe we kind of churn in and retest that 129 to see if those buyers are still kind of there on Google. But yeah, no, let me know what some of the tickers you guys are trading. As you guys know that I don't have too many plans for the day, just a couple of plans. But yeah, no, definitely something that could happen is that I could come up with a new plan on the fly there. Someone mentioning AMD in the chat there. AMD all the way down off the open. That 115 being a key level in the past as well. And now I missed this trade, I guess. That 115, Sharif. We know we played in and around that 115 on AMD, and now look at that quadunk back into this $12 112 key area that I have marked from before. Now we did kind of flush off of earnings, and we're kind of headed right back towards that consolidation area in and around that 110 on AMD there. But yeah, Amazon catching a little bit of a bid here. Let's see if the 15 can hold trend to the downside as price looking like it is kind of accelerating. Market's still kind of a little bit muted here, but yeah, let's see what happens with this position.
Yeah, man, I don't know what is going on. Who is hitting the buy button here on Nvidia? At 446, wow, every single time it comes down. Look at it fly up. What is Nvidia doing, bro? Here comes 448. It just jumped $2. Oh my goodness. Look at Nvidia, bro. What is happening?
Wow. Yeah, bro, I'm telling you that 446 is a key area.
Wow, bro. Did you see that fly up?
I think that was
$2 and a half. I was out of it. There was $3 off that bottom. $3.50. Oh, Nvidia, you suck, bro. That is crazy move. Here comes 450. Oh my goodness, wow, Nvidia!
Really accelerating. Do we have some
like
news on that? Is that what
idiot.
It is? Is there some market news that's kind of pushing that, or that might just be a technical break?
That is
of that
some buying there.
Range.
That's positioning, my friend. Let's see. I don't see anything quite yet. No, we have an 1101 entry. Much in the same way that was it you yesterday that we saw a meta spike for absolutely no reason, but this looks a bit more aggressive. Now being met with some selling here, right back into 448. But yeah, man, if I was holding, wow, that was an insane jump. Neil yelling chat. Let me have a look at the chat real quick here. Main one. Okay, so let's go to the main one. Jump to bottom. NVIDIA announces new GH200 Grace Hopper Super Chip. Wow, there you go, baby. Like they needed another catalyst, my friend. Sean, the Katina man yelling, sell. I mean, yeah, that's intraday, sure. Okay, so we talked about this before. Volatility, mean reverts, prices trend. There goes 450. Here comes 450 and a half. They're super strong. My God, that 446 needed any help. What a move up on NVIDIA. It's now only 1% down. It was much more, to be quite honest. Rory Alderson, NVIDIA is presenting the SIG graph today. I'm not even sure what that is. If you could at me and explain to me, because, well, I'm just kind of uneducated like that, not really sure. Neil says it's a conference of some sort. Thanks. We'll see. 450, the dance right now being done on NVIDIA. Volatility in spades, baby. This one looking real good here.
Yeah, I think something that's that I'm remembering is remember what happened to Apple a couple of weeks ago when they had AI news? Remember what happened to Microsoft a couple of weeks ago? That euphoric pop,
right.
All of it gets sold into. So what I'm curious to know now is that this is some more AI news, right?
Sure.
Does this get sold into, right? Sure, we're getting that initial reaction based off of this
Intraday,
new product that's coming out, right? So will NVIDIA, sure, it's having this pop right now, but by the end of the day, will this news be sold off, and do we close below 446? I think that's something I'm going to be keeping in mind. That
was the hold.
If good news starts to get sold off, as we've seen over the past couple of weeks, I think that might have a little something to say about the sentiment that
I got the headline here, Obi.
might have. Yeah, go for it.
All right, NVIDIA today announced next generation NVIDIA GH200 Grace Hopper platform based on a new Grace Hopper super chip with the world's first HBM3E processor built for the era of accelerated computing and generative AI, created to handle the world's most complex generative AI workloads spanning large language models, recommender systems, and vector databases. The new platform will be available in a wide range of configurations. The dual configurations, which delivers up to 3.5 times more memory capacity and 3 times more bandwidth than the current generation offering, comprises a single server, whatever. This is all technical stuff. All you need to know is it sounds good. Not like I understand most of it, to be quite frank. But yeah, there is the headline. NVIDIA coming intraday with a look here, breaking down.
450 sell-off. Wow. Yeah, getting a little crushed there. Nice.
In English, please, says Molfar. I mean, I'm reading it to you as I'm seeing it. Perhaps you and I maybe we're in the same boat. I don't really understand this kind of stuff. If you get me outside of DRAM, RAM, CPUs, I mean, I can hold my own superficially, and then it gets really complicated for me.
The solution to all problems is more RAM.
Rob says, I don't know about that.
Have you heard that saying before? The solution to all problems is more RAM?
Oh.
It's like I mean, I guess it's a joke.
Yeah, a little bit of both.
But yeah, no. But,
yeah, I gotta upgrade my computer at home. I only got 16 DDR4. I'm gonna need 32. This computer's got 32 and runs a little bit better than my computer.
You gotta hop on that DDR5, bro.
DDR5,
the latest and greatest tech. But yeah, some solid speeds on those new DDR5 chips here. But yeah, watching this NVIDIA as well, I really want to see this 450 exhaustion that will kind of piece into that confluence piece for my Amazon short there. That 450, if that 450 can hold below and kind of fail, but you know, I don't know. I'm just trying to see what the chart is doing there. But that rip up into 450 from 445, 446 key area. We said that that's a key range area as well. We can take a look on the hourly. I know Sharif pointed this out before, but look at this: 444, 446, and then off the news you hold, and then you pop up in that 450. So technically, this range is from 446 to 455-ish area here, as you can see over the past couple of days, and we kind of hit the mid-range and then get slapped back down. So this 450 will be pretty interesting going forward during the day today, and I'll definitely keep that in mind, as NVIDIA is one one of the larger weighted tickers in the market that could give us some direction. That
sir.
450 over under hold.
Yes, sir. Let's talk about a couple of small cappers. We haven't really brought them up today. We'll talk quickly about this Leju. I actually don't have a headline on it, guys. I'm just seeing a series of notifications on my news blotter that it halted, it reopened, halted, reopened. Let me have a look here. This is LEJU. Now, this is the daily on LEJU. It's obviously a former runner. Look what it did back on May 1st. It started the day at 180. We wicked up to 10. The next day, we open up at $4. We wick up to 13 2/3. And then it's the big boy Huadunk all the way down to that $1.50 we hold. And then all of a sudden, the volume starts coming back in mid-June again. We don't quite get as high as we did. People were wise to the move. $5 was as good as we could do. And then right back down into that $2 area, making another higher low. And now we're moving up again. So let's go to the 1 minute on LEJU. Yesterday's close, that 244. All right, where did we open up today? All right, it doesn't show me that, which is fine. But all I know is that at 10 o'clock, the volume started coming in. We halted. The halt level, 292. We open up at 3 2/3, move back down, hold 280 for some reason, ends up being a level, and we're stair-stepping up. We are now touching VWAP on my friend here, JU, 3 3/4 we're at right now, trying to hold VWAP, but stair-stepping down with a 444 high on the day. This one did a nice VWAP bounce earlier at around 11:15. Wow, time flies. I was like, 11:15. Yeah, held VWAP here initially. I don't know if we get the same kind of action on this time around, holding 3 3/4 right now. Maybe we'll dabble a little bit in it. Obi, I mean, it's a $3 name. We can take a little bit of risk here, can we? I mean, come on.
Yeah, I mean,
Right. I
you
hate
can
the
throw some
auto.
risk on
Why is
that.
it going up, bro? Go down. I'm trying to average into this one, Obi.
Oh,
LEJU, I got into this
don't
one
ask me about that averaging in strategy, man. I'm still trying to
No,
work
this is
on
a
a proper,
long-term portfolio.
effective way to do that.
It is long term. It's not.
Okay. That's different.
Yeah. We'll talk about Li Auto during the slower time. We'll talk about how well Li Auto did on their earnings. Anyway, LEJU now breaking down below VWAP, holding that 2/3. Do we get a bounce here? There's some price action that we have to respect around that $0.50 2/3 area, 3.5 2/3. Bit of a consolidation area here between. What time was that? Let me move that back up. From around 11 o'clock till about 11:15, about 15 minutes of consolidation at that area. Do we get a hold? We'll have to wait and see. I'm not going to jump in quite yet. Let's see what the chat is up to. See what people are talking about.
I think they mentioned Tulio, or sorry, not Tulio, T2 Biosystems.
Yeah, they report.
Yeah.
They report as well.
Did we
not
I mean, the
reported,
penny
but
stock,
they're reporting.
not something I've traded in a while, but penny stock doing lots of volume, about 60 million. It's about 25 cents, 26 cents here on T2 Biosystems. They had earnings last night, and kind of a bit of a sell-off on the earnings.
They're after the close today.
Are you sure? It says here they reported yesterday on Monday after hours.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
TT.
Market Chameleon was wrong because I put it on our earnings board.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure they can't get everything right, but earnings was last night according to here, and we kind of come back into those earning lows. Revenue lower than expected, but surprise earnings 70% above expected. So I guess a bit of a mixed report there on T2, and I know a lot of traders have an interest in trading that stock because of the volume that it does and kind of the price action that it entails there as well. Let's take a look at Tilray again. We know that was up on the day. Let's see what it did with that $3 level. Still hasn't really cracked, but still holding well within that upper part of this move here. So that's very interesting. That's very peculiar as well. These are 15-minute candles, so we've kind of held, I would say, the top 20-30% of this move well within and kind of consolidating underneath that $3 level. We said that looking left, if this really can go, this is the area we expect trouble to kind of happen in and around just under 3, and we are seeing that. But if this kind of starts to break out, that $3 level, looking left, next area, maybe 312 and maybe even 360 if we can really get going there on Tilray. Looking to get into, I guess, selling alcohol alongside marijuana products.
Interesting. Somebody was asking, Narod, does AMC report tonight? I'm so confused. Yeah, it was actually supposed to report tonight, but we came in this morning, we saw the earnings were out, so they decided to kind of front run that. Adam Aaron.
Did they move it forward? Did they give that? Because I think Carvana, remember Carvana did that?
Yeah, they did that as well.
There's been a couple companies that are just like, oh, we're moving it to
I didn't see it
before the market.
I mean, if they did, maybe it was a last minute adjustment because I didn't know about it, but in any event, they did quite well. Best July of their history. Best July, sorry, was the best month in their history. Obviously, helped a lot by Barbenheimer and a lot of the other names. I believe earlier in the year, it was, what was that? A movie earlier in the year. It was another one. Earlier in the summer, excuse me.
Like a really big one
Yeah,
that kind of
there was
moved
Mario
AMC.
Brothers, and then there was another one earlier than that.
I'm
But
trying to
whatever.
remember what it was. Yeah, I'm not really too much of a movie goer anymore, I guess.
Yeah,
But,
neither am I. Yeah, I haven't been in theater in years.
Yeah.
In any event, I was actually asking these guys.
I went to watch, the last movie I went to watch was Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, those are kind of my some of my favorite Marvel movies, especially the first one.
Mission
Guardians
Impossible.
of the Galaxy. Okay, was
Mission
that the one?
Impossible. Yeah. I remember Tom Cruise was complaining it wasn't in IMAX long enough, this and that, because he pushed it forward. So they already had somebody else for that time slot in IMAX. So they removed it from IMAX earlier than he wanted. I mean, he did that stunt. I'm sure you've seen all the videos online about the stunt. Dog.
Oh, the walking up the building.
Walking what building, bro? He jumped with a bike off a real mountain. They built this guy a ramp.
Okay.
Right? No, I don't know if we can pull it up here, but anyway, Nvidia tanking,
Nvidia,
by the way.
I was just about to say, look at that.
446 again, Obi.
446. So, like, do you play the range break here on the momentum?
Goodness.
That is a trade. As we speak, the trade is happening. 446 short.
Oh, my
look
good.
At that.
Wow.
Quadunk,
Look at that. The Katina man is going to be furious.
Triple fours right away. Let's look left.
Wow.
It's coming in. Thank you very much. Good news being sold off. So, not the first time that's happened over the past couple of weeks. Maybe not the last time either, but
I'm not touching this.
Look at this quadunk here on the ES and the NQ, kind of following through with that downtrend that has shown itself to be strong in the morning. Shorts kind of my shorts are still a little break even here. Not the best positioning into the idea, but we're getting a little bit of follow through there.
Yes, sir.
Off that market tailwind as well. I love it when these catalysts kind of come into play and draw out the charts for us.
All right, let's talk a little bit about crypto because I'm looking at my watch list here, and it's really the only green group on the day. I mean, there's a couple of green names here and there, but the group as a whole for crypto, very strong. How come? Well, Aunt Kathy, as well as others, have filed with the SEC an application for a Bitcoin spot ETF, and ARK was first to the punch. They got their application first. They are going to hear back from the SEC first. In fact, the deadline is slated for August 13th. Now, there's a caveat. The SEC can and has the legal right to kick the can down the road to extend the deadline should they not have all the information at their disposal. I know that the regulation says that there has to be some fundamental reasons, and it articulates what those are, that the deadline be extended. So, whether or not that's actually going to happen, we don't know. For now, it's slated to be August 13th. Now, the one factor the SEC has been citing for not allowing a spot ETF on Bitcoin has been market manipulation. However, there have been other ETFs that have been approved. We know that there's BITO, which is a futures ETF. Now, in that litigation, when GBTC brought an action against the SEC, this specific issue was addressed much to the liking of the court in that particular case. So can they really use that excuse again? The market manipulation, it's already been addressed. So this is what's having some people speculate that they're either going to approve it or the courts are going to force their hand into approving it because they will litigate on this issue. There's no question about it. In fact, you have BlackRock, you have Fidelity, who have also said to the SEC, just because ARK put in the application first doesn't mean they should hear first. We should all hear at the same time because there is that first mover advantage, right? And so, pardon me? Neil says that's a great argument, and I do agree with that. So we're going to have to wait and see. So you know how this stuff is. It's a buy the rumor, sell the news type play. So you have a lot of, I'm assuming, a lot of buying coming in here in anticipation for maybe a good headline coming in on this name. So we're going to have to wait and see. It is very interesting. Nonetheless, no matter what happens, what is this thing doing, bro?
What are you talking about?
So frustrating. I can't move. There we go. I'm trying to move my screen around. There we go. Yeah, so it's an interesting look. All right, let's get back to the current price action because NVIDIA is in a full state of huadunk.
Yeah.
That 446, 445 and a half level, forget about it. It's gone. We broke down below. We're going to start looking here at the whole dollar level. I'm going to start thinking maybe 440, Obi.
Yeah, man. I'm thinking to myself right now, like when I see an exhaustion move, especially on a large cap like that, NVIDIA, one of the market leaders.
Good
and I'm
short,
like,
by the way.
450 comes back in. I think I should be getting even more aggressive on my short here.
I agree.
Right? Because you saw that range break. That 178, Apple is also broken. That 446 is NVIDIA is also broken. So I have reasons to start getting even more aggressive because the overall picture, the thesis that I have is starting to pan out on that short idea. But now I could still be wrong. This price could still hold above low a day and kind of chop back up. But as of right now, as some of these market leaders are showing us, the sellers are definitely a little bit in charge as you have good news, slaps up to the 450. Again, 450, great price. You can't even get to high of day, that initial reaction out the open. You can't even get to 452. You stop at 451. You come back through 450. I think that's a great place to short as well. On the reclaim of the 450, and then if you're holding 10 points in the money within 20 minutes, as that 440 comes into test and that market really starting to quadrunk and accelerate back down to the downside here. Now let's look left on NVIDIA to see where we could get some trouble here, some bids kind of pop back in. And the first place I see where buying kind of really stepped up is right here. Right here off of this 436, this bottom here is at 434 area as well. So we know this 435 area might be a little key. And as we start to accelerate with expanding volume off of that good news being sold off on NVIDIA, I'm looking for that 435, 436 area to come into play. Maybe not today, maybe over the next couple of days, maybe over the next couple of weeks. But just trying to read probabilities off of the chart action here. We have broken some of this multi-week support here that we've held. Multi-week, what am I saying? Just from last week. But yeah, no, the support from last week we've broken down, and we're pushing to test low of last week there at that 435. So if NVIDIA is looking to go red on, I pulled up the monthly, which might be a sign. I should look at the monthly. Look at that. We've had back to back green months, not even green weeks, green months.
I like that.
So are we poised for a little bit of a pullback, a healthy pullback, right? Maybe even down to this 350 area. So
is that the monthly chart?
This is the monthly chart, right?
Goodness.
So look at how strong that is, right? And I think even if we pull back down to 320, like NVIDIA is not going anywhere, man.
No,
like,
it's
not going anywhere. Yeah. So can you sit here and kind of observe the bigger picture, and can you execute effectively around it? Is what I'm trying to work on as well. But yeah, it's that 440 really coming in, and 435 is the next look. 436 maybe even a little higher here at 438. I think that's where the price opened here. But yeah, a couple dollars away from that, a couple points away from that on that NVIDIA move. Let's see if we can really come in. I'm also watching for that 137.50 on Amazon.
All right, TTWO, they report, I believe, either tonight or tomorrow. Let's just double check real quick here on the earnings. TTWO reports after the close tonight. Okay, thanks, Jay Lee, for bringing my attention. TTWO, 1.14% south, but getting that a nice little bounce here off VWAP. It's not active enough for me to get involved at the moment. It's also quite spready. It's a 14 penny spread. Sorry. But yeah, 14 penny spread at the moment. The action is not quite there on the name. I'm going to have to let this one go until we get the earnings after. And we'll have a look and see how that one does. Roblox, did they report?
They reported a couple days ago, I think.
They reported a couple of days ago, right?
Yeah, sometime last week.
Yeah, let's have a... They're
Oh,
tomorrow.
are they? Okay.
Yeah, brother. I was about to say, yeah.
I'm sorry.
Roblox is tomorrow before the bell, Obi. Valvoline as well, Wendy's, we talked about this one, GoodRx, Jack in the Box, CarMax, Brinks, Penn. Now, this is a bit of an interesting one here, Obi, Penn, because we saw how DKNG has done well. Cost of acquisition is going down. They're expanding their markets, new jurisdictions coming in, reinvesting profits into new jurisdictions to get licensing. Is Penn the same look? I mean, is it an industry-wide move here, or is it company-specific? Let's have a look at Penn to see what the price action has been like on the day, seeing as we're going into earnings. I believe this is a New York name. No, I'm wrong. It's NASDAQ. There we go. What's Penn doing, and what's it been up to lately? Come on. There we go. Let's zoom out a little bit here. Kind of hard to see. Yeah, so we're down the day 3 and about 1/5%, holding that 24. I want to say 15-ish, a bit of a hold here, trying to curl up into VWAP, possibly at 24 1/4. There's really not much happening. Let me see what the volume is on this name today. How many shares have we done? We've done 1.36 million. Not really interesting to me, to be quite honest. We're going to have to actually wait for this one to have earnings, really, to get movement. Nothing happening on the day. What's been the macro look on Penn? Let's look quickly here. Where are my charts? Okay, I guess not. What do I do with them? Oh, there it is. Okay, let's bring this side, and let's go to the daily. Penn. Yeah, it definitely has not looked the same as DraftKings. I'm sorry. Penn looks absolute garbage when you compare it to DraftKings. DraftKings has really recovered on the year. You could see January was kind of when it got started. I'll show you the daily on DraftKings in a second, but look at this. Very consolidative and very much making newer lows, no question about it, and lower highs on Penn. Penn does not look the same as DraftKings. So look at this chart here, and then let's look at DKNG. Big difference.
Oh, yeah.
Big difference.
One might be doing better than the other.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Just saying, right? Yeah, making higher lows, higher highs for DraftKings. So can't really equate these two, but, you know, if they surprise, they surprise. I don't really care. What else is going on here? What else we got?
People talking about Meta here. Meta. Oh wow. Okay. Here we go. This is. I like this level here on Meta as well. That's a good call out there. Who was it in the chat?
Palantir's breaking up too.
I didn't see who called it out, but yeah, that's a good call on Meta. That 310 I know is key, and I remember I wanted to get involved. 310 multiple times, as you can see here. Look at this 310 level getting defended. Why do I like the 310? I've mentioned this before. On earnings day, we've been holding this level since earnings day. On earnings day, Meta rips to the upside, has a 325 test, comes back in, and kind of there's size that kind of churns that 310 and holds. Meta holds above that 310 on the earnings reaction, and then coming into the days following. Look at this. You kind of have a reversion all the way back into 310. You can't get back below. No. And then that 310 holds, and then you rip right back up. And then you fade back into it. You can't even get to 310. And then 310 finally comes back in, and then you do a bounce off that 310. Right? Look at that. 310 is holding on Meta for the past few weeks, post earnings. So there's definitely some interest there at the 310 level on Meta. As we test this area now, I'll be closely watching it, because if we kind of crack that 310 now, that kind of confluences with some of this bearish action we're seeing on the rest of the markets, as the ES and the NQ have already kind of broken those range levels from the previous couple of weeks. So some of these tickers kind of fall a little behind on following through on that move. So that Meta 310, if that breaks and comes into the downside, that could kind of give us some direction. But until that really happens, I don't think the longs above the 310 are too bad of an idea there.
Getting a bit of a bounce here in our friend NVIDIA. Could we have a pop back up into that 446?
Yeah.
I mean,
why not?
440, 56 the low. We're at 442-ish, dancing between a third and the whole. I mean, interesting play here.
Apple a little selling off that 178. You see that?
I'm waiting for it on my long term. I want to add at 175. So I'm
yeah,
very
I think that 175 is a great place. And looking left on the chart as well, I've identified that level to be kind of key. But yeah, no, 175 potentially incoming on Apple if we can break these kind of weak lows here at that 177.50. That was yesterday's low. We had a bit of a failure to follow through on the downside off that 177.50. Let's see if that level can finally be broken today. Here, I'm watching this Amazon as well. A bit of a rebid there on that Nvidia reclaim. This is what I mean. Like the entries weren't that great, and then you kind of start getting tested here. Your average prices, because you didn't have the best entries. Your price is definitely not the best either on the average here. But yeah, seeing as we are kind of holding this 15.2 area and this 44.85 here on the ES. Let's see if some of these levels kind of reclaim. Apple's reclaiming that 178.
There we go.
I want to see if Nvidia kind of holds below that 446. No, it went down to 440, 441.
The first thing I said, the Katina man is going to be very disappointed.
That range break, that was a trade. That range break, that level holds, and then kind of you have a volatility, and then you break that level. I think that was a great place to get short. But yeah.
I got in a little bit again here, Obi, at 442.60. Let's see, I got a couple of outs here through 443. If we can get continuation, possibly maybe into 445, a bit of a bounce back off that bottom. We'll see, taking a very small piece. Don't want to give too much profits back, but there we go. Above 443, there's a bit of a dance here between buyers and sellers. We'll see what happens, but don't want to paper hand this trade. Waited for the back end, as Neil says, to kind of get it on the way up, but we don't know if this one's going to actually run. So much bamboozlement here. I mean, you get the good headline, you pop up, you reject, you break the 446 I've been holding all morning. Lots of action, definitely. On the day, no question about that. Nothing, not a boring day, no doubt about it. Let's see what somebody just tagged me in the chat. Picky Eater might be covering short at NVIDIA. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there could be people covering here. There could be people taking advantage of the reduced price to build positions. You just really don't know who's doing what at the moment, right? You got to trade the price action. But we can always speculate. Anyway, good look there. Trying to get some more. Let me sit here with resting orders, because you know what, Obi, old man hands can't hang, okay? Old man hands has had many years under their belt, and the hands are tired, right? And the hands are tired, and they don't have the speed.
Yeah,
that's actually a lie. I'm pretty quick.
Nice.
We're having a good time today. We're having a good time.
For sure. People in the chat talking about Palantir. Now, Palantir had earnings this morning. Look at that bounce. That bid kind of comes in here. Or what time does this bid kind of come in? 9:45, 10 o'clock. This bid kind of holds and firms up, and then we are holding well above those prices that we got in and around that 10 a.m. mark. On Palantir, so that's a decent look there. Down off earnings that were reported last night. Yeah, we thought that that 20 might come into play off the PLTR earnings, but that never really came through. We got that fail out the open. I didn't see how their earnings really went, but yeah, missed on both earnings and revenue there on Palantir, and we see that kind of follow through here on the day. But yeah, a little too hard, too fast to the downside as the bids kind of hold up there. And what is this? This was about $18. What did we close at? We closed about 18. We open at about 750, and then you crack down into that 16 area that holds as well above that reaction low off the earnings. So like I'm keeping that in mind. We kind of have that reaction low 1575, and then you hold above this 1625 area and kind of start to grind up. So a couple of key levels there on Palantir to be aware of, that we are holding in and around some of those levels there. I like that the selling is kind of coming back in here. I'm looking for that larger picture move. We are still underneath VWAP. The trend is my friend. The trend is my friend. The trend is my friend.
OGOB, that's what we're calling it from now on. We're going to hit this one too.
Man. Not that good.
There we go. Buck in the money on Nvidia, waiting for 445. I think that might be an interesting area. But yeah, the bamboozlement's real, and the volatility is oh so great at the moment on this one. Whether you're going north or south, this one's giving you opportunities in spades. And just like that, we're right back into our area after celebrating $1. That's how volatile this name is, Obi. We're going to hold this one. Let's see if we can get a move back into 445. Definitely not the day for the longs, but this one I think is a bit secular. Possible mean reversion trade here back into that level. I think what you were saying about Palantir is absolutely accurate, but I think we are getting a bit of a top here at 16 3/4, mainly because that was kind of the peak, the crest earlier on off that big boy Huadunk. We got down into 16.11. We retraced back into 1670s, 1680s or so. And we're right back at those levels. A lot less volatile on this way up, more of a stair step up than the big moves that we had earlier on. Let me just get some. I know I'm looking at Nvidia here, guys, but I just don't want to botch this trade. So I'm going to sit here in front of 444. Let's see if we get that fill. Can't look away because if I do, I know this one is super volatile. I could be out of the money in like 1 second. So that's why I'm putting resting orders here, hoping for that 445 pullback back in $1 in the money. You could end the trade here, but I mean, that's probably a paper-handed trade. Here we go, right back possibly into 444. There it is, up into the 80s. 3/4 holding. Do we hold 3/4? I saw high 80s there on the ask, but it's a bit spready, no question about it. 8 pennies or so of a spread. There we go into the 90s. We go partial fill on that one. Dancing in front of 444, we get the full fill. This is a good trade. 2 good trades today on Nvidia with volatility. I mean, it gives you opportunities, no question about it. You just got to catch the right time.
Yeah, that crazy moves on Nvidia there. As soon as I said that selling is coming back in, I stopped out of my position right here in the 20s because I was like, that strength, that kind of the strength of the sellers that was there kind of dissipated. And as well, at the same time, look at this 178 rip up on Apple, right? That's some strength coming up off that 178. So do I still want to be in this short Amazon? Probably not. I'm trying to learn how to better manage my risk based off of some of these confluencing factors. Now, Amazon could still fade off for the rest of the day, but here, because my average was so garbage in and around this 139.16, I should be more than willing to get out here in the 139.20s and maybe revisit it at VWAP, which is right here for the short, right? So VWAP, let me get this spaghetti out of your way. VWAP right there, 139.40 right there. So I think I might get a better price to short and maybe even be able to size a little nicer up here in and around VWAP if the selling kind of comes back in, right? But we are making a little bit of a higher low here It's still keeping in mind we're under VWAP. The larger trend is down on the day. Not the best entries on this pop up and never took any profits down here. But again, still waiting for that main picture trade to kind of come into play if we stay heavy underneath VWAP here on Amazon. Again, I have no problem reloading, and I'm ready to reload in and around that VWAP area if we can even get up there. But if the sellers kind of come back in, and look at the strength we're getting on the ES and the NQ, we know that sellers have kind of been here just underneath that 4495 and the 15,250, 215,280, whatever. This consolidation is what I'm talking about. The sellers have been here at the top of this consolidation. So maybe if the ES and the NQ can get back up there, we might get a retest of this consolidation here on Amazon, this consolidation here on Apple, and I'll be waiting for those sellers to kind of show themselves. And if they don't, they don't. And I'll be wrong on the day. But yeah, no, still kind of holding that bit of short bias on the day. Let's see if that kind of comes back in and gives me a chance to kind of get better prices for that idea there.
That Meta 310 that you were talking about, still defending quite well.
Oh,
nice
yeah.
call on that, OB, because now we're 11 and a half, 311
Maybe
and a half.
that's the next trade.
Sorry?
I said maybe that's the next trade.
Yeah.
Oh, well, maybe not. We're already at 311. I
Yeah,
don't want
well,
to take a
that's what I was saying, yeah.
$1.50 risk on that.
It was a nice move. I think it was a definite good observation by you. Going back days, Meta holding that 310 level, no question. I actually haven't been doing charting on big tech, and that has caused me to miss some opportunities, no question about it. But yeah, I don't want to get out of this trade on Nvidia because now we're seeing a market curl here. You're seeing Apple move, Amazon move, Meta move, even Microsoft is moving. Google's been moving all day, right? 129.54 bottom for Google. Now we're knocking on the door of 131. So it's been a good look. Even Stresla getting off that 246, pardon me, and a half. Here trying to test 248, 247 and a half currently. But yeah, Nvidia, all sorts of bamboozlement. Just when I thought we were going to break 444, right back down we go. I'm really going to have to give this one room right back into 444, Obi. What is going on here, man?
Yeah, I think you can expect like a lot of chop. You just had like breaking news.
Here it is. There it is, Obi,
yeah.
man. Okay, we're running into, here comes 445.
Back into the 446.
444 and a half. There we go. Let's take a little bit out more here. We do the dance with no pants. Not too much left on my friend Nvidia. Gonna let the last little bit run here. Was it $2? $2 on this one. Not too bad. Nice off the bottom, but definitely stair-stepping up, not big boy moving up like in the same way that we flushed off that 451 into 440. Man, we moved $11 in a few minutes there, eh? I didn't even notice that. $11.
Yeah.
451.50 top, and we went to 440 and a half in a matter of, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 minutes. All right, so yeah, it's not that fast, I guess. We'll wait for the rest to keep moving up. Apple moving back up, and I could not be any less happy because I really want to get a better cost basis on this name. I'm talking about my long term. Here I've got an order at 175 and a quarter to defend that 175 area and definitely get a better cost basis, but maybe not today on Apple, as it's been the least weak, if I could put it that way, of the big tech names.
Yeah, it's been tight and range bound over the past few weeks. And again, like I was wondering what that kind of means, and I was listening to a couple of I guess more experienced traders, and they were talking about how like a low volume chop and hold of price while the rest of the market kind of moves could be a case scenario for larger players kind of accumulating in the ticker before it has a move either way.
Yeah.
So it's like now I'm thinking. By the way, I went long on Amazon off of that rip, the consolidation break, trying to stay fluid, right? But yeah, a little bit like I was short. I had the short idea here, and I had the short idea here as well. But if price thinks it's gonna kind of violate those areas, I do want to get long for a potential pop back up and potentially trying to keep it tight as well. Let's see if there's any continuation off of this pop.
Go to his screen.
But yeah, no, that low volume kind of accumulation I think is something that I'm going to be keeping an eye out for on some of these larger caps, because I'm still trying to figure out how like larger players kind of move in and around these levels. But yeah, look at that strength coming in on Amazon when we kind of break through those consolidations there, kind of piecing out into the strength. But yeah, it was not a planned trade, like I said. But if the opportunity kind of comes up, I can take a quick plan and just be like, okay, if we know shorts are a little bent in and around this 139.50 level, I feel all right getting long just into that level for a potential retest of this morning consolidation as well. We saw how strong the selling was off of this area, and if ES and especially ES, I'm looking at this consolidation on the ES 15-minute. If the ES can kind of break up above and kind of to push this 4495, that could bring that tailwind in, and that would definitely have added buying pressure on this move. Now I'm watching that 178 on Apple. Apple seems like it's the gift that keeps on giving off of these key levels. We saw that 177.50 yesterday, and that now it's doing it with that 178. So if you can figure out how to risk in and around some of these holds, I think that's a good look there. That's definitely going to be part of my homework this weekend, is looking at some of these level holds and trying to figure out what's the best execution strategy when you see kind of like a whole dollar level plus minus 20-30 cents holding on a large cap like that, being defended and not really not really following the market, not really being affected as much. But when the market does come in, it does take it the other way of the defense, right? So that 178 today, 1775 yesterday, I'm keeping that in mind. On Apple as well. Now I am keeping the VIX on watch as well. We saw that hard and fast test of that 18. Here's a funny thing. We were talking about reversions of the VIX, right? End of day on Friday, you have a VIX too hard, too fast move down from 15 all the way up to 17 in the last hour. Right? In the last hour, you do that kind of move there on the VIX. Coming in the next day, you literally revert half of that move. And coming in today already, we reverted the reversion, right? So we're seeing that build up. We're seeing that interest kind of build up there. That bit of volatility expanding in the short term there. We're seeing that kind of live happen, and that reversion really taking place there. Look at that Amazon can't really break back below that 139.50. I should definitely be in a lot more size when I have a look on a higher probability players stuck on the wrong side. Players stuck offside definitely boosts the probability factor on some of these trades.
Yep, no do to boot it. Let's see what we'll do here. What is this person? Okay, we're gonna have to take care of this person in the chat here because.
What's happening? Who needs to get dealt with?
I don't know. This person keeps entering weird stuff here. Let's talk a little bit about Google, because we're at day's highs here on Google. OB 131.26. Google's been, I don't want to say counter market. It really hasn't been counter market, but it's definitely been a bit stronger or less weak than some of the names we've been seeing lately. Here we go. Yesterday, Google closed out at 131.50 for all intents and purposes, and it really did close out at highs. We did close out very much at day's highs yesterday on Google. Let's zoom out a little bit here on our friend Google. Let's go to the 30. Yeah, man, Google, it's been okay. Higher low, higher low, higher high, all the while the market's making newer lows here on Google. So bit of a counter move. I mean, we're not at all-time highs, 133, not all-time, local highs, 133.5, definitely the local high there, but this is the kind of thing you want to see if you're looking for an unusually strong name relative to what the market's been doing. You need only look at this 1 half-an-hour candle here. 3 half-an-hour candles, all decidedly green, holding that 130 very well. No closing prints sub 130 on the half-an-hour chart. Obviously, it wicks down to 129.54. That was the low of day today for Google, but it's been a good look. 131.75 will break through the aftermarket top established yesterday. We didn't close out at that level, 131.5, but that three-quarter level definitely was dealt with, toyed with, played with. whatever you want to call it here in the aftermarket yesterday. So Google, relatively strong name. We'll keep an eye on that, no question about it. What else is moving? Let's go back to the Nvidia trade real quick here because it's retracing, breaking below 144. I've got my out 3 pennies below my entry. We're bucking the money at the moment. We were thinking maybe that 445. It didn't come into play. Did we get to VWAP on Nvidia? Nuh-uh. VWAP on my friend Nvidia currently, because of today's price action, 446 2/3. So we're a bit far removed from that at the moment. There it is, all the way up here. But I've got my entry through my exit, pardon me, through the break of my entry. So we're going to give this one as much time as we can. What's up? BYND, says the Katina man. We'll have a look at BYND. Mention Palantir here, guys. It's at 680, right at the earlier 10 o'clock high. We haven't been able to break through that just before we switch to BYND, which is a NASDAQ name. Sharif, you should know that by now. This one missed big on the morning, I'm assuming. I forget the earnings report. Missed big, right? Yeah, okay. But it's bouncing now. So bit of a mean reversion. 16 1/4 south right now currently. But look at that. We hold. Look, we dip below 12. No question about it. We get into 1185. But look at the closing prints on the 5-minute chart. They're all north of 12. So definitely buyers stepped in here at 12, whoever's buying. And now we are breaking this consolidative range, this area that we had from about 8:30 till about the bell, where we danced with 2 3/4. We just broke above it now. We're talking about 1280 possibly coming into play. Do we see the whole dollar? Do we see 13? Here comes 80 again. So some buying, definitely an SSR balance if I've ever seen one. Definitely an SSR on today, right? BYND. Let me just look quickly here to get the deets on the volume, and obviously it's SSR. 5 1/3 million shares done on the day. There goes 80. Good to the north side. Shout out to the Katina man for taking that one. I think we could see 13 quite soon.
Nice look there. As the ES kind of broke out and didn't really follow through, kind of pieced out of the whole thing. But we are kind of holding here. We dropped back down to 139.50 and the instant rebid back up. That was kind of interesting as well. But yeah, I was a little paper-handed on that. But like I said before, not really a fully thoroughly planned out trade. We just know that 139 is kind of key, and we know intraday if price kind of breaks this downtrend, you might have a little bit of buying pressure from the shorts come in, and we saw that kind of come in. Whether that's 100% true that all that pressure came in from the shorts or not really relevant. But yeah, a little bit of push there off of this previous high is holding for now. But yeah, let's see if this market can actually turn. I am keeping in mind that this is now holding above VWAP. So we talked about how this could retest VWAP, and it does. It retests VWAP, breaks above, and now kind of holding and consolidating both above VWAP and above this previous high there as well, 139.50. So let's see if we can hold above this. If the market kind of decides to push back towards this 4,500 on the ES and this 15.3 on the NQ, I think we could easily see that 140 come back into play. We're not that far away. We're about 40 cents away from that. But yeah, that 140 come back into play, and if that 140 gets pushed around, then definitely you have some of this volume, this failure of that 140 that really brought in the move this morning. So if price can get above that 140, I think I'll definitely be looking for a long there above that 130. But yeah, definitely got out of the long here. Quick scalp off of that break on the market move, consolidation break. But yeah, let's see if this kind of this price holds. Now, what's our friend Nvidia doing? We got to take a
knock on the door of 445. That's what it's doing.
Okay, so yeah, like we said, it's more than valid. This move was a little too hard, too fast to the downside, right? It gives you about 3 points in like 20 minutes. Sorry, 10 points in 20 minutes, and off that news. So yeah, a bit of a reversion there on a move that was a little too hard, too fast. But what'll be interesting now is to see if this 446 holds as resistance. Is this a classic case of that support turn resistance, and we might be able to observe that that mechanic kind of happen intraday today. If it's there, I'm expecting to see some interesting tape in and around this 446 level here on Nvidia, and if we can do that, I'll be more than willing to kind of get back into this short thesis on Amazon, and maybe even take a short on Apple there underneath this 179.20 highs there if we do start to pull back off of some of these levels.
Angry Bear is going to hit the gym, and he wants everybody to have a fantastic trading session. I couldn't be happier
workout
for you. Yeah, get that work in. All right, we took a little bit above, a little bit out here, OB, beyond that 445. We wicked up to 445 and a quarter. I wet my beak a little bit there, but 445, we're having trouble holding above this level for now. Now, I'm not seeing any size here reflected on the book to justify, so you obviously know that we have shorts or profit taking here that's not sitting on the servers coming in at this level. Here we go, 445, dance again and a reject. VWAP, which is really my dream here for a mean reversion trade, is 446.5. Right, we're moved off that. So we're $2 in the money on this one. We've taken, you know, 250. We got in, yeah, actually more than 250 was my best out on this one through 445 and a quarter there, but not that much size remaining, to be fair. So we'll see how this one does if we can continue to stair step up here. But I'm happy I was able to punch in here because, well, this was kind of a scary move down, right?
Yeah, that was a pretty
Let's see what
strong
else is going
sell-off,
on.
very directional, right?
All right, let's talk about what else is moving. Obi, I think we've been talking about NVIDIA quite a bit here, so let's see what else.
It is moving.
Well, it is. I mean, there's nothing we can do about that, sure. It is moving, no question, but let's see what else is moving.
Yeah, people
We talked
talking about
Google.
Tesla. Have you covered Tesla?
I haven't, but I see a higher low being put in here, Ob, so let's have a look at this one real quick. Let's look at our friend Stressla. Shout out to Brother Musk. TSLA. Here it is. This is what I'm talking about on Stressla. Let's put in the ticker so everyone can follow along. You have that early, I want to call it opening range bottom right at 245. So in fact, the low of the day is 245.01. So if you were sitting there, you were well compensated as it bounced back up to almost 251, 250.92, the high. But look at this, double bottom. Doesn't actually have to be a double bottom. But what we do see here is a higher low. And you like that because the buyers are stepping up here, outbidding the sellers on lower volume. Look at the decreasing volume, obviously to be expected because there's no catalyst and opening range always has the biggest amount of volume. But the fact that we're moving up, breaking through VWAP, maybe possibly looking into that 250 area, it's a good look here on Tesla. Nothing specific to this name today. Let me just look real quick. Yeah, we have Rivian after the bell today. I don't think that really is going to influence Tesla much. We had the CFO departure yesterday. Chief Accounting Officer coming in and replacing the outgoing Chief Financial Officer. Sounds like the same accounting financial. Isn't that like kind of a synonym? No, they're not. I'm kidding, of course. But yeah, here we go. Looking at Tesla, trying to hold that VWAP level. VWAP on my chart, 248.14, pulling back a little bit, rejecting off that 248.5. So we'll have to see how that one does. Wow, NVIDIA. See, this is why I don't like looking away from NVIDIA, Obi. 445.80 it got up to, and then right back down into 445, trying to hold the whole dollar right now. There's a bidder here at 445. He's got outbid or outdueled by the sellers as we break down now below 445, but you're gonna have to give this one room because there's all sorts of volatility, even on the 1 minute candle. What's the range on the average 1 minute candle here? Like 446.18, and then we go all the way to 445.60. Here we go, right back up into 445.5, baby. Are we gonna hit the $3 club here, Obi? We're gonna hit the $3 club here, man.
Bit of strength coming in. Great trade there off the. What's your initial entry there on
442 and 2/3.
Wow, nice.
Yeah.
And then back up into the range that 446. Beautiful. Nice trade there, Sharif. I got a little long again as we hold above that consolidation, that 139.50 held. So it got a little late there, but added twice on that move. Just looking for that continuation. Let's see if we can really hold VWAP and push towards that 140 as we hold this kind of strength that came in off that market move, and then ESNQ as well, kind of pushing back towards these levels. So if ES can kind of get towards this 45, like I said before, the probability of that 140 coming in increases, in my opinion. So that's kind of the probability that we're looking at here, trying to play with as well. Not the best entries, as you know. Like this, like looking back, like this was probably a great place to get long above this previous low here. That could have been also a reason to cover. Like whatever it is, it was definitely a reason to buy, and I guess I didn't recognize that in that time there. And I think this also kind of corresponded with this range low hold on both ES and NQ. So yeah, maybe I kind of disregarded that information on the chart and kind of disrespected that, but that's fine. We got out of the position. We switched long. We got in above VWAP. So we're looking for that VWAP hold and a continuation back towards the highs. If the market does decide to do about a 50% retracement, we will see that 4,500 pretty soon today if that's decidedly going to happen. But yeah, bit of that long working out. I like the pressure that I'm seeing here on the tape. There's size on the ask that's kind of getting taken out as well. Some volume going in and around these previous tops, and the price is holding. So I like that look here for a potential continuation as well. We know that Apple is holding above this consolidation as well. So let's see if Apple can get back towards that 179. We know that Nvidia is pushing up as well. Now let's take a look at some of these other names as well. Apple is above VWAP. Okay, nice. That's what we would like to see. Microsoft below VWAP, underneath 325. That's interesting as well. Google pushing high of day.
Strong.
Pre-market high is about to come
day.
in. Strong all day, man. 129.50. That yesterday's high is coming back in, so we have the potential for breaking. What happened just there? We have the potential for breaking week high here on Google, and if Google breaks week high, I think this consolidation has a little bit of push to the upside, right? This intraday consolidation could get that push, and then we'll get that little bit of tailwind as well on the Amazon long there. But yeah, let's see if we can get that to come in. People talking about Beyond Meat as well.
Yeah,
now, the
Sean,
Beyond Meat, haven't really taken a look at this name as much today. Wow. Off the earnings miss, 10 o'clock, that bottom kind of comes in, and we bid back up to the highs on BYND, back up into that 13 level pre-market high. No, the initial reaction high, actually, we're testing
right there, yeah.
right now out the open. So yeah, interesting look there on Beyond Meat. We could have a retest of this earnings reaction low here at this 1350 as well. That could come in if this top breaks. That's the next level I'm seeing looking left there on BYND. Nice look.
All right, Ganesh, can you have a look at TTOO?
Sure.
We know this one reports after the bell, so, you got a TTOO reported this morning. Thank you for that. TTWO is the one. Okay, yeah, good call. TTOO. That is T2 Biosystems. It was supposed to be. All right, let's have a look. Because I know this one is supposed to be after. So, T2 was after the close today, right? Is that T2? Yeah. But then they ended up reporting, much like AMC, for some reason earlier today. So, T2 was supposed to be after the close today. That's all good. Doesn't really matter. What's the look here? 30 pennies, essentially the high. 29.98. A bit of a bull flag forming here. A bit of the compression pattern. Let's put the ticker. TTOO. Here we go. Interesting look. 24.5 pennies is where we started the day off. A bit of, I don't want to call it a double bottom, but you definitely have a higher low. So that's typically a bullish indicator. And then when you break the crest, which would have been at 25.5 pennies, that would be an interesting long. So ex post facto, I look there for a possible break. Now, current price action, we're looking to see if this compression pattern resolves in the direction of the trend. Bull flag, you're looking for a breakthrough. You want to say, obviously it's high a day here at 30 pennies, but if it breaks the top end of this range and closes above this, maybe an interesting long. You know, I don't trade these sub $1 stocks all that often, but current price action doesn't look all too bad. What's percentage up on the day? Oh, just a measly 18.5%. So it's a very good look on the name. An earnings, I'm assuming, winner. Let's have a look and read here. What is popping off? Da-da-da-da. No, Neil, it didn't report today. It didn't report yet. Yeah. TTOO, right? Yeah, it didn't report yet. The earnings estimate chart. This is the... Yeah, it's supposed to be after the bell, right? I mean, I thought it maybe it did.
My trading view
he's
says
right.
it was last night.
It was last night.
Yeah.
Yeah, good call.
Yeah.
What's going on here? Here we go. So this is the earnings called transcript. I'm not going to read the transcript, but let's go through the results possibly here and talk a little bit about that. Reported quarterly adjusted earnings of 8 cents per share for the quarter ended in June. The expectation was a loss of 27. That's a huge beat for profit. Revenue fell 66.8%, $2 million from a year ago. Analysts were looking for a much bigger loss at $2.03 million, so it looks like they beat estimates there. EPS was a loss of 8 cents per share. The mean earning, okay, Anything specific here with respect to, yeah, nothing there. So it's an earnings beat. Just look here real quick. Yeah, you're right. Look at this pop up right there at 405. Good call. We haven't gotten to yesterday's high though, so we're still very much within that range. No question about it. Really haven't broken through yesterday's top. On the earnings release, we got up to, I believe, 32 1/3 pennies, but the closing prints are all sub 31 pennies. Right now, we're still not there yet. We're still very much consolidative within this pattern. So we'll see how this one resolves itself. Futures moving up, big tech moving up. I've got a resting order here on my friend NVIDIA at 445 2/3. Haven't filled quite yet. That will be the $3 mark. We're still dancing with 445 1/3, 445 1/2. Let's see if we can get continuation, ideally to VWAP. VWAP keeps moving down as the price action remains down there. VWAP on my chart, 446 2/3. So we're still a buck off VWAP, but here we come into my resting order, 445 2/3, not quite yet. You're going to make me wait for this one, so we'll wait on this one. Yeah, Havana Woody says they reported last night. Thank you for that, guys. It's hard to kind of keep track of everything, but I always appreciate the chat keeping me honest, baby. Day trader cut, Feds Harker. I think there is a path to economic soft landing. Yeah, I remember Harker was saying today that maybe interest rate hikes were over for the year. Another quote there by day trader cut, Fed Harker, sometime probably next year we'll start cutting rates. Whoa. Okay, interesting statements, man. When the blackout periods goes, these Fed speakers love to get on the mic, man. Shinobi, AMD looks good through 112.50. You want to have a look at that?
Man, before I have a look at that, I posted an order to add into the long here in the 70s, and it grinds right above and can't get there. 140, the squeeze is on Amazon. We are testing some of these pre-market morning consolidation levels here on Amazon as we squeeze through the top. Look at that expanding volume coming in on that. That's a very heavy volume bar, so I kind of want to piece off a bit of my position there, if it can even take it. Yep. Thank you for playing, but that's
good trade, homie.
Yeah. So that expanding volume, I think that's a great reason to kind of get out of the long there, and we saw that acceleration come in. So like I said, players definitely offside, and you have the ES and NQ kind of build up towards their highs. Yeah, and then you hold VWAP. right? And I'm like, oh, it's holding VWAP. I want to get in some more here. And yeah, the move kind of accelerates much faster and much quicker than I expected there. But yeah, nice move there on Amazon. A bit of a squeeze coming in with the markets. Like I said, the probability for that 140 coming in becomes extremely high if this action kind of holds above this morning session downtrend, right? And then you had the classic hold above VWAP, reclaim, right? I had the short bias, and I was like, oh no, that's strength. Let me respect some of the confluencing factors. We saw Apple move up. We saw the move on Nvidia kind of flush and then a retest from the bottom, that strength coming back in. We know that Google is pushing towards those highs. Can I be in all of those tickers? Maybe. I got to figure out this basket order thing. But for now, trying to play the beta on Amazon is the move here. That 140 hold, let's see if that 140 holds and we can really get that squeeze. I see some of these pre-market levels here at that 141 as Apple pushes that 179. Now if Apple can blow its top here at 179.20, oh boy, here we go. A bit of a market acceleration here. This 4,500, right? 4,500 on ES. We talked about this. This 15.3. We expect there to be some trouble there. And let's see if we kind of need to piece off the rest of this long here on Amazon if that 4.5 and that 15.3 kind of show us a little bit of trouble there on the futures. That's what I got going on.
Okay. $3 winner secured on Nvidia. Now we're looking for a $4 winner here, baby, because we're waiting here at 446. The next out will be VWAP, which is 446 2/3. We're dancing with 446 right now, much in the same way that we danced with 445. Here comes 446 again. High 80s. Do we see low 90s? Not quite yet. Still only 1.86%. I say only. 1.86% south. This one was much lower than it was now. It's been everywhere. It's been high, it's been low, and we played it either way, baby. It was range bound earlier. Look at this. We had a 446 bottom with a kind of like a VWAP reject earlier on. That was the majority of the morning. We played that successfully, and then we had the big boy Huadunk. We got it on the back end, as my friend Neil likes to say, and we were able to stair step up with this bad boy. 446 though, surprise, surprise. Former area of support now acting as resistance. Where have I read that before? I mean, that's exactly what's happening right now. We danced with 446 all morning, and now we can't really break above 446. To be expected. So we're going to give this one patience. But yeah, we're very cognizant of the fact that 446 will likely be an area of resistance on this name. We're going to let it run, though, right back down into 444, almost 445 now. Very volatile name, but far removed is our entry, so we have to give this one more patience. Obi, let's talk a little bit about crypto here because, you know, it's the only green sector on my watch list, and yet we haven't traded it. I talked about this earlier in the show. Spot, Bitcoin, ETF application vis-a-vis Aunt Kathy, ARC. They put that order in earlier. I think they were first to submit their application. They're maybe going to hear back August 13th. That's when the deadline is. We don't know if they'll actually get a response from the SEC or the SEC will kick the can down the road and tell them, nah, we need more info, this and that. You know how these regulatory bodies work. But look at this. GBTC up 2 1/3. You got BITO up 2 1/4. Coin 2 1/3 as well. Riot 4 1/4. Mara 4 1/3. ETH is even almost up 4% on the day. BTBT 4 1/3 as well. Forget about SI because SI is like, you know. MicroStrategies almost 4.5 on the day. So good luck. Bitcoin up 2%, knocking on the door of 30,000. It's back up to 29,691. So good day for cryptocurrency plays. We'll keep an eye on these plays, no question about it. I think this will be an interesting one going into the 13th. We are the 8th. What day is the 13th, by the way? Lucky number 13, Obi. What the hell? The 13th is a Sunday. Why do they want to hear back on a Sunday? That's an odd time to have a deadline, but whatever. The price action, obviously, if you can trade crypto on the weekend. I mean, my brokerage offers crypto. Sadly, can't trade it. You can get the data, you can get everything, but Paxos is the market maker for IBKR for crypto, and we don't have access to Paxos in Canada, so I can just only see the price action, can't trade. But yeah, interesting look there. Anybody looking in for the crypto trade may want to trade on the 13th, or you can wait to the 14th there, Obi.
Yeah. I got out of the rest of that long. The reason to hold the trade, in my opinion, was price holding above 140. Right? We were in from the 139.60s. I tried to post some more. I should have been a little bit more aggressive in the 139.70s, but that's fine. The move came in real hot. We got that exhaustive move, and I was like, oh, is it going to continue? 140. We still haven't visited that pre-market consolidation area here. Which is right at that 140.50, right? You have that accelerated move, you kind of stop right under, and I'm like, oh, if we're moving this hard, this fast, and if the squeeze is really on, this should at least clock 140.50, right? You don't even get that far, and like I said, where are we expecting problems on the NQ and the ES? 45 and 15.3. Look at the wicks that are forming as of right now on the 15-minute charts here on the ES and the NQ. We're wicking off of those levels. So I think, again, great reason to get out of the long right at that 140 and kind of reassess. Now, again, gotta stay as fluid as possible. You know, be like water, and try to assess some of these changing probabilities here. But we know, as of right now, like the morning session was a strong downtrend, and we kind of started going sideways. We made a couple of higher lows, right? We had a bit of market confluence with NVIDIA, with Apple, with Google, and then as well as the futures kind of embodying that action from the constituents. And we caught that higher probability move on that Amazon, which was about 50, 60, 70 cents-ish off of that move. Now, again, I'm trying to figure out, right, what kind of trades, like I'm taking these type of trades, I'm taking those type of trades, and I am kind of like writing them down and kind of trying to compartmentalize the types of trades I'm taking. Now I'm realizing some of these trades, I can be a lot more aggressive versus the other ones. Right? Like when certain tape is in your way, when the float is offside, you recognize that the intraday float is a little bit offside, and you can catch like a high probability, like quarter or even a few cents. Like those are the places where I'm realizing I can really get sized, and it kind of the proof is in the pudding there when you see a lot of the block orders going in as well, in and around some of those prices where you're expecting trouble. So it's like if there's institutional, it doesn't necessarily have to be institutional, but if there's a large order size, if there's bigger players kind of interested at certain levels or maybe in trouble at certain levels, I definitely want to keep that on watch and keep an eye on that as well. But that wick off of those key levels on the ES and NQ, great reason to sell. And I was like, yeah, that was one of those pops, that exhaustive move. So great reasons to sell regardless of long or short. And we're seeing that idea kind of come into play here as that 140.30s pop sells back down below that 140. So whether you were long and you sold, or whether you were short and you sold, you're sitting nice either way, as that was a great reason to sell.
Yeah, sitting pretty. Interesting look on Google here as we reject that 131 and a third right back down into 131. Let's pull up Google. Pardon me.
What's going on with our friend Google?
We're about to find out, sir. Oh my, if I can type it in properly, my mind needs to be able to do that.
Yeah, Zion Lala saying, reminder to yourself, keep repeating, trend is your friend, trend is your friend. Yeah, man, for sure. And look, I was able to take a trade when the trend failed, right? I was like, the trend is my friend, the trend is my friend. And I was like, oh, damn, the trend is no longer my friend, get out. And the trend is no longer anybody else's friend either, so get long, right? So I was like, took that trend break, and now we're seeing a bit of that exhaustion come into play, where you have a move, no real follow through, and that's kind of telling me that maybe a lot of this buying pressure was just shorts getting knocked out, as that when that buying pressure kind of leaves, all of that price gets washed back. So no real buying pressure there on that move.
Yes, sir. Keeping my eye on, Google. Retracing here, 131 and a third is where we're at. Now we were dancing south of 131. We're at 130.80. No real resistance, support levels here. We could talk a little bit maybe about 130 and a half, 130 and 2/3, but it's speculative at best. VWAP hanging out at 130 and a half as well, but yeah, Google's definitely been, I would say, the stronger of the names on the day. No question about that. It's down like everything else, half a point. It was up a lot more than that. I was almost knocking on the door of break even there, Google. 130 and a half takes us to break even. We got up to 131 and a half. We got up to 131 and a third, but couldn't do any better than that, at least not yet. So holding here on Google, I don't know where an entry would be interesting because if I'm looking Google, I'm looking long. That's kind of how my thinking is. Maybe I'll wait to the VWAP, that $0.50, 130 and a half. We come down there. I may want to take like a smaller entry position to see how that one does. Yeah, so let's have a look at some other names. We talked about Lee earlier on as well. We haven't looked at that one in about an hour. So we'll have a look at Li Auto. Reported, did well, but down on the day, much like these other Chinese ADRs. Every Chinese ADR, for the exception of Tencent Music, is red on my chart. They did catch a bit of a reprieve, though. 41 and a quarter seems to be the lowish area on Li Auto. Now it's at that 42 and 2/3. Still 8.5% to the negative, consolidating sideways. Really no trade on this one, at least for me at the moment. So we'll leave Li Auto be until it can maybe take that 43 level out. Maybe it'll be interesting here if we can get above and stay above 43, but not quite yet. Let's move back into Nvidia because, yeah, surprise, surprise, former area of support acting as an area of resistance. 46 exactly holds out as the top. Now we are breaking down below 444. We are in 443 and a half. Now we're only $1 in the money after having been almost $3.50 in the money. Very little left. We're going to have to wait for this one either to trigger our stop or recurl back up because that's the play for me here. So it's time to enter my stop based on my new shareage size. Let's go ahead and cancel the old VER. There we go. Get rid of that script, enter a new script here. So our entry is 442.63. So shareage, we got to enter shareage first, Obi. Old man hands can't hang. 442, and then we'll get out there, and then we got to give it room because this one is all sorts of crazy. So we'll give that one room, and there we go. We got stop instituted, and I put a 15 penny spread in case this one gets really crazy. But profit taker. Definitely got to set up the profit taker because if it gets back up there, I want all the heat. So we're going to go like that, and then we're going to sit at 446. We'll see what happens up there. All right, let's talk some chats here. Secret treasure, Nvidia going down now. You should consider selling it now. LOL. Well, I don't have that much, right? So I'm gonna wait for this one, like I just said, to either trigger my out or I'm just holding it. Cactus. LEJU, please. Thank you. Yeah, we talked about this one a little bit earlier on. I don't know what's been doing since the last time I talked about it, but we'll have a look at it again. No worries. Is it there? No. I'm going to type it in again, Obi. LEJU. Oh, boy. Well, what a retracement this one is. Wow. This one looks like setting up for a possible head and shoulders here. Even a bigger move down. I mean, this one was an earnings winner. We know what it did. Leju Holdings. What does this company do, bro? Is an online to offline real estate service provider in China. The company offers real estate e-commerce online, advertising, and online listing services through its online platform. They use the word online there a lot. I like that. I
think they're trying to push that whole like online real estate kind of model there. Maybe.
Like Zillow?
Yeah.
Remember when Zillow started buying houses and then that blew up in their face?
Yeah, I'm not familiar with the story. What happened there?
So, you know, what they do is they're a listing app. You want to sell your house, you put it on Zillow, right? It's kind of like realtor.ca in Canada, right? And then they're like, okay, why don't we just start buying houses and, fixing them up, selling them, basically doing what we know people do, but just on a corporate level.
Okay.
And it didn't do well for them. And they ended up shutting down that whole sector of their company. So... interesting look. Anyway, LEJU is holding 3. So we get a couple of dips here, but nothing really decisive south of 3, and then the buyers really stepped up. Look at these bottom wicking candles into 290. They're met with immediate buying and moving the stock above 3. It is below VWAP. VWAP's at 3 2/3. But we may have an interesting level here. I would say an interesting level of support at $3. We're at 309. So realistically, you could punch in here, give yourself 9, 10 pennies, 11, 15 pennies worth of risk for a nice possible move upside into VWAP. At least if you're looking for a VWAP retracement, 3 2/3. The volume is not there though. Quite frankly, look at this. It's been very much declining volume. So unless you see these volume candles start to make newer highs, and you can basically draw trend lines on volume bars much in the same way that you can draw them on price action bars. And there's really no reason why you can't. So let's see the volume start to pick up again. Otherwise, it's kind of speculative. You want to get in here, buy a bit of a lottery ticket. It's a bit better than a lottery ticket because you know you have some support at 3, but I mean, to me, it's just not the trade I want to go for at the moment, given what we've got on the day. So good look on the day for LEJU, but just no trade for me at the moment, unless really speculative off 3, LB.
Yeah, I'm just trying to play a cheeky long here off of like a VWAP hold, a similar idea as well. But from the upside, as Amazon kind of teeters in and around that VWAP level, the NQ and the ES catching a little bit of a bid, nothing too crazy, but yeah, I'm looking for that VWAP hold. Just gonna try to keep it tight as possible with this. But yeah, if that doesn't really work, that's fine. And I don't think that's going to be that too great right now. Might have been a little premature there. Now I gotta remember to get in on the right side of the V and not really anticipate too much of a move coming in before it actually does, right? Because I don't know. Then I'm just guessing that way. But this VWAP was at 51. I got in. Where did I get in? I got in like 55, and I got in a little bit more, 45. That puts my average in and around that VWAP at that 139.51.
Look at what
the fact that we broke below a dime, like that 40 level, I'll peace out. The market, it just did a wick off of this level as well. So a little cheeky long there. It could work out, right? Like the idea is like VWAP is confluencing with some of these highs from before, but we already kind of squeezed off that pressure, right? We already squeezed off the pressure. There's a cheeky long just to see if there's any residual pressure still around from maybe some potential shorts that are still stuck in and around this 139.40. We might be able to catch a couple cents off of that. But that was the idea. That could still come in. But yeah, let's see if that kind of comes into play here. And I do want to point out here, we saw that pullback off of the 18 on the VIX, bit of a retracement, the reversion of the reversion of the reversion, right? So it's like, yeah, it kind of, you can see that kind of compression kind of happening as well as we build up for a potential move either way here on the markets. I like this reclaim of that VWAP. So yeah, you know what? Maybe I was a little too early, and the idea is still valid, but I'm willing to get back in on a hold above VWAP now. Like we've tested below VWAP, we kind of cracked below it like a dime below VWAP. So and kind of below these previous tops that we're holding as resistance on the downtrend. So keeping that in mind, we're back below. So and as well as Apple kind of pulling back off that 179, right? So let's see if that selling kind of comes back in. Those are heavy wicks on both the ES and the NQ on the 15s. So if that pressure is real and we kind of push back into this range from the morning session, I think this 44.85 or this 15.220 is well within range if that's the case there. So let's see if that kind of comes back in. Trying to keep that risk tight, waiting for those high probability moves. Losing a bit of change there on these cheeky moves there, but you know.
Yeah, and Nvidia's coming right back into my entry, but thankfully, I mean, quite frankly, thank you. I said Nvidia's coming right back into my entry there. We're long 442 and 2/3. It just touched 443, bounced back up. I've got my stop in place. I'm not going to manage this position. Let's leave it be. If I stop out, I stop out. If we trend back up, great. We'll take profits. JB wants us to look at MF. MF Miss Fresh. In case anybody's wondering what this is, it's a China-based holding company. The company is engaged in providing fresh produce and fast-moving consumer goods to customers through its online e-commerce platform and distributed mini warehouse. These are called DMWs. Sure. Company profile, float, 86 million shares, larger-ish. Now, this one started moving in the aftermarket on August 3rd, but it really started going August 4th in the morning, 7:30 a.m. We get all the way up from that 70 penny area all the way up to $2.30. Yesterday was its heyday, though. Got up to 382 top. We were trending right back down now, trying to hold 2. We're at $2.09. Now, it's an interesting area where we're at, not just because it's the whole dollar level, but look at this consolidative area here that we had on the 4th. We danced with 2 all day, a little bit above, a little bit below, and then surprise, in the aftermarket, when there's no halt parameters, boom goes a dynamite. We get off that 190. We end up closing the night out at 235, even more, man. We ended up closing at highs, Obi, $2.60. Surprise, surprise. That's the level we closed out at again yesterday. That was the official print. That print on the 4th was not official because it was in the aftermarket. Yesterday, the official close was 260. We're below that now. But if you're looking for a possible swing on this or a possible support level, it looks like 2 is very interesting. Again, held on the 4th. We didn't make it down there yesterday, and now we're dancing with 2 all day, a little bit above, a little bit below. Technically on the day, 230 the high, the low 195, so maybe a punch in and around 2. We'll see what happens if, yeah, I'm not going to trade it. It's down big on the day. It's down 20%, 19.92%. Retracement, obviously to be expected on one of these names. Don't know what the catalyst is. I got to go back days for that. It's not really that important anyway. So back to NVIDIA here as we step down and try to hold 443. It may not be, yeah, it might be, this might be the end of the trade for NVIDIA. Who knows? We're down now 2 1/3%. We're sub 444. 446 held out as resistance, to be expected because it was a former area of support. Not much else to discuss about this name other than just letting it play out and seeing what happens. Let's see.
Nice. Yeah, I think that look on NVIDIA is pretty solid, man. Like that breaking news trade is kind of like done and gone now, right? Like we're past almost, like, what has it been, an hour almost since that NVIDIA news came out?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's let's see when it came out. It came out at 11:27, right? So about 30 minutes after we started here, and it's about 1 o'clock now. So definitely some of that volume, like, look, the proof is in the pudding. Look at the chart. That volume has already dissipated, right? The initial reaction was very, very strong. You have a high volume, high R vol candle right here. The range of that price is kind of 447 to 443, 442 if you want to call it, 443. And yeah, look, we kind of base in and around that range on that high volume candle. So I like that look. I think the breaking news trade is kind of done. If you're looking for that continuation, that follow through type of trade as well, that could come in. I'm watching Amazon as well. Look at that. Hold of VWAP. Hold of VWAP 139.50-ish area is holding as of right now. I like that look, and maybe we could get back in long to kind of realize this idea that we had on this level area hold here on Amazon.
All right, Bhavan Patel wants me to look at Rivian. We know Rivian reports after the bell today. I mean, this one had a fantastic June/July. Let's look at this. I mean, we're quite consolidative with about a 12 bottom and a 15.5 top. That goes back into March. That level essentially holds till late June. So quite a while we were dancing. Then all of a sudden, boom, goes the dynamite to the high side. We break above that 15.5, 16, 17, 18, 19. Essentially, you get it. We've topped out here locally at 28.5, but the closing prints all sub 28. Okay, this is the daily chart on Rivian. Yesterday, we closed out at 24 1/3, $24.30. So we are now at the bottom end, I want to say, of the breakout range. Since the breakout happened, and then we kind of, we didn't have this parabolic move up, kind of danced a little bit, some green, some red. This has kind of been the lower end of the range. You got to say that $24 area, 24.5 seems to be the bottom end of this range. We're kind of danced with it today. Below 23.60 on the day, the high 24.67. So about a dollar worth of range. Let's go to the 5-minute intraday view. Here we go. Now, what do we got here? Bit of a double bottom at 23.60, and it stair-stepped up, went green, right? Breaking through yesterday's close, which was 24.25. Now we're stair-stepping up, wanting to break that 24 2/3, right? 24.67 high. You have that initial touch at that level around 1040 on good volume. The volume, I got to say, for this stock today is quite good. We definitely have a top at 24 2/3. That's in place currently, whether it was from 12 o'clock onward or that 10 o'clock spike, 10:45 spike, I should say. Yeah, we haven't really been able to break through that top. Now, what are they going to do in terms of earnings? I mean, I don't know. They did well last time. They beat by over 1,000 cars. They guided well. What else did they do? I mean, I forget. But
wow.
What?
Sorry, this
Go.
Amazon's just squeezing. I didn't mean to cut you off there,
yeah,
man.
it's cool, bro. It's
but
more important.
yeah, look at that hold on. I just got a little long there off of this rip back up. I said we held VWAP, right? We held VWAP, and then this buying pressure comes in, kind of teleports into 60s, and I'm like, well, I should probably get into this, kind of punch in, quick dime, right? Just taking quick scalps, catch the quick dime onto the next I guess dime level at the 70s, and now we're pushing 80s as well for a potential retest of that 140 as these markets kind of start creeping back up to that 4.5, right? So maybe we push back up into the 4.5, maybe we get some selling coming in as well. But I'm taking those quick scalps based off of just the action that I see here. Again, gonna piece off relative to how some of this action follows through. If we get that 140 test and we get a break of this kind of exhaustion high that we saw that came in here in the 140.30s, like look at this. Like I kind of drew this trend line here. Nothing too crazy. I'm just trying to remind myself, right? Like, again, trend is my friend. Trend is my friend. And kind of the dominant trend, kind of as of right now, off of that not pre-market. I keep saying pre-market. That morning session there, I got a little bit more out into the 80s there. Now let's see with the rest if we can actually have a strong push towards that 140. Again, I'm keeping in mind that 45 and that 15.3 should come into play if I want to see that 140 break, right? So let's see if that 140 comes in with this market strength that we're getting right now. A bit of squeeze tape action off of that. Another thing I want to mention, I keep writing this down. I gotta write this one down as well. What time did this happen? As soon as I put the reason for kind of getting in more showed up here at 12:57, so I'm just gonna write that down because I'm gonna have to review some of that tape later. 200 lots on the ask, 139.75 came in, flickered for a little bit, blasted to the upside. Now let me see if I can show you these guys here that kind of came in at that 75 level. Here I got on my tape. What time was that? This is a few minutes ago here. But you know, I'll just pull this tape in here. Look at all this size that kind of goes in here at the 70s, at the 75s, right? So I like right here. There it is, right there. So 14,000 shares, 2,600 shares. Wow. Kind of all of that ask gets slapped. And I like that look for the continuation, possible retest of that 140. And look at Apple here, man. 179 accelerating as the ES and the NQ kind of rage back towards those key levels. Let's see if those prices kind of come in for the follow through on this trade. But yeah, decent trend holding above VWAP here on Amazon as the markets kind of reclaim back towards their tops from these morning.
Yeah, very frustrating trade here on Nvidia. I mean, not that there was much left, but you hate to get bottom wicked like this for a stop. I mean, that's quite frustrating. Literally is bottom wick. Look at this, Obi.
Did you short that or you got out?
No, that was my stop. That was a predetermined
for
stop
the long,
based on my entry.
I mean, that's fair, man. That's fair.
Yeah,
Like
well,
the thing is, like what I'm learning is like it's
that's very
it's okay. It's
frustrating.
okay to get stopped out. Get back in.
Yeah,
Like,
no, I
it's
didn't
fine.
see it.
Like you have the stop in for a reason. Like and if you see that you got stopped out, maybe you should be watching it just to see. It's like, okay, I just stopped out. But if the move was just capitulatory, right, and it comes in and it gets all the stops, and you're sitting there at the stop, and then the move reverses, I'm realizing like it's okay to be like, okay, well, I just got out and the move capitulated. I got to get right back in for that move to continue. So. Yeah,
that's,
we're seeing that
sure.
in action right there. That concept come into play.
Yeah, it's tough. But in any event, that's the end of the trade for Nvidia. But very profitable trade, very happy. But you're always angry as a trader. I mean, that's kind of the modus operandi here.
That's my secret. I'm always angry.
Yeah, I'm always angry too, and I'm quite angry that Apple didn't hit 175 and it's starting to go back up again. Anyway, we're getting some good moves here in the market. I really haven't had my eye on the future because we've been involved in this Nvidia trade. So let's have a look here at the future and see what's going on. We're still sub 1 1/3 on the NQ on the day. So let's bring in the NQ September contract. Let's have a look. That's the 5-minute on the NQ. Nice hold at 15.2. Doesn't quite make it down to 15.2. It's 15.2 1/4. Where we kind of double bottomed, made a new high through the crest there at 15.2 3/4, and now we're knocking on the door possibly for a newer high here through 15.290. 15.3 incoming, VWAP 15.303 on my chart. Stair stepping up, you're getting good movements with respect to the big caps to support this move on the NQ. So we'll have a look and see what this one does, but we are still far removed from yesterday's close. Yesterday we closed sub 15.5. We closed at 15.485. Technically the high on the day is 15.497, but that's an after the bell. That's a 6 p.m. whatever, 7 p.m. high, not today's price action. So the future is still, definitely negative, but a nice bounce back up here. Let's see what the ES is doing. Is it stronger than the NQ? I haven't looked at either of these bad boys today. What's the ES up to? Yeah, definitely stronger than the NQ. 0.88% to the negative. Definitely a lot better than the NQ. Where's the ES closed at yesterday? 45.37. Yesterday's close. What do we have on the day? 45.41 the high, but that's an after the market high yesterday. We are just a smidge south of 4,500. 4,500 now acting as a level of resistance. We tried to look for a possible 4,500 long earlier in the day, but it really didn't manifest itself because it blew through 4,500 like nobody's business. And now 4,500 is acting as that level of resistance. So not long for me at this moment. I'm definitely not taking this long, especially on a day like this. We're about to go down again, looks like 1%. So, yeah, 4,500, still resistance, no question about that.
The problem area, right? It's an area where we expected kind of problems, and it's kind of coming in. We're seeing that happen, right? Got a little long here on off of that break. I kind of chased that 140, added into the position, and then I guess we kind of sold off of that. So immediately, I'm definitely wrong on that position there. On the chase, I'm wrong as well. But yeah, this initial entry still kind of holding. Let's see if we can push back up above that into that 140 area. But yeah, we got a bit of a wick off that 45 again, right? And a little bit of a wick lower than that 15.3. So we kind of thought that might happen, right? Now knowing that, maybe I shouldn't have chased this breakout of the 140. Not really a breakout, but like a test of that 140. Really kind of botching my average there as I kind of almost doubled up on that 140 push. But yeah, not the best trade there. As we look like we might be pushing back towards VWAP there. So I will stay a little bit reserved on this long here. But again, take a look at this. Like the bigger picture move is still kind of uptrend, and we are accelerating back down to the downside. So I am just gonna get out of this position, get out. Should have had a stop on the ad at the 139.90, and I didn't really took a little bit bigger loss than I really needed to there, but that's fine. We'll kind of reassess this test, and again, that 45 key, that 15.3 key, if those come into play, that 140 is definitely, price is definitely building into that 140 on Amazon as of right now. Maybe potentially a flat top break, like Sharif likes to call it. But yeah, that kind of price building up into that 140 area. We saw that exhaustion kind of come in, where it's like, okay, squeeze, flush, hold previous highs, and then kind of some more action here. But this flush coming in, I don't really like that. I'm thinking to myself, if the momentum is strong, that should have held in and around that 140. But the fact that we kind of dip back down towards that $0.50 into the 139.60s, I don't really like that look. But bigger picture, we could get better prices down here. Or I could be wrong and I got capitulated and the move is just going to continue back up from here. And we'll take the 140 again if that'll come in. But I really got to take some of these degen chases out of my trading as not the best trades. Like, you guys are here watching this live, like doing all different types of trading, a bit of reversion, a bit of squeeze, a bit of consolidation break, situational change type of trades, breaking news on Nvidia, using that as confluence, range trades on the ES and the NQ, using those as confluence. But yeah, I really got to clean up some of these concepts so that I can hone in on what the high probability action really is on some of these large caps here.
Sound like an ICBM. You're honing in, eh? I like that. All right, guys. Tilray's having a great day. It was up 31.5%. The Katina man couldn't believe it. He said, okay, 31% today, 90% down tomorrow. Kidding, of course. Let's look at the catalyst. Obi brought this to you earlier. Tilray jumps on deal to buy beer and beverage brands from Anheuser-Busch. Interesting look here for Anheuser-Busch, trying to take some of, I guess they're trying to balance their books because, you know, it's been a tough year for them. We're not going to get into why, but it's definitely been a tough year. Cannabis firm Tilray brand shares up 31.5% to 291. Stock hit more than a 5-month high. Company to buy 8 beer and beverage brands from Anheuser-Busch for 85 million smackaroos in cash, not stock, cash. Tilray expects the acquisition to make it 5th largest craft beer business position in the U.S. Oh, interesting. So it's a craft beer that they're buying? There's difference in craft beers, and I don't know my beers, but craft is different, right?
Yeah, I think it's it's a little bit more like a homegrown recipe or like, I don't know.
Jefferies believes the deal creates both near-term and long-term value for Tilray. TD Cowen says Tilray's management indicated the alcohol portfolio will serve as an immediate platform for THC and CBD-based beverages once U.S. legalized marijuana. Interesting. So are they talking about mixing alcohol and weed here?
Whoa.
That will be interesting.
I mean,
people like to do it anyway.
Yeah.
Let's call a spade a spade.
Yeah.
Okay. As Tilray endeavors for $1 billion in annual revenue, the targeted revenue mix includes 30% cannabis, 30% beverage alcohol, and 30% medical distribution and 10% health and wellness, says TD Cowen. It's seen an 8.3% year-to-date bounce on its stock. So interesting look here for Tilray if you're looking for something.
Yeah, I wonder what Bud is doing. Bud had earnings a couple last week, something like that. I think it's.
They didn't do that well, but they bounced. ABI.
Is that what it is?
ABI, yeah.
I thought it was Bud, B-U-D.
Oh, okay. Anheuser-Busch InBev. It says here ABI. Maybe there's another one.
ABI, let me check that.
Yeah, sure.
That's on the NYMEX. Oh, no, that's...
my mistake.
No,
this thing is lying to me.
I don't think that's it. It's
right.
BUD. Yeah, BUD is the Anheuser
you're right.
ticker. But yeah, a little bit of a gap down on Anheuser today off of, I don't know if it's off of that, but yeah, a bit of a gap down. No real action in between either. You just literally, you close at a price, you have a bit of crumble, maybe somebody got a few orders in, and then you just open up down about a point there on Anheuser-Busch. On that, maybe on that Tilray deal, who knows? But yeah, I think it kind of makes sense. Bigger company partnering up with a smaller company. But yeah, Tilray gets bid up, and then Anheuser gets, I guess, sold off as well. Look at this. Look at this hold, man. Look at this
Remains
hold of this
undefeated, man.
area.
As soon as we bring in a controversial topic, the chat is absolutely undefeated. I absolutely love it. People saying the banks are moving here, Obe. So let's have a look quickly to see if the banks are actually moving or that's just cap. Okay. We're getting a nice move here in Schwab, at least. Let me look at JPM. Okay, so the banks are curling right back up. Interesting look here. Let me bring in
a
my...
bit of a curl on XLF and KRE as well.
Okay. You want to have a look?
No, I'm just saying,
Okay.
if you want to take a look at those
Here
as well.
it is. Let's go to the banks. Let's go to the banks watch list over here. JPM bottomed out at 152.59. Topping out here 155.20, currently just a couple of pennies below 155, 154.98. Schwab, 63.90 bottom, 65.21 top, still 1 1/5 negative on the day. But yeah, definitely curling back. What else we have in bank world over here? Morgan Stanley, what are they up to? Yeah, everything's curling back up. The banks are definitely curling back up, but I mean, I don't know what the catalyst is for any of them. Let's see. Let's just pull it up over here. I don't have my blotter up, so let's put JPM, see what comes up. JP Morgan, NASDAQ, equity premium income mentioned in CNBC's final trade. I don't care about that. No, I don't think there's any specific news catalyst, OB, for the strength in banks. I'm not 100% sure about that. We know that Moody's had a negative note today on the small and mid-sized banks. This is the headline for that. Major U.S. bank slide after Moody's downgrade warning. Shares of economy-sensitive major U.S. banks fell in early hours of trading Tuesday after rating agency Moody's warned it may downgrade some of the U.S. big bank lenders. J.P. Morgan, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, Morgan Stanley, Citi, Goldman all fall between 1.9 and 3.3, so it looks like it's a reversion trade. Moody's said it may downgrade some of the nation's biggest lenders, warning that the sector's credit strength will likely be tested by funding risks and weaker profitability. Now we know macro, this is not price action, obviously this is macro. We know that consumer debt is growing, and I believe credit card debt is at the highest it's been in some time, and you have to assume some of these financial institutions are going to feel some pressures, whether from rising default rates or missed payments, whatever they're going to be. As the interest rates continue to rise and the consumer gets squeezed. So it's I don't want to say it's interesting, but we definitely have to take note of it. No question about that. All right, let's move back here because the NQ is pumping up again, baby. And some of these big cappers are continuing to head to the north side. Apple pumping up, Meta moving, Google, surprise, surprise, Google's moving again. Tesla breaking through that 249.5, looking to take 250. 250.92 is the high-end day on that one. So good strength here in the future. The overall market looking to bounce after having a tough morning. Man, I am still pissed about this exit here on Nvidia as we come back into that resistance level, 446. You better believe if we take 446 decisively, I'm going to be all over this one. Not with the same amount of size, though. I can promise you that. It won't be with the same amount of size because I won't want to give back that much money should it be a failed breakout. But that 446 acted as support earlier on. It acted as resistance. If we take it decisively, I'm all over it.
Yes, sir. With that strength, look at that 45 on the ES. Punched quick along on Amazon there as Apple as well holds the 179 and pushes towards that high of day. We talked about how a potential intraday float can be offside. Now look at this opening price here on Apple in and around this 179.50. The whole, anybody who sold today is definitely underwater. Anybody who's intraday shorting Apple is definitely underwater today. But that 178 long, working out real well. And here we go. We got that 140 test. So I punched in a little bit here, just in the 80s, to see if this move kind of will follow through. And it looks like it is following through, as both the NQ and the ES finally convincingly break through their levels, 45 and 15.3 there on these markets. And yeah, that 140 coming back into play as well. So let's take a little bit off as well. Don't want to hold too much, as we know. know, we kind of punched in and chased that 140 because I was like, oh, damn, it's going to go. And then it comes back in, 40 pulls back 40 cents, consolidates, and then it goes. And I'm thinking about to myself, I'm like, yeah, that's what happens when you chase a move like that. So, you know, out of there, back on the reclaim underneath 140. I just want to keep playing with that 140 over under for now until the market can really show us that strength. ES has retraced over 50% of the move, and NQ getting there. This does not look, correct me if I'm wrong, but this does not look like it's 50% here yet, as some of these highs being at 15.4 and the lows being at 15.2. So we're in and around that 50% almost as we push back in towards this 15.3 area on the NQ. Now I want to see that 15.3 break above and hold for me to really start getting a strong long bias here on Amazon as we keep taking chops off the board there, and that 140 test really coming in on Amazon there.
Yeah, you're not here. I'm not gonna just let you.
We got a special guest. How's it going, Arun?
What's
going on? Hey, don't leave me hanging.
Watch the chat go.
What's up?
What's going on, man?
How are you doing, Arun?
No, I can't. Not yet. No, I came to grab something real quick.
Man, we're good to see
I was gonna
you,
head
bro.
back out, but you know, I figured.
Oh, is that live? Okay.
It
Okay.
matches the jacket. Okay, here we go.
Oh, nice.
This is okay. You guys have done so much. Listen, I haven't been here in like 2 months or so.
Look at the chat. Look at this, bro. It's gonna go wild now.
A lot of them. Oh, I'm surprised they know who I am still.
Man, you know that they have me doing the fuge, obviously, and I can't do the fuge, right? And
Yeah,
I
you
get
got
told every
You got
morning,
it. You got
like,
it.
yo,
You got it.
I'm totally lost in the sauce here.
Arun's out. Arun's trading somewhere else. Well,
Good to see you, bro.
Not in office. What's up?
Good to see you.
Yeah, man.
How
Absolutely.
you been?
You know, I've been cool.
That's good. That's good. Yeah.
You know.
I'm looking a little dark. I'm looking as dark as you these days, bro. I came back from
So
Hawaii.
I'm heading out. I'm heading out of the country for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man,
For
this
like a
guy's
month or
going to
so.
Europe.
So
Every year he's in Europe.
So yeah, I'm gonna be looking real different when I come back. Yeah, pew pew, right? Pew pew.
You leaning out? Looking like you're leaning
When
out.
we get back,
right
we'll
there,
get back in the gym together.
I like that.
Absolutely.
How's trading been?
You know, market's quieter now. A lot quieter now, right?
Yeah,
Volatility's,
definitely compared to the past
shrunk
few years.
a little bit. What time? Well, where's the future?
Right here, I got ES and the NQ right
Is it
there.
90? 98?
We got 45 on the ES and then
Yeah.
a 15.3
Okay.
on the NQ.
I need to come down here to grab something real quick. I want to
Can't
get
let
back
you go that
out.
quick. Like, for real?
Well, I mean, if there's a trade to be made, I got.
Yeah, I know. I
got
don't want
accounts
to
and
disrupt. I
stuff.
don't want to disrupt, of course.
But what's the chat up to? What is it?
No, they're like, come back. What's up with the futures, Maroon? They want the shirt back too, bro. You know how many
shirt?
comments we get about the
Oh.
shirt? The morning shirt. my guy.
Okay, so I will say this: I use that shirt when I'm on camera, even if I'm not on the show. So I do meetings with our managers and stuff regarding our software. I still wear it on that thing. So anytime I have one of those monthly calls, I do wear that. So
Love
if you
it,
guys
man.
are out there. And it's open to our traders too now, so just putting it out there. If you, I do have those monthly calls there with the traders and now managers and now the traders. So join in. You'll see that shirt if you miss it that much.
How you feeling about the markets these days?
I mean, listen, man, I'm ahead of the country. I don't really.
Yeah. I'm looking. Okay.
He's on vacation mode right now.
Yeah, you can tell he's on
it's
vacation
It's too quiet for me right now.
I thought you were gonna say that because last time you and I spoke, you're like, yeah, I'm kind of a little bit hands off at the moment. I'm just watching. I'm
Almost
watching.
testing new stuff too. Right?
Yeah, okay.
That's the thing with the market. When it adjusts, you got to adjust too.
Right.
The market's clearly shifted. For anyone who hasn't noticed, trading this year is not the same as last year.
No.
Yeah.
Definitely
So
not.
you have to adjust as well when the market changes, and it takes time to adjust. And summertime's the quietest of the periods. So, if you're going to do any tests and changes, now's the time to do it. Right.
That's a very good point.
So, yeah, man.
Well,
All
good
right,
to have
guys.
you back on, bro.
Yeah, man.
Thank you.
It's been a pleasure.
be a stranger.
I came to say what's up to everybody
When are you
back
back?
here. I should be back
Like, I'm from Europe, I mean.
September. I don't know, mid-September, mid to late
Mid-September,
September. I haven't
okay.
really booked the flight back yet.
Okay.
But it's going to be like mid to late September.
That's nice. Okay.
Yeah.
We're going to sesh, man, because we keep playing that telephone tag sesh thing. So.
We've been trying to get a workout session in
Yeah.
together, and it's just
Yeah.
this week, and I'm like, no, I'm not going this week. And then I call him. He's like, no, I'm going to LA. I'm gonna be fancy and go to LA. So
No,
we
there
were trying
was
to
one
figure it
week.
out.
To be fair, there was 1 week, but you didn't want to go. You're like, I'm dropping off my wife. I'll let you in, but you're like, I'm not working out today. So
I tried.
Right. Well, last time I was here, which was end of May. End of May. You were going for that 5K run. You said you were
I
gonna
did
go.
better than that the
There
other
you go,
day.
see?
Yeah, I got evidence too on the phone.
Proof. Put it on Instagram. You don't believe it if.
You're not on
if
the
it's
gram,
the
are
case.
you? Yeah, I'm not even gonna bother asking. That's a silly question.
Am I on the gram? He asks. He already knows the answer to that question.
That's a
I'm sure
silly
most of the
question.
chat already knows the answer to that question. The answer is a big fat no.
Good having you on, bro, man. We miss you around here for real.
For sure.
Arun looks like the market wrecked him. No.
What?
No, Arun's in vacation mode, my
Dude,
friends.
this guy-
I'm
Vacation mode.
heading out of the country. I'm gonna be gone. You guys.
What's
have
your
fun.
tour this year? What
This
do you
year,
got?
this year.
Yeah.
This year is a starting off with a nice little Paris.
Okay.
We're gonna head over to Italy, feed ourselves some pizza for a few weeks.
Ooh, that's gonna be a lot of weight gain over
And
there.
then,
Food.
I actually, funny thing, I have to reach out to Luis about this. Luis from Barcelona.
Barbados, yeah. Shout out to him.
I'm actually gonna head over to Barcelona for a
nice.
week or so. I'm just gonna visit. I'm not trading there. We talked about it earlier this year. I'm like, oh, maybe I'll come trade there for a bit. No.
No?
No.
Max is doing that. He's gonna get in. I think there's like a big trade. There's an earnings. He's gonna actually head to the floor there and do a trade.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
No, so I'm just gonna. I gotta remind him actually. Luis, if you're watching, just remind me.
Luis.
So I'm gonna say hi, see what's going on with our Barcelona office,
Nice.
and then enjoy Barcelona for a bit, and then back to good old Toronto.
So Paris,
Yep.
Spain. So France, Spain, and Italy.
Northern Italy this
Northern
time.
Italy,
Yeah,
okay.
last year was Amalfi Coast. This year is gonna be Northern
You
Italy.
went to Amalfi last year. That's beautiful. Where you got in the northern? You got like Napoli or Parma?
I've already done Naples. We got Venice this time, Milan, stopping off in Lake Como for a bit, and then Florence. Florence is the second time around, and then finish off in Rome before I head over to Barcelona.
That's beautiful, bro. Beautiful. Look at Tina, man. Just
Listen,
came back from Rome too.
Oh, yeah. Listen, I don't want to talk about my vacation. You guys are trading. You guys have
if
things
you wanna
to
call it that.
You guys have things to focus on. You got trades to make. I see you're going crazy with Amazon.
Oh yeah, he's been all over
Yeah,
it.
I
doing
painted the
Nvidia.
chart a little bit, yeah.
Been a good day on Nvidia, but bamboozled a little bit on the out there, but that's the way it works.
Yeah, man.
That's the way it works.
All right. I think you guys.
Yeah, there you go. I have no idea where Luca is, guys.
Yeah,
We're
yeah.
talking about Arun right now.
Listen, Emily G. So guys, it's nice to see Arun, but the market. Get back to your job, man. Get back. She's right. Get back to your job so I can get out of here. Go focus on. I don't know if there's a trade to be made on the futures. I haven't seen it. I came in to do something real quick.
All right.
I did it.
Thanks,
I
my
said
guy.
hi.
Take care.
Peace out.
Good seeing you.
Later.
Yes, sir. Don't be a stranger.
The legend himself coming to bless us with his
The
presence.
man, the myth, the legend, man. We haven't seen that guy in a little bit of time. Futures trader extraordinaire, fans of the show
Talk
and
about
long-time viewers of the
those
show.
meetings.
No?
I definitely want in. He's
What?
saying they're open up to traders now, the monthly meetings.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm definitely gotta hit him up for that. That's definitely gonna be some solid insight there from Arun.
Can you hit the pew pew? Yeah, there we go. We're gonna try to get some Arun-esque animations going here. If Fabian can find it there on. It's been a minute since it's been hit, so I think he has to search for it on his stream deck over there. But yeah, everyone knows there was only one animation this man hit, and it was pew pew.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Do you remember that one?
Yeah. Because was it Sean would go bang, and then Arun would go pew pew. I remember that. That's
All right. So we got the market to take care of here. So let's have a look at what we're doing. Nvidia is still very much in that state of 446 top. Last time around, we got into that 445 and 2/3. Couldn't quite make it up to 446, but what we did get that time around was a higher low. So if we curl back up here, break above 445, this may be an interesting area to front run that 446 level. If we break above 445.5, I may enter along here on Nvidia. It will be much smaller than the one I initially got into. I'm not going to give money back on this name, but a series of higher lows here and a confirmatory top break has me
Interesting. So we're going to have a look to see what, pardon me, we get around there. I know there's lots of things being discussed in the chat. Sharif's mom is back in the chat. Missed that guy. Haven't seen that name
is that a user's name?
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Sharif's mom. It's great, bro. Arun actually thought that was my mom, and he's like, when we were live, and he's like, your mom says your socks are all over the house. I'm like, I don't even go to my parents' house this weekend. Like, what's going on? Why is my mom in the chat, right? He didn't get it, right? But there it is.
That's funny.
Shout out to the chat who remains undefeated.
As always, yeah. Looking at these levels, kind of we kind of wicked off. Look at this wick, kind of that came in off that 45 again, and the 15.3 again. So really kind of showing us that this level, kind of even the tests of this level, keep getting sold off intraday. So keeping that in mind here, as Amazon still kind of teeters on top of its VWAP here. So I like the hold. The idea of the long from down here is working well, and yeah, a bit of a consolidation sideways. If you look at the bigger picture on the intraday, right? Just the intraday, we haven't really gone too far off of some of this range that we made, this 140-ish to 138.50 maybe, 138.60s. I'd say maybe more 80s as well, because that was the low from yesterday. We kind of broke below the range, didn't really follow through, and then we kind of reclaimed back up. Now this was week low, right? So if we're poised to kind of print that second, is it a second red week? No, first red week, right? If we're poised to print a little bit of a red week here on Amazon, I will be watching for the price of last week's close. What is that? Last week's closing price was at 139.57. So 139.57, I think, is an area of interest.
Oh, wow.
Sure, we've gotten a little bit above, we've gotten a little bit below, but overall picture for this week specifically, I'll be watching that 139.57 level just to see if we kind of take some direction either way off of that price being the closing price of last week. And we know that last week's high was here at that 143.60. We got that price on watch as well within a couple ATRs of that Amazon move. Now we do want to see that confluence that could potentially come in with the rest of the market here. I got to get rid of this wick on Apple. I want to see that, we couldn't really get past that 179. All right, so yeah, kind of holding well below that 180 for now on Apple, but we are kind of uptrending a little bit, so keeping that in mind as well, as some of this action seems to be retracing the quadunk we had in the morning. The ES looking a little bit stronger than the NQ here, as it seems like some of the tech names might be a little bit more muted than the rest of the market.
Yeah, I'm trying my hand here at another NVIDIA long as it takes the top end of that range. I said if it broke through the crest, I'd get long. So I'm a man of my word, I got it. Now, I want to talk about soccer, because here we go. Anybody who knows Fabrizio Romano knows he's the OG of Soccer Inside Info. And when he says, here we go, that means it's a done deal and you needn't worry no longer. Arsenal have reached a verbal agreement with Brentford to sign David Raya. Deal in place between the clubs after personal terms agreed last week. Raya only wanted Arsenal. Can you blame him? He'll replace Matt Turner, who will join Nottingham Forest, another Premier League team. Funny enough, we play them in the first game next. So here it is, David Raya joining Arsenal. Now, a lot of people questioning this move, like what's wrong with Aaron Ramsdale? I mean, he had a fantastic year last year. He's shown a lot of maturity for somebody his age as a goalkeeper. And if you understand soccer, you know they get better with age, not worse, because it's more of a reading the game type thing than a physical part of the game. So they're able, you get it. So it's interesting here how he's bringing him in as a backup. The fee discussed was about 40 million quid. That's not typically a fee you pay for a backup goalkeeper. So I suspect here there may be intentions to have a battle between the keepers for the starting position, and that's not such a bad thing. Competition is usually a good thing. So I'm kind of excited about that. We're adding pieces. We weren't afraid to spend money, and that has been the Achilles heel of Arsenal. They were refusing to spend, mainly because they couldn't. Because the Cronkies were building SoFi Stadium, which cost $4.5 billion. First, and then they built the Emirates, and then they said to Arsenal, you got to be self-sustaining. You can't run a deficit like the other clubs. Chelsea ran a deficit. United ran a deficit. City, goodness, did it ever run a deficit? Arsenal didn't. Arsenal was always profitable. And so we couldn't spend the way they were spending. Now, the money's flowing in, and I couldn't be happier. Anyway, let's get back to the market here. I'm long at 445, 40. I'm long. I'm a couple of pennies in the money, a couple of pennies out of the money as we do the same dance at this resistance level. Much less size on this thing, but what we're looking for here is a 446 take. Former area of support from the morning, now acting as a very clear area of resistance. 1 reject, 2 reject. Is it going to be third time a charm? That's a question. And yeah, it's a bit of a gamble. Where's my out? The break of 444.
Oh yeah. Bit of a bid catching here on the markets. I got a little long again on top of that VWAP level, just to see if we kind of hold convincingly on top. But yeah, just not like a very A+ trade, but you know, it's we're taking it off the VWAP hold, and yeah, look at that. As soon as I kind of enter that trade, back down into VWAP there in the, where is VWAP there? In the 50s, I think 53 specifically, right there on top of VWAP. So let's see if the price kind of holds there. We are teetering in and around these key levels as well. So I wanna stay with that bias. We see this kind of trend as well. So yeah, we could very well come back into here also for that to follow through. But yeah, let's see if this kind of hold kind of continues there. That's what I got on watch here. Added a bit more there onto the position. So just on top of that VWAP, a quick rebid there. But I see that Apple is coming in as well. So this position might not be the best place to be. As look at that flush on the ES and the NQ coming in as well. But yeah, okay, thank you. Thank you for telling me not to diddle in the middle there at the action. I should be reeing up on top of that VWAP level there, right here at that 139.50. So much better prices in and around here. Unnecessary loss there, but that's fine. Next trade. Let's see if this holds. But look at this market coming in heavy.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, not the best entries there as the market kind of teetered just under those levels. I was like, they were holding, but as soon as I said that, you got a bit of heavy selling coming in as well. I have AMD pulled up here as well. We got that 112 area that kind of pushed up and held yesterday. We come back into that 112 and consolidate in and around above that 112. I was looking for like maybe like a sympathy to Nvidia here across the chips there, but not really seeing too much of that there, as Nvidia still can't get above that 446, right? So that 446 keeps on. That's a classic example of support turned resistance that we're seeing here on Nvidia on the intraday. That this was support yesterday as well. Literally low of day, it comes in, consolidates for, these are 15-minute candles, so consolidates for 1-2 hours in the morning session, right above that 446, in and around. Sure, you want to give it plus minus 50 cents. It is close to a $500 ticker. So the type of leniency you have to give might be a little bit more than a few pennies, right? So yeah, bit of support turn to resistance happening there on Nvidia, and yeah, all the more reason to kind of get out of that cheeky long that I had on Amazon. But yeah, the bigger picture trend here. Let's see if this trend now kind of holds. This is where I should really be testing this long theory as the trend kind of coincides with this low from before this 139.40 area, this high from before as well, and then you kind of have that trend coming in as well. So a little bit of a three-factor confluence from those intraday technicals as well. So let's see if we can get a little bit of bid on the NQ and the ES as well to kind of follow through on that move. I'm watching Apple as well, watching Nvidia as well. The reclaim of that 446 might be just what we're waiting for that reclaim back up to the upside that could give us some of that pressure there on Amazon for today. Quadunks, yes, that is what is happening here off some of those key levels from the morning.
New dude to boot it. All right, people are yelling bloody murder about Intel in the chat. By the way, I got in and out of Nvidia, better cost base here. So let's see if this one can run up a little bit and I can make some of this money back. Otherwise, I'll stop out again through 444. But Intel was moving quite well. People were really yelling about this. I think it was day trader cut. Yeah. 33.86 bottom here on INTC, and look at this, it's definitely running up now. 34 bucks, here comes 34.75. It's definitely now at day's high. The day's high was made in that opening range break, 34.86. We're about 20 pennies off that. Still negative on the day though. 35.25 was the close yesterday. It was a nice strong move into the afternoon for some odd reason on Intel, but really couldn't find its way today. That is until, though, about 10 o'clock when it really reversed a little bit. I don't want to say it's a V-shaped recovery because it was definitely stair-stepping back up rather than taking the elevator much in the way that it did on the way down. But, yeah, it's a bit of a tough one here. The range is there. I mean, the notional value is not much there, so you really have to size up into this position. It provides you ample liquidity, so that shouldn't be a problem. We'll keep an eye on Intel as it looks here to go back green on the day. Let's see what we got here on Nvidia. Yeah, it's definitely dancing above 444. I've got my out through the break of 444, so we'll leave that one. Again, I saw this small cap capper, CRDF, show up earlier. Kind of retracing now. It's still up 33%, stronger earlier. Let me put in the ticker, CRDF. I've got no idea what this one does. 232 high, trying to hold $2.05 right now, wicking off that bottom. Funny enough, $2 to $2.05 was an area of resistance. Let's see if it acts as support. The volume on this bad boy, about 9 million shares on the day. It's got a float, I'll tell you in a second, 41.3 million. Not huge, but not small as some of the other ones that we've been seeing lately. But yeah, interesting look. What is the reason this is moving? It's called Cardiff Oncology. Cardiff Oncology shares up 26% after potential cancer treatment advances. Okay, so it's a cancer headline. We won't read the whole thing, but yeah, typically those will catch the attention of investors on the day, Obi. So we'll keep an eye on that one. Nvidia trying to move back into that 4445, so we'll wet our beak with another little out there as we're 30 pennies in the money. We'll see if we get filled. Liquidity a bit of an issue at these levels, obviously, as the spread opens up and the volume decreases, so we'll definitely have to keep an eye on this.
Yeah, that strength kind of coming in. I went for that counter on that lower. I guess I was like, oh, lower high, but that rebid back up. Yeah. Not taking the best trades. The past couple of them were kind of a little cheeky there, but yeah, I'm looking for that failure to kind of come in. But I am kind of disrespecting what's happening there on that rebid back up.
There we go.
Was pretty fast as the markets kind of come back up in here into this 140 area. But I think for now, I kind of want to stay short underneath the 140. For like a retest back down into the lower end of the range there on Amazon there. So I got a little short. What was this into 60s and then some more in the 70s. But now we're pushing the 80s. So if we push back into the dollar, let's see. This trade might not be the best. I see people in the chat talking about PLTR. Yeah, we took a look at it a little bit earlier as well. Strong on the day since that morning flush. Like it's been catching a bid since about 9:45 ish. open at 16 on that candle. But yeah, since 9:45, 10 o'clock-ish, been catching a consistent bid back up into 17 on PLTR. We looked left, and yeah, it was literally resistance from yesterday, and also that reaction off the earnings right here at that 17:30 on Palantir there. But yeah, let's see. I want to get in some more short here underneath the 140, but it's got to give me some reasons. Give me some reasons to get in some more size here. I want to see that 15.3 kind of sell come back in. That 15.5 is we're teetering in and around that. Sorry, that 45. We're teetering in and around that. So is this buying pressure real? Is this going to kind of continue? I have no idea, but I kind of understand where I would definitely be wrong on the trade here.
Yeah, no, absolutely. All right, keeping my eye on this NVIDIA trade to see where it resolves, stop in place. Took a little bit of profit there through the pop, but looking for a 445 break, but kind of consolidative, unsure about this one. Definitely as we dance with that, midday low volume area, we'll see how this one resolves. Coin trimming says comp SRX1. Let's have a look at coin. We mentioned the strength of the crypto-related names because there's a deadline coming up for the spot Bitcoin ETF submitted by ARK. Yeah, and it's been a good day for Coinbase, man. 2 1/3, and we're definitely near highs on coin. Let me put in the ticker here. On Coinbase 88.23, we're dancing with 88 right now. So 88 a bit of a top, no question about that. You get to 88 at that 10:15, you reject. We step up incrementally to 88. Again, at around 12:45, we reject. Back down into VWAP, 86.75. And now we're back into 88 again. Is this going to be a level? Kind of a random level. I didn't think 88 was a resistance level. You'd assume it'd be that 90, but maybe not so. In any event, technically, we're seeing higher lows throughout the opening range. We kind of get down to that 85 area. Sure, we wick below it, but generally the 85 got defended. At around 11 o'clock, we dipped down. We go red on the day, but just 86 got defended again at 11:45, and then the higher low here at VWAP at 105 definitely got bought up. We just popped up into 88.08. Still having trouble though, staying above that 88 level, but it's a good, interesting look on coin here. If we can get some volume to support this move, you think maybe we can possibly touch the high day, 88 1/3. That's where the high was on the opening range break. What's the price action from? Well, yesterday we're above yesterday's high already, so we'll have to look a little bit farther back. Let's go to the 15. The price action from the 4th, kind of, yeah, it's the 90 level. I mean, to me, if we break and hold above the high a day, I'll be looking at 90 here as a possible area of resistance, no question about that. But yeah, there's not much else. This one reported, it looks like, on the 3rd. Got a big move up. Wow, breaking 101, got to 101 in the 3rd, and then as quickly as it went up, it went right back down. Right down into 87. That's a lot of bamboozlement. You have to keep your eye on these earnings trades as they can be quite lucrative, but also quite dangerous. There we go, OB through 445. We were just a buck in the money on my friend NVIDIA. We had arresting orders because old man can't hang, and we got filled there. Let's take another fill as we move back above 445. The real move though, guys, is going to be that 446 break. We've been dancing with it all morning. It hasn't materialized ever since that big break of 446. That used to be the area of support on the day. It is no longer support. It is now acting as resistance. So not quite yet. Right back down we go. So happy I took profits there. But yeah, tough trades today on NVIDIA. Very profitable on it, but don't want to give any. I gave money back, but now I'm making it back. Don't want to give that much money back. Looking for that 446 break. Let's see what we get.
Bit of selling coming off there on the ES as well as the NQ. We are starting to print a little bit of a red candle here. Now I want to pull up a 15-minute chart real quick just to see how much time is left for this candle to print. This candle just started 2 minutes ago, so we got about 13 minutes left to print on this candle. We've had 1, 2, 3, 4 consecutive greens on both the ES and the NQ. So a little bit of an interim pullback. We see this kind of trend forming as well. So let's see if we can kind of come back in. And again, that 45 acting as trouble, that 15.3, there's a little bit of trouble there, and we're trying to base some of our trades based off of some of those larger picture levels there. And again, like it's a work in progress, not the best kind of strategies, but definitely something I am working on now. For sure, there's breaking news trades. There's all these other trades that are pretty solid in the playbook that I also need to get better at executing on. But again, it's like we've mentioned before. This is a continuous process of changing the playbook, adding, tweaking. Like if your playbook is based off of certain market mechanics, I think that it has more of a long-term viability. But if it's based off of certain chart patterns that are happening more often than usual right now, that's not really as sustainable in the long term. But what do I know? But I think if your strategies and your thought process kind of stems off of core supply demand mechanics, I think there's definitely some basis to that, and that's I guess that's what I'm trying to work on here as well. A bit of a confluencing factors, a bit of sympathy factors that could pull around some of these names and some of these markets, giving you those niche moments of high probability where you can take off a few pennies, a few dimes off the action based off of some of these moves there.
Yeah, tough trading here, man, with NVIDIA still really having trouble through, going through that level. We're break even again, right back down into that level. We'll have to see how this one materializes, but yeah, still higher lows coming in, and that's what's kind of saving me from getting out here. You're seeing a series of higher lows. The break of 444 and I'm out. I was just talking to Neil about how to enter different stop orders on our platform so I don't have to keep changing the amount, because every time like I take some out, right, I've got to go back, adjust my stop order for the right amount. So there's a way to get around that, and he was nice enough to explain that to me. So I'll be using those from now on, but I got to practice on them first. There we go, right back up into 445. We really need to break that 446. Let's go, baby. We've been waiting all morning, and hopefully this resolves in what seems to be the direction of the trend. The catalyst was good on NVIDIA, even though the stock is down on the day. It's down with the general market, but the catalyst was quite good. They're releasing a new chip, GPU, forget the name of it. But yeah, that was this big reaction up here where we popped up through 451, and then the big boy Huadunka was a sell the news type event, and then stair-stepping back up with an obvious top here. And NVIDIA has been kind of the only thing that I've been trading all day. I had an earlier trade on Palantir, profitable on that, but definitely NVIDIA, the big name on the day. There we go, back above 445. Let's have a little bit of an out here, Obi. There we go, popping up. We're back $1 in the money, but that doesn't mean much on NVIDIA. $1 in the money, you can be out of the $1 in the money just like that. This is a crazy stock. Somebody in the chat was asking me, Havana Woody, is there a word to describe violent moves in a narrow range? Do you know one? I don't know one. Violent moves in a narrow range. I don't know. We can make one up. I mean,
it's just a fast range test. Like if it's violently within a range, it's just holding the range.
No, that's not. That's an oxymoron. That's not possible. It can't be a narrow range of violent.
Well, I mean, Neil's saying that's an oxymoron because it can't be a violent move in a narrow range. A violent move would maybe have to presuppose a wide range. Yeah. Look, guys,
is it violently holding the range? I don't know.
Yeah, it's a good point. It's a good point. But look, on the show, we obviously have no quorums with making up words. So we can make up whatever words we want on this show, and that's the beauty of it. Huadunk, bamboozlement, everything, Obi. We don't really have a problem here. So
Bing bang.
it's called an inside day, says 5151. He's trolling there. He knows I know exactly what he's doing. Shout out to 5151. Yeah, everybody's coming up with their own words. I like it. Kaplunk, pachinko, everybody coming up with. I love that.
Pachinko's a word.
Isn't it pachinko a game on
it's
what's
like
it called?
pinball machine,
On
right?
Plinko.
Or no, it's like a pachinko's like a,
Did you guys see that The Price is Right is actually on TV late at night now? People love it. They're giving away Corvettes. The Katina man is disappointed he's not on the show. I don't blame him. We're taking some more out there through the break of 45. Back a buck in the money. But this is quite consolidative here. And I'm going to continue to say that until we get the 446 break. And I'm tired of waiting, NVIDIA. The viewers are tired of waiting. We only have 8 minutes left on the show. We demand a 446 break right now. The people demand a 446 break. We can get some continuity. We're getting higher lows here. Nothing to complain about. Just we're stuck within a range, profitable but stuck within a range. Erratic. Some people saying Japanese game pachinko. Okay, so that's a different one. Let's see. Nicole
that's what
Harris.
I'm thinking of,
Shout out Nicole. Shout out to Hotlanta. Whipsaw describes a situation where a stock or market rapidly and unexpectedly changes direction, causing sharp price movements within a relatively tight or narrow price range. Shout out to Nicole. Oh, baby.
I have a word for
Hold
that.
on, bro. We're taking profits right now,
worries.
man. Go ahead, Opie.
I mean, I just remembered with the way you described it, I was like, if a move kind of violently does this, I call it a shake and bake.
Oh,
you know?
I like that.
You might be
that.
shaking out a little bit of both sides, and you might be baking up an underlying picture there as well. So
yeah, I like the shake and bake too. I mean,
shake and bake.
Shake and bake to me usually means like just juking somebody in football, like when you put
like
a
there's a
double
basketball
move on them.
move, right? Shake and bake.
Hold on, Neil says that's Ricky Bobby.
Don't be stealing the shake and bake.
Okay.
Neil is not happy that we're using shake and bake because apparently it's appropriated to Ricky Bobby. Shout out to Ricky Bobby. Remember that movie, Ricky Bobby? What was that movie called? Daytona or something?
I do not remember.
Okay, Fabi is good. Fabi is, yeah, he's on that. All right, guys, we are knocking on the door of 446 again, man. NVIDIA's primed to break through here, but something tells me we may get another rejection. Fact of the matter is, we're coming into that resistance level. This is very interesting. It's just the continuity. The continuity needs to be there, Obi. And now we are at the $0.75 and right back down into the $0.50. Again, the bamboozlement is fast and furious. Right back to the $0.75. Let's take more profits. What did I just do there? Did I just go short? Oh. Yeah, I did go short there by accident. So I have to get out of that. That's a mistake. Okay.
Nice.
Yeah, because I saw that purple triangle come out. So apparently I've exhausted all my shares. So, yeah. Okay, so that's the end of the trade for me.
Nice. Yeah, as we close into the session here, we see that the price is kind of still teetering. Okay, was that the movie there?
Yeah.
Okay, nice. I don't think I've seen that one. I've heard of it. I've seen it like on the recommendeds, but I have not watched it yet. Recommendation? Yeah?
It's okay. It's funny. I mean, it's nothing really crazy. You know how he is, Will Ferrell. He's hilarious in anything he does, right? Yeah. So it's... Yeah.
Okay.
Here we got 446 coming in here, Obi. This is a big level for NVIDIA. Do we get the break? I'm seeing 99s here show up on the book. Nothing really on the book that reflects size at the whole dollar level, but we know exactly how these type of trades work. It's mostly icebergs are going to be hanging out around there. Here we go. It's tough. You assume we're going to resolve in the direction of the trend here. What's the future up to? Because I think it might have an interesting area of confluence between them. The future, yes, we're knocking on the door of 15.3. So interesting level, 15.3 coming into here on the future. Also 15.3 is VWAP on the NQ September contract. Let's bring it in so everybody can see it. There you go. What we're talking about here, 15.3, the whole point level, as well as VWAP. Maybe resistance steps in around here. NVIDIA also at that critical resistance level on the day. The two I don't know. Well, one's a stock, one's a future, so I don't want to conflate them. But here we go. Let's see. I might get back into this, Obi, if we do break that 446 decisively. But you know,
I think that's fair, man.
Yeah. Go ahead.
No. I think that's fair. I'm agreeing with you. That's a fair analysis. It's like we know that support turned to resistance. Now that resistance could very well turn support if we reclaim into that range.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely. So, there it is. There it is, Obi. We break above it. Do we stay above it though? Here, let's dabble a little bit. We're gonna take a quick long there. Let's see what we get. Do we get continuity? We're gonna I don't know if we squeeze here. I mean, like, what kind of shorts do we have on the day? There we go, popping through the $0.50. Now, let's talk a little bit about where we expect more resistance to be. Well, the top end of the range here was that 448 on the day. But it really was more VWAP rejections than a price level. Because look, you get an initial rejection at 448 1/3. And then you get a subsequent rejection at 448 1/4. And then it keeps going down, 448.15. And they're really with VWAP rejections. So I'm not really sure if I'm comfortable identifying or earmarking a level, a whole or like a specific price level as the area of resistance. We're going to have to see if this one can hold. I think a lot of it will have to do with whether the market can continue to pump here. Where are we? 15,301. We're above 15,300. We'll see. Does this level hold? We'll have to wait and find out. Hands off. That's some selling coming in. That is some selling, my guy.
Sitting short already. But I like that. I like that little piece. No, I'm saying I'm taking my hands off the keyboard is what I meant. Because of that selling coming in. We're sitting in short. We're sitting in short at the right place, I think. But again, no true confirmation yet, but that selling was nice that came in. But yeah, let's see if it's met up with equivalent buyers kind of holding the price there, or we really kind of get back into VWAP. I'm looking at VWAP down here at 139.50. So VWAP hasn't really moved too much, and we've been coasting in and around above VWAP, a bit of consolidation there. But as the markets look like they're having kind of trouble with some of these prices, and we've been grinding up into these prices. So either we continue grinding, we accelerate, or we come back down. Things will either go up, down, or sideways. Yes or no?
Absolutely. Agree.
I don't know. One way or
they can't
another,
do anything else.
So we got those three options in mind, and we got a little bit of confluencing factors as well as Apple kind of made its high.
My man is killing it today.
What's that?
That's what I say. He's killing it.
I'm trying it, man.
I've been itching to hit word of the day several times. Just didn't want to,
Apple has made its high. That's what I was saying. Look at this initial reaction fade. You come up to that level, and then you fade back down off of it. So a little bit of a double top action on Apple has me a little bit short bias, while the rest of these candles look like fugazi across the board. But I'm keeping in mind that I could very well just be wrong on this trade, and we could head back up to the upside like it's nobody's business. So,
Yeah, I definitely agree there. Let's put in a little profit taker should we really get squeezed here on my friend NVIDIA. But having a little trouble breaking, holding 446 for now. Holding 446 for now. Ish area. Much smaller size in this trade here. Definitely don't want to give it back. Someone's saying Biden is speaking at 2.
Oh,
interesting.
No way.
I want to know
right
if
now?
he's going to... At 2 o'clock, yeah. Okay,
Damn.
well, I'm sure... CNBS will have it if.
Well, he'll probably come strolling in like 15 minutes later, right? Let's be real,
bro. No, but in all seriousness, here I really want to hear what he has to say. If he has anything to say about the investment, I don't want to call it investment ban because that's a mischaracterization. But essentially, what they were looking to do is curb investment into certain sectors in China. We are supposedly going to get more information about that. But Obi. We are now overtime. It is time for the big kahunas to take over.
Yes, sir.
So we're going to send it to Brendo. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel. Brendo's at the big desk.
Take care.
Hey guys, 2 o'clock. Happy Tuesday afternoon here as we have a couple hours left to get through on a day that's turning out to be not as bad, really, as it was once looking. Still a lot of red